action. Waiting for the curtain call, lights, camera, action.
Well, hello and welcome down to Curra Beach on the Gold Coast. We're here for the Interclub Youth Championships, and should I say the World Championships. So, oh wow, and I'm here in the booth now with Christy Munro. And Christy, what a fantastic day it's going to be.
We have got a beautiful day down here at Curra. Day 2 of the Youth Championships, as you mentioned. So I'll be joining you here in the booth, and we're going to throw down to Sam Jordan, who will be joining us on the beach as we bring some of our quarters and semis to you this morning, and our finals package starting at 1 o'clock later this afternoon.
It is a very exciting day. And as you said, we've got quarterfinals and semifinals up first, so the athletes will really need to be on and making sure they get through to those finals, and then we'll have our package at 1 o'clock this afternoon as we just look at those beautiful drone shots, and we'll come to you with the weather in a second. We might even try and in a little while jump down to Sam and see what's happening. But as we see the beautiful Gold Coast, Curra Beach, wow, it's a fantastic place to have. It's the pinnacle of surf lifesaving, and we're going to come down. We've got a few events, as we just said. We've got the quarterfinals and semifinals, but Christy, look at our day ahead.
Yeah, we've got a fairly packed day today, so we'll be starting off with the surf races. We've got the men's and women's surf races, board race, board rescues, we've got some tube rescues, and of course the beach sprints later on this afternoon. So an action-packed morning of quarters and semi-finals. A lot of nervous athletes out there warming up at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw yesterday the youth, they got into the 2K, 2-kilometre beach running, and also we had the beach sprints, we had the beach relay. So they really had a jam-packed program already, and we're actually going to go down. We've actually got Sam Jordan down on the beach, and Sam, how's the weather looking down there?
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's look, a little bit more pleasant than racing conditions were yesterday as well. We had that southerly wind, of course, tear up the east coast of Australia, and that saw us postpone our water events to today. And what we are seeing today is, well, still a little bit of the after effects of that. You can see at the moment out to sea, that is one of the bigger sets of waves that we have seen so far today. And no doubt that is going to cause a little bit of challenges for our field this morning as they do get underway in racing. Of course, that wind has dropped back a fair bit. The temperature is pretty nice. There's a bit of cloud cover at the moment, and I think it's going to be another really exciting day of racing, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Sam. We're so lucky to have you down there, and our first event is going to be the youth male surf race. So that's going to be in the Pink Arena. And as Sam just said before, we still do have that little bit of southerly wind coming out. And Christy, it looks like there's actually going to be a little bit more swell on offer for the athletes.
Yeah, Sam was talking there. We couldn't actually see it on screen, but there was a big set that broke on the cans out the back there. So we'll have 2 sets of cans for our surf race competitors who are lining up down there this morning. They'll actually swim out to that second set, but that first set of cans are right in that break zone. So we don't have the same strength of wind that we saw yesterday, but still a lot of swell around. So there'll be definitely a lot of tactics being talked through there on the beaches with the coaches of our athletes as they prepare to tackle that surf here at Curra.
Yeah, absolutely. We know what Curra was like. It can be very, very tricky. As we saw last week, the competition, there was a lot of that low bank, so a lot of running. And as we can see today, there is going to be a little bit of running. And it looks like a little bit of wading as well. So definitely be tricky conditions. And Christy, you know what it's like, especially being the first race, the first gun going off. You don't get to look at anyone else, do you? So you've really got to have a really good warm-up. And these athletes, they also look a little bit cold out there as well. I just saw one of the athletes wrapped around in a towel.
Yes, well, we're only just into spring, so we have got beautiful weather, but yes, it is definitely not the summer warmth that we're quite used to. So the European athletes might, they're coming off, obviously, off their summer, and a lot of the Australian athletes have had to train right through winter, so they'll be used to the cold water, but just keeping those muscles warm as they get the final instructions as to the heats. We've got 3 heats here of the men's youth surf race, so we'll have 3 heats to bring you here this morning, and as you mentioned, it's definitely a lot more nerve-wracking lining up for that first heat. You really just have to rely on what you've got out of that warm-up. You've read the ocean and picked your line, and these athletes, they'll be pretty confident, I suppose, in what they're doing, and you don't have to win your heat, you just have to qualify through to the next round.
Absolutely, that is spot on. And then we're going to go to, after this, 2 semi-finals, so we'll be looking to get 64 athletes out of these 3 quarterfinals coming up. So we'll have 32 in the first semi-final, 32 in the next semi-final, which then will move on, and we will have 32 in that final, which will be a part of our 1 o'clock finals package later on today. We might actually, if we can in a little bit, get Sam back on the mic, and I'd love to see, I guess, just these athletes, see how they're feeling. We've obviously had to postpone yesterday because due to that very strong southerly wind out there. So might see if the athletes, how they're feeling. It's a little bit of nerves about who's looking confident, and definitely having 3 jam-packed quarterfinals. I'm just looking through the athletes now. It's certainly, as you said, Chris, you made a great point. They don't have to win, but they definitely have to be on and making sure they're out and about. So we'll just see. We might jump down to Sam if we can in a moment. And Sam, what have you got for us?
Yeah, it's Courtney. It's interesting listening to you guys speak about the conditions and the wind and the effect that is having on this bank at the moment. We're coming into a high tide, rather. We're still about half an hour away from that. And you can actually see on the shore here that there is quite a bank that the athletes are going to be able to run through. So even though that inshore is quite punchy, if we can have a look at some of the waves that are starting to come in now, well, that is only going to continue to get shallower and shallower throughout the afternoon. So that points towards plenty of running for these athletes today, particularly in these swim races as well.
Thank you so much, Sam. So there we have it, plenty of running again. And I feel like that's been kind of, I guess, a key part of this last week of racing. It's been a lot of running, and especially, as you say, Chrissy, it's the first day of spring. These athletes, instead of getting ready for, competition that's going to be October and beyond, it's more so getting ready to be fit in August, which is a lot earlier than normal.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes won't have had a break from our summer season, so they would have finished their nationals, maybe had a week or 2, and straight back into their training for this World Championship. So they know that it is a long, long winter of training, and certainly it's going to be a long season because they'll jump straight into our domestic season after these World Championships. And interesting, as Sam was mentioning there, with that tide still dropping here at Kurrawa, we did see the swell pick up a little bit throughout the day yesterday with that change in tide. So as you mentioned, there still are some quite solid sets rolling through at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that surf because it may actually increase as the day go on, which will be really interesting for our board rescue and our rescue tube events.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what's happening. As we're just waiting for a start for our first race, which will be the youth men's surf race. Chrissy Munro, World Ironwoman Champion. Can you just talk us through that race? Where was it, and how special was that for you when you look at your Ironwoman career?
Courtney, my first one that I won was actually in Italy, Viareggio, of all places. Yeah. Very special place in my heart because you never forget that first world title, the first World Ironwoman title that you win. And I was just so laser focused for that race. It's kind of like one of those ones where I think you have to believe you can win it to win it. And everything went right for me on that day. I've been lucky enough to compete at 5 different world championships over my career, and all of them have a really special place in my heart, obviously for different reasons, as I'm sure they do for you too. I was listening when you were chatting with Sam in the commentary yesterday. I think you said your first Worlds was in Germany, and I think that was my last Worlds. So showing my age a bit there. But obviously it's a really special event for all of our competitors. Only comes around every 2 years. And something that I know the athletes really treasure because these results don't come easy, and you have to be really prepared and fight for those gold medals.
And for the athletes backing up from last week, representing their country, How difficult was that? It's a really big program. You've done it yourself, as you said. You had those 5. So for over 10 years, you represented Australia, and then obviously then race for Alexandra Headlands. I guess you get a day, 2 days, a couple of days off. How, I guess in that time, what did you do and how did you mentally prepare for that next week coming into the Interclub?
You're spot on when you said it's a mental challenge. Obviously, the athletes, they're super fit, so you really can race for those 2 weeks straight. It's difficult, and it's ice baths every day and a lot of recovery, but mentally it's challenging because not all of these competitors have raced for their country. Obviously, only usually 2 per event. So the mental challenge is knowing that you're lining up against people who are fresh and you've just done a week of the hardest racing of your life. So that's something that's pretty hard to get past, and you really just have to back your ability, knowing that you're going to be a little bit more fatigued, but you were picked in those national teams for a reason. So you just have to be confident of your ability and just keep your eye, one day at a time. Just got to get through this round, then get through that round, and before you know it, hopefully you'll be in the finals.
Well said. And I think all the athletes listening, what Christy Munro said there, believe that you can win it. That's really what I took from that. That's it. That is very, very true. Believe that you can win it, and then you get yourself in that firing line to get there. But as we see, we've got the youth, men. I mean, this is, some of them, they're not only the future of our sport, some of them are the stars of our sport right now. As you see, Ethan Callahan down there, he's a star of our sport already. So I love seeing all the different caps. We'll try and pick them up as much as we can throughout, but just having clubs from Germany, South Africa. We even saw India yesterday running. They've come a long, long way to be here, and they're just getting those final instructions. And not only the athletes, but also the officials, aren't they? They've come from all over the world to be here.
Yeah, it's a really great reunion, and as you mentioned, some of the countries there, we've got over 50 countries who come to compete at our World Championships, and probably some of the stronger countries that we'll expect to see up there in these ocean events will be, as you mentioned, South Africa, Great Britain, Germany, France, Canada. They're probably some of the countries that we'll be expecting to see up the front. As you mentioned, other countries showed their strength on the sand, particularly India, and even Egypt we've seen have some really, really strong beach results. So we'll keep an eye on those international caps as they are certainly making a presence.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just heard so many of them just say how much they love being here in Australia, and a lot of them said they actually, for the first times, where just look, so we have that first quarterfinal. We'll go through that very quickly as we've got Short, Ice King, Lodge, and we've also moved on to Alexandra Headlands, your club as well. We've got French, Walker, Lomaka, MacDonald there from Canada. So we've already seen a couple of international as well. Hobb, Jackson, Braun, Mann, Hugh Hecker, Little, Marshall, Shivers, Thomas, Jarrett being from Maroochydore. Got Burleigh Heads in there as well, just not too far down the beach as well. So that is going to be our first quarterfinal for the youth men's coming up. They are going to be quarterfinal number 1, and we've got 2 other quarterfinals after that. So you can see all the men, Christy, their body language is really stepping towards that south side. So being that southerly, they've all picked up that we must see that little bit of a current going from south to north. Yeah,
they're definitely prepared to run further south to allow for that wind and that sweep. So that's definitely something they've picked up from their warm-up swims. You can see some aren't even putting their toe on the line, just prepared to run south.
And we are off for a start for the first race for the Interclub Youth Championships. And we see a lot of the athletes going out straight, but we also see a lot that ran behind and heading off to that south at the moment. And as Sam spoke about this morning, there is going to be a lot of waiting, and we see dolphin diving at the moment. So this is where those skills definitely pay the bills at the moment. As we can see at the moment, Christy, I think from what we're seeing, potentially the athletes have just gone a little bit to the south, maybe as we can see on screen now, the athletes in the middle there. And what they want to do is they don't want to fight the current. They want to potentially go straight out and then really move with the current, so they end up being on that first red and yellow can.
Yeah, we definitely saw 2 different decisions being made there. Some athletes only ran a very, very short distance and chose to back themselves with a straight out swim, whereas quite a few others decided to run a lot further down the beach. So we'll follow them as they head out to sea. I always think it's much easier to swim back with the current if you've overshot it a little bit than it is to swim back up a beach. So we've got a clear winner out there at the moment. It looks like maybe a Bulleye cap and a Maroochydore cap swimming up to join him there. So we'll bring the rest of those chase packs to you as we can pick up pick up their caps. It's always a little bit tricky in these first events of the morning because we've got that sun glare as well. But our leader certainly doing it fairly easy. We can't see where those cans are, but he looks to be swimming fairly straight. I'd say he will have spotted those cans by now.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, Bulli have really made a great, their position going out there, they've done very, very well. Also, Maroochydore potentially might be a Terrigal cap as well after that. And I saw Burley Heads as well popping in there, making their presence known. Could be obviously as well Alexandra Headlands. Also got Kingscliff as well, not too far away. But as we see our Bulli competitor, also could be a Newport as well. Newport will be tie third there, so we'll try and just look at those names in the moment. But he's definitely looking the goods and really setting himself up for a really good day. He's got that beautiful, nice stretched out arm there. Looks really composed, looks really comfortable. As you can see, his kick at the end there, he's just kind of every now and then, reminds me a little bit of Ariana Titmus actually, watching her at the Olympics. Just every now and then, just having a little bit of a splash and just waking those legs up. But looks really good. He'd only definitely be in first gear at the moment.
Yeah, and that might be Stan Jarrett just tucked in there in second place. We mentioned him on the start line, such a strong swimmer. As you mentioned there, we might have Newport there, or it might actually be Alexandra Headlands. That might be Kyneton from Alex in third. Terrigal perhaps in fourth. We've got a Currumbin cap, another Maroochydore cap. So still tightly congested at the front of that swim. Our leader doing it fantastically. Got some clear water. You don't really want to be back in fourth, fifth or sixth because having people swim on your arms or on your legs certainly uses a lot more energy. They've just rounded that second set of 4 swim cans, as we mentioned. They'll make their way back in and around that first string of cans. But our leader certainly doing a really good job at the moment. Looks very, very comfortable. You see he's looking up about every third stroke just to make sure he's spotted the cans that he's got to go around, plus his marker that he would have picked out on the beach.
That is a very smart tactic to have, picking that one building coming into the beach, and that should be behind the finish flag. So, see, we've still got the same leader the whole way, really looking the goods out there, and just looks really comfortable. Just that beautiful stroke, as we see, just nice. He's nice and high up on that water, and really contending this little bit, as we can see, a little bit of wind shot that's just kind of banging in the side, the left of the competitors. So we're just seeing a little bit of a move here right now. Alexandra Headlands, you'll know that cap very, very well, Christy. And I like the swell today. It's got there's a little bit more of a movement out there, so it's it looks challenging, but also enough to give the leaders. I guess, that wave out in front. But as we know, surf, and we've seen it so many times before, get yourself in a good position because you never know what could happen.
Absolutely. And I think that might be Braden Woodford from Bulli. If we're getting his cap correctly there, it is a little bit tricky to pick up, but we can see a wave forming now for our chase pack. I think this might be big enough for our leaders to get. It will be. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 competitors on this front wave. So as we mentioned, you don't need to win these quarterfinals, but you need to make sure you're probably in that top 16 or so competitors. So the waves can make a really big difference, and you want to make sure that you're on that front one, or if not, on that second chase wave. So we'll try and pick the caps up as they stand up. There's our leader, Braden Woodford from Bulli. He's led from start to finish there. Maroochydore looks like they'll come across the line in second place, and it might be a Terrigal cap there in third.
Well done, boys. There wasn't that a beautiful wave? They just all came down really, really nicely. And as we said, at the moment, if you get yourself out in front, the winners are looking like they're being rewarded, as we just saw certainly happening there. We have Burley and Mowbray Park just rounding that up. So we're going to try and look for the top 16 at the moment. We'll get confirmation. We've just got Northcliffe coming there as well. Coogin Headlands coming as well. We'll get final numbers in a moment. But we just see there's actually a couple of Coogin Headland coming in as well. We've got also Newport, obviously Northern Beaches in Sydney there coming in. And we're just getting that final. And it was Braden Woodford leading out in front. Well done, Braden. That was a phenomenal swim. He'd get a lot of confidence from that swim, leading from start to finish. And not only that, he really body surfed that very strongly too. Yeah,
certainly. And it was actually Joey Short there in second. I think I was calling Stan Jarrett, but Joey Short there, part of the very famous Short family from Maroochydore, and Jet Green from Terrigal took out third, Kyton Pickering from Alex in fourth, and Stanley Jarrett was actually down in fifth. So still very, very comfortably qualifying through. We'll see a lot more urgency with the competitors coming across the line now. They're not quite sure where they'll be finishing, but they'll be wanting to sprint just in case they do sneak into that top 16. Looks like these competitors may have just missed that qualifying round, though, as we see the front line there just getting counted off, and that might be our top 16.
Yeah, you want to be in that top 16. We potentially, just looking at the numbers, they could even do top 20, but I think being in top 16 to make sure that you're in and get yourself to that next one. As we just run through those final results, as we had Woodford in front doing very well, Joey Short from Maroochydore, we all know that name very well, and Jet Green from Terrigal there, Pickering from Alexandra Headlands, Jarrett from Maroochydore, Walker from Currumbin Beach, Vikings, not too far from the road as well, Braun from Burleigh Heads as well, and we have Byron Oplate from Alexandra Headlands, Noah Thomas from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Lachlan Mercer, we also know that name very well, so he'll come in for 10th, the local boy from Curra, Rowan Toon from BMD Northcliffe, only a kilometre down the beach as well, Phoenix Preston from Coogin Headland, Surf Lifesaving Club, go Jack French, Coogin Surf Club as well, Nicholas Carter, Alex, Joels Lukerman from Coogin Headland, Luke Jackson from New Zealand. So he will wrap up number 16, but as I said before, we potentially will be taking that top 20. So Luke, well done on getting 16th. So you are definitely through, and those next four, we'll wait and see whether they get a spot. So congratulations, boys. First one out of the way. I think they'll definitely be feeling very good. We might even have Sam. I know he's down there floating about. See if he can grab one of the boys, maybe even Braden if he gets a chance. Christy, we'll just look at that replay again, and I know the other boys will definitely be watching on and having a look where the south, straight out, which way is going to be the best way to get out in front.
Yeah, they'll certainly have looked at that for semi-final number 2, but for now I think we'll go back down to Sam, who's on the beach.
Yeah, that's right. The opening quarter-final of the youth men's surf race. Braden Woodford from Bulli taking that one out. Mate, firstly, how did that feel?
I felt pretty good. Coming off the back of national teams competition, having 2 days rest. So to get out in the water and have a little bit of a splash in that quarter-final felt pretty nice. It was pretty good, yeah.
A bit of an extra day's rest as well with the conditions that we saw yesterday. Back in the ocean today, what was it like swimming in that? We can see that there was a little bit of a sweep down. How did it feel?
Oh, it wasn't a little. It was a pretty big sweep. Ran in, tried going right, and got out the back and, sorry, all the chop from all the waves made it hard to find the can, so I usually go straight when you can't find anything, but because I was going straight, the sweep just took me and kept going further and further away. But conditions are all right. Water's pretty cold, but it's good to just get in the water and have a play, so it's good.
That's exactly right. You mentioned the national team's competition as well. That's something that the commentary team has been discussing this morning, the feeling of backing up. How do you feel, not only physically, but emotionally too, after something like that?
Physically, my body's coping just for now, but mentally it was a bit draining having such a high, then going to a bit of a low, as in just like no race and nothing really exciting getting up, but then just to get on the beach again, see all the boys that were on the team against and some of the people we competed against, it was good to see them, and it's just to get back racing is a good feeling, so it's good.
You're certainly sharp today. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam, and congratulations, Braden Woodford there from Burleigh Surf Lifesaving. Sorry, we couldn't actually pick up the club because he's actually got his Australian club next to his name, and we definitely know why, because he raced last week, and as he said, he spot on to exactly what you said, Christy, about you do go on that little bit of a low and you need to then mentally prep. So, yeah, that was really interesting listening to that.
Yeah, they had a great win in the national competition. So, obviously, one of the highest highs of your life, racing for your country and coming out on top. And then, as you mentioned, having to back up for your club, which our competitors are equally passionate about, as we can see here. It looks like the youth women may be heading in for their heats as well. They're in the next arena down the beach. So, we'll bring those to you as well. The Interclub Youth Women's Surf Race hitting the water now.
Yeah, we just move on to the women's there, and it looks like they've done a little bit the same as well. They're just moving out to that south end, and it's really tricky conditions. And we saw Braden just speaking before. He said it was a really big swim, and the sweep was really strong and a lot bigger than what it actually looks from the shoreline. So we'll certainly see many of the girls, I'm sure, looking, as we see actually potentially could be one of the Kurrawa girls out in front, and she's a local there, so she'll definitely know these seas more than anyone else, and Burleigh Headlands also out in front as well.
Yeah, it was interesting listening there to Braden talk about how strong that sweep was. He made it look a lot easier than probably what it was. He said it was really hooking a very, very strong sweep. So we'll see how these women fare as they head out towards the can. He mentioned they're difficult to see in the choppy conditions. Sometimes you just have to swim straight and hope that you're swimming in the correct direction. And you'll see our swimmers will take about 2 or 3 strokes, have a look up, because they'll be trying to spot those cans just to see if they are on target or if they've got to adjust for that sweep.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll get a confirmation that might actually be quarterfinal number 2. So we'll just have a look at the moment and see. But we definitely out in front there, we have a Kurrawa cat, which could be Katie Nat from Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club, swimming very, very well. We have Burleigh Headlands not too far away. That could be Chelsea Wood out there, and we do actually have confirmation that actually for the swim, the youth men's swim, they are taking 20 through, so 20 through to that semi-final. So the boys will have to get in there, recover, and oh, look at this, Christy. It's pretty bunched up, and it's definitely going to be interesting when they get to that second string.
Yeah, it's always a tight race as you're trying to navigate your way around the cans. You mentioned there we've got Kurrawa, Burleigh Heads, Alexandra Headlands, we've got a Northcliffe cap, and I think a couple of our international caps as well. We'll try and bring those to you. We've got a German competitor, Kaya Gressner, up there in, looks like maybe equal 3rd, 4th position. So a great job there from our German competitor, and I think we might actually have 2 of those up there in the top 10. So a real international flavour here in the youth women's surf race.
Yes, and it's a lot different to what we saw in that men's first quarter final. It was really an Indian final, but the girls all really spread out a little bit. Remember, it's a different water area, so it's it's certainly looking like it's a very big swim. And we heard Braden actually speaking about that, and these girls, they're really fighting. We've got the beautiful drone shot at the moment. We can't actually see where the cans are, but it looks to me like they've had to actually swim a fair way back to that second string.
Yeah, they have been swept further than they probably expected to. So the people in that sort of second or third quarter final get the advantage of watching what has happened out there with that heat in front of them. So they're all around that course now. Having to swim back against the sweep along the back of the cans is always a little bit tricky, but they'll know that they'll be turning for home soon, and can probably allow for that sweep to take them down the beach a little bit there. I'm just trying to pick up the lead competitor there, an Alexandra Headland competitor, as well as looks like our competitor there from Germany has made her way up into equal second with the Burleigh Heads competitor. A little bit more of a fight there in 3rd, 4th and 5th as they're just trying to cross over, I think, to allow for that sweep and maybe that wave positioning. They're not wanting to be swept too far down the beach to have to run up to those finishing flags. So some of our competitors there who were sitting a little bit back in that pack have decided to tack a little bit further south. You can see our Northcliffe competitor there has decided to do that.
Absolutely. No, the girls are swimming incredible for this. We just look out in front. It potentially could be Bianca Raywood. We know that she was also a part of that youth Australian team as well that was so dominant. She's also very good in the pool as well. But the girls out in front looking very, very strong, and they're not too far away from that wave zone. So we saw those men before in that first quarter final. Top 6, worked hard out in front, and they got rewarded.
Yeah, and it may be Sive Gibson from Alexandra Headland. She's the current Australian Surf Race champion. So it might be Sive and Bianca. Difficult to pick up in the glare, but certainly doing a fantastic job, making sure that they're leaving nothing to chance in these early rounds.
Absolutely. And as you said before, Christy, you made the point that you don't have to win it, but you just want to make sure you get through, because like the men, we are looking for that 32, so 64 to make the semi-final, and then it's only going to be 32 for the final. So it's not many athletes, it's not many bodies out there, and especially certainly with this swell coming through, you really want to make sure you're up the front, out and about, and making sure that you're within that top 16 and 20 athletes.
Yeah, and we've actually got 4 heats here of the youth women's. We've got a wave coming through now, so we'll try and pick up those lead competitors. And as we're getting a bit more of a closer look, it might actually be Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headlands doing a great job here in this quarterfinal. So 4 quarterfinals coming through. That does look like it might be Zoe, just body surfing that wave beautifully all the way back to the beach, being rewarded for that huge effort that she's put in around those cans. So that's the way you want to finish your quarterfinal.
Well done, Zoe. Yeah, she looks really good, and she's had an amazing season. I watched her last year, and obviously her sister as well. She's been incredible, so she's definitely got someone in the family to look up to. But Zoe Woods out in front from Alexandra Headlands. She will make that semi-final nice and easy. And this is actually heat number 3 that we've got out in the water. So that's a different water area to we saw the men. So Zoe looking very, very easy. We potentially, because there's a few more heats, we might actually only be taking that 15 through. So we'll get confirmation on that, but potentially 15 through as we see Northcliffe coming in there. We saw Maroochydore and a couple of our internationals coming through. We see a couple of the girls from Burleigh Headlands as well making their presence known.
I think one of our South African competitors. So it's always tricky lining up against athletes you've never raced before. You don't really know their form. We've talked about these just being quarterfinals, but similar to what we have in our domestic season of racing, you really have to go out hard because you're just not quite sure who you're actually racing against when you come to these World Championships.
Absolutely. And we'll just have a look at that quarterfinal number 3. So we did have Zoe Woods beautifully swimming out there in front from Alexandra Headlands. Tyra Shorter from BMD Northcliffe picking up the second. Olivia Dobby from Trigg Island. She's actually moved over here to the Gold Coast to be a part of Burleigh, but she'll race for Trigg for this World Championships. Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads at Mowbray Park. She raced very well actually for Great Britain last week. Caitlin Reese from Swansea Belmont. Ruby Williams, Maroochydore Surf Club. Jodie Mead from Ocean Beach. And then we got Annalie Pillett from Currawa. She is a local girl. Sutherland from Cooks Hill. Newton from BMD Northcliffe. Kevick from Tuga, not too far away. And we'll get the numbers in. So that will be our top 10 for the moment. And we'll get the rest of those results coming in. But we just see some of our competitors finishing through. And we can just see from those flags, Christy, just how windy it really is.
Yeah, really, really tough racing out there, as we can see just some of our competitors still coming across the line. But we'll go down to the beach with Sam, who's got Zoe Wood.
Yeah, that's right. We're just really reliving that race with Zoe Woods from Alexandra Headlands. Though it was tricky conditions out there, not just for swimming, but for navigation as well.
Yeah. Coming in, I couldn't find the green goal, so I was hoping I was the left side of it so that I didn't have to swim back. But it's very tricky out there, very windy.
Certainly is windy. Now, we have seen the wind drop off a little bit from yesterday. An extra day's wait to be racing at the Interclub Championships. How does it feel to now be out there?
It feels good, but the conditions are very tricky and very choppy. So in this swim, we were going up and down. So it's very hard, but it was smart not racing yesterday with that strong wind.
And how does it feel to be stepping on the line of an Interclub World Championships?
Exciting. I'm just hoping to do my best. And yeah, no pressure, hopefully.
And enjoying it is the main thing. You've certainly made a good start of that. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Sam, and thank you, Zoe, for that lovely interview there. And I've noticed she's a really relaxed athlete, isn't she? She's very cool, calm, and collected. And as we take a replay of, we had Zoe she's tucked in third there, as we actually saw. So it's Annalie Phillip from Currawa. She was in there as well. So there we have Zoe in front at the moment, but she really stretched out, and she's quite an experienced racer now.
Yeah, she made her move around those backhands, and she is certainly relaxed. And as you mentioned, her older sister Emma races in that exact same way. They just put their foot on the line, give it all they've got, and whatever happens will happen. So love watching the Woods girls race, and I think it's a real advantage keeping yourself relaxed and just backing your ability and seeing what happens.
Absolutely, and we saw the body surfing skills were certainly on offer at the moment. I think throughout definitely the day we'll see those skills coming through, and a lot of those athletes will find finishing up the front will definitely have to have those skills on. And I definitely liked how Zoe just spoke then. She said, no pressure, keep nice and relaxed. She seems like she's really enjoying herself out there, so got through nice and easy, as we just see a couple of the other girls coming through, and they certainly look very fit, because none of the girls seem to breathe too heavy. But she also spoke about that current as well. We see a couple of the girls really running back. So it's going to be all of importance to make sure they take those lines out correctly.
Yes, we can see here the official results of that quarterfinal. Zoe Woods, as you mentioned. You can see there Northcliffe, Trigg, Burleigh Heads, Swansea Belmont, Maroochydore, Ocean Beach, Kurrawa, Cooks Hill and BMD Northcliffe. That's our top 10. 15 we believe are going through from these women's quarterfinals. They've got 4 quarters, so they'll go through to 2 semis. So a huge day of racing. Hopefully our athletes saved a little bit of energy for the rest of the day. Here is our second page. We've got Tugun, Sunshine Beach, Clifton, Surf Club, North Burleigh. Got a club there from New Zealand, so Georgia Mill there in 15th place, probably being our last qualifier for that quarterfinal, so congratulations to Georgia there. We can see just our few competitors narrowly missing out on that, but hopefully we'll see them line up in some of our other races later on this morning.
Yeah, so it's a big program. Just having a look at what we've got throughout the day. Surf races, board races, tube rescues, board rescues, board races, the Ocean Woman Relay. Also, obviously, we had the beach sprint, which we had yesterday. So they've got a lot on. And what Zoe said about, where she said, it was really smart moving the water events today because that wind, it picked up really, really strong, didn't it? So it's really nice to hear the athletes really agreeing with what the officials said, because the officials, they really want to make sure all the athletes are out there safe, and to hear one of the top athletes say that, I think, it's definitely assuring for the officials to hear that.
Yeah, I think a great call made yesterday, and it will make for a bigger program for our athletes today, but they've had a day to prepare themselves mentally to get through this program, and it is a big day of racing, but nothing that the athletes aren't too used to. So we'll see them line up probably next in the rescue tube for the men's and the board rescue for the women's. So maybe taking a little bit of time to reset the arenas for those next events. I think we've got through probably the majority of our quarterfinals for the surf races. As we mentioned, we had 3 there for the men, 4 to get through for the women. We may have the 4th one for the women just in the water now, but those athletes who have had their races will be getting back up to the tent to recover and reset. I'd say they'll be all involved in these next round of races.
Yes, and it's only 8:30, and the officials are doing a fantastic job. They're really getting through all this racing very quick as we look through the drone shot there and just see how many tents the setup. Oh, it's fantastic, and we've still got a whole nother week of racing to go. So exciting stuff going down here at Kurrawa Beach, and just look at all those buildings. Absolutely beautiful. Have most of the athletes and officials staying up there, looking out, watching the sun come up every morning. So as you said, Christy, quarterfinals for the surf, youth swim, pretty much through all those at the moment. The women's might still be out there. The men's semi-final, we've got them locked and loaded in. So we will be taking 16 from each semi-final. So the men, as I saw before, there's a lot of waves on offer. So you want to be on that wave. You don't want to be off the back. You don't want to slip off. You've got to make sure you hold that breath. But Christy, in between racing, as you said, you've done so much racing over those kind of 2-week period, doing representing Australia, and then obviously coming to the Interclub. Snacks. What was your go-to snacks between? I always find that athletes potentially find that difficult because everyone's a little bit different, can play on your belly, but it's a really important part of racing.
Yeah, I loved a Nutella sandwich. So, and it is tricky because, as we mentioned, there's not a lot of time up and under those tents. You're down in that marshalling area for a big portion of the day as you back up from race to race. So you really do have to force those snacks into you sometimes, and it's not always nice to have something in your belly and then have to go out and race, but it's a little bit easier to do it through these qualifying rounds. You don't want to leave it to the end of the day and be starving and then have to have a big feed before your finals. So hopefully the athletes are just taking little bits of fuel on throughout the day. Sometimes it's easier to drink some fuel than it is to eat. So even our sports drinks can be a great source of energy for our athletes as they back up. We can see the men there getting ready for their semi-final surf race. So not a huge amount of rest from their quarters, and these are big long swims. So recovery all important, because it's not just the next race at 8:30 that you want to be fresh for. It's those races that are going to come around at 2:30 this afternoon that you're going to be needing to prepare for now in terms of your fueling.
Absolutely. So what you're saying is, when I go and get some lunch, I should bring back some Nutella sandwiches.
Well, look, we probably don't need the fast carbs as much as our athletes on the
Not
beach.
anymore.
I know it's a difficult job we're doing up here, but really not compared to what our swimmers are facing out there in the ocean. But I'll never say no to a Nutella sandwich.
I'll remember that. That is definitely, I like that. You also look forward to having that snack. So, as you said, we look forward to might actually see younger Noah Maggs on screen there at the moment. So he's going to be looking at it. He actually might be in that semi-final, potentially number 2. But there's some, I need to have a look at the... Oh, no, he'll actually be in semi-final number 1 next to Ethan Callahan. So those two definitely be going head-to-head, I'd say, in the future of Ironman racing. So we'll wait and see to see the officials just counting through the numbers. But it definitely looks like the wind is up and colder. As we saw the last week of winter on the Gold Coast, we had that heat wave coming through. But at the moment, it looks like it's gone back to a little bit more of a winter, start of spring kind of weather out there. So watch and see these boys keeping themselves nice and warm. But I actually spoke to when the Roosters, the men's and women's team came up, and I spoke with Ali Day. We were just talking about our career and being an athlete, and a lot of the athletes came up to me at the end, the girls, and said, why do you train so much? You know, we do 1 session a day. We do our skills and our running and gym, and but you guys are 3 times a day, swimming, running, craft in the afternoon. Why are you doing so much? For sometimes when it's an ocean woman, which is 15 minutes. This is the reason right here, isn't it? The youth men they've been a part of their quarterfinal, and it was a big swim. We heard from a couple of the athletes. They're back on the line again for the semi-final. And imagine if you are the last quarterfinal and then you're the first semi-final. So this is probably, I guess, that's this evidence, isn't it, why so many athletes from other sports, I guess, they question us to, why we do so many sessions, because we need to be so fit.
Yeah, it's different to a lot of other sports, and it's a great insight that you mentioned there. It's not like you turn up, you do your one game or your one race. You actually turn up to race for a whole day, and then generally a series of days backing up. So the training is immense and intense, and probably some of the fittest athletes in the world, I would say. We can see the start list there for our semi-final for the youth men's surf race. A few of the names that you mentioned there, Ethan Callahan, Noah Maggs, they're actually at this northernmost end, so we'd expect them probably to have to run the furthest to allow for that sweep, and they will have got that intel from their quarterfinals. So flipping over the page there now, this is the top, the 20, I should say, in this semi-final. So a lot more of those Australian clubs filtering through. We can see there a competitor from South Africa there in position number 10. So still a few internationals. We've got some New Zealand cats in there as well. Hopefully we will see them filter through to the finals.
Now this one is, I know when you get to semi-finals, they're all tough, but we have a look at a few of the names. Riley Brennan, he has been swimming, racing, incredible. I think he broke that world record we saw in the pool, and it was in the heat as well. So we know that he is in fine form at the moment. We have Joey Short, obviously, we know that name very, very well. Sam Chaffer from Newport, he's been a name that's definitely been one up the front. Phoenix Preston from Coogin Headlands. Mac Burren, he is from Serena Surf Lifesaving Club. So we go through all the different names out there, but we will definitely see some pace in the middle there. Lane number 8 from Riley Brennan. And then obviously, as you said, that northern side, Ethan Callahan and Noah Maggs. I also have the New Zealand competitor, Luke Jackson, not too far away as well. And then we have obviously the local boy from Kurrawa, not too far as well. There's a lot of Burleigh Headlands. They're going to have a pretty good, I'd say, surf swim team actually moving forward to the rest of the season. So the men are looking good out there.
16 through, we believe, from this semi-final through to the finals that we'll see later this afternoon. So 16 sounds like quite a few competitors, but when you can see, 10 can come down a wave all at once, it really is going to be tight at that top end to make it through to the final. Obviously, everyone's wanting a spot in that final, so I would expect the pace to be a lot faster than what we saw in those quarterfinals just a short time ago.
And they are off for a start for semi-final number 1 for the youth men's surf swim out there, and the pace was so much faster than what we saw in those quarterfinals before. And as we said, we actually see the northern side, which was the likes of Callahan and Maggs and Jackson, all run off to that southern side. So they are off and about, and this surf swim, I mean, I absolutely love it. The amount of skills, the running, the wading, the porpoising, and the way we see that Kurrawa, the movement of the swell. It's very, very tricky out there. It's very, very strong conditions, but we may see actually Riley Brennan already out in front.
Yeah, you picked that first. We've seen Riley's in such great form. A North Burleigh competitor just leading him out at the moment. And you made this surf race one of your own, Courtney. You were known as the surf race queen, and so you'll probably be the best to tell us exactly what they'll be thinking as they're navigating this break here at Kurrawa.
Oh, you're too kind, Chrissy, saying that. I definitely had a lot of great competition, many great swimmers, and I think they really just towed me along. I think most of the time, and I was lucky enough to get a wave at the end, but at the moment, it's just getting a really good start. As we can see, it might actually be Riley Rasselman from North Burleigh, Riley Brennan, Ethan Callahan in there as well, and it might actually be Calibut from Currumbin as well, so we'll pick up that last cap in a moment. But top four are out in front, and we're only just into the first 90 seconds of this surf race. So for me, it was all about getting a really good start, really holding your own as well. When you're in a surf race, there's 32 competitors, and sometimes back in the day when I was racing, we'd have up to 60. That's now cut in half due to safety precautions. But having 60 competitors on the line, it sometimes is a little bit intimidating. So I'd always make sure I try and hold my own, have a really fast start, and just try and set myself somewhere up the front and really treat a swim race like a 100-metre sprint and really absolutely go for it. Settle back in a little bit, and I'd always try and make a move coming back home. Depends when I'd make my move, depending who was out there. If I was racing the likes of Lani Pallister, I'd obviously have to try and go a little bit earlier. But, sometimes it'd be from that back can, the first can. I'd really bring that 6-beat kick in just to really make sure I'd make a move home and kind of try and, I guess, break a few of the swimmers out there. But Riley Brennan looking the goods at the moment. I'm not too sure. We may have Sam, who might just be able to give us a little bit of insight from that start line, from some of the competitors running down to that southern side. Is that the way to go? I don't know if we've got you there, Sam. We'll come back to Sam in a moment. We'll grab him. I just want to really grab that insight of, is that the best way? From looking from the drone shot and from we are, Chrissy, that looks like it.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Riley, probably one of the stronger swimmers, obviously also one of the fastest swimmers, but that strength in this sweep and these kind of conditions that Kurrawa, I think, will really play into his hands. He's choosing to swim without goggles, which is not something we see from a lot of our competitors. But in these types of conditions, when you've got so much chop, so much water, we've got the glare, it's a really smart decision to make because you don't want to be impeded by not being able to see clearly out through your goggles. We can see Riley there really lengthening his lead, probably to at least 3 body lengths as he comes back in towards that green and gold first swim can.
And we're seeing Riley also in the youth. We will be seeing him in the opens as well, and I tell you what, he'll be making his mark there. I also love Riley the no goggles, but we do have Sam down on the beach for us.
Yeah, just listening to you guys break down the start of that race, and it was really interesting to watch as well because we're starting to see more and more of these sets standing up on this shorey, this first bank, with the couple starting to crumble out the back of it as well. So just as this field starts to make their way back in, you can start to see a few strokes and a few looks underneath their arm waiting for a wave to come because there is a real potential for things to be shaken up right at the finish.
Thank you so much, Sam, and also for being down there. You are our eyes and ears on the sand. And Riley Brennan, he's just making the most of this little wave coming in, and it's just kind of fizzled out for him a little bit. So super unlucky for Riley Brennan. He's put all the work in, and a little nice wave would be brilliant. But looks like Ethan Callahan with those long levers coming in, and he's a very good body surfer. So he's actually going to go straight past Riley Brennan, and a couple more competitors. Might see Alexander Hedrons, Maroochydore, also the other Currumbin cap may be coming down as well. So it looks like it is Ethan Callahan. He will take out the semi-final number 1. Riley Brennan, fantastic swim, and we know that he is in peak form at the moment.
Yeah, fantastic body surfing there from Ethan Callahan. He did a little cheeky tumble turn to get himself off that wave, so he's obviously feeling confident and comfortable with that swim to get himself a spot in the final. Riley will still qualify through safely into third. That's our second place competitor coming across the line there. You can see Riley jogging in third. So did a lot of that work early, but just wanted to set himself up because these waves can come through as we've just seen. So still very comfortably through. We can see North Burleigh, Maroochydore, Newport and Sunshine Beach also comfortably across. The Northcliffe competitor there and another Maroochydore competitor will also book themselves a spot in this final.
Absolutely. And you also get the bragging rights to potentially get that interview with Sam down the beach. So they are racing for more than just getting into that final at the moment. So we'll hopefully grab Ethan Callahan in a moment. But there's also one thing about surf swimming when a wave comes over your head. This is why you're seeing these athletes. We've already got top 9. They're already in. You don't know where you actually are when a wave comes in. And when you come up out of the water, you don't want to count numbers. You just want to go straight for that flags. And if you need to do a little spurt on, even if you're in 8th, 9th, 10th and you're in, just to make sure you're there. It's a little bit different to the craft, but as we just see that replay, we saw the athletes from that northern side really just going around the back of that group of athletes and going off to the south side, which I believe was, from what we've seen from up here, was definitely the way to go.
Yeah, certainly. Our stronger competitors are not quite backing themselves to beat that sweep. I think we might have Sam down on the beach with the winner of that semi-final, Ethan Callahan.
Yeah, thank you guys. Standing by with Ethan Callahan from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Firstly, Ethan, congratulations on the win in the semi. How did that feel?
Oh yeah, pretty good. It's pretty tricky conditions today. Like, there's a massive sweep and yeah, you just got to do all the little things right and get through.
How much, I guess, time goes into studying those conditions when you got here this morning? We are starting to feel this wind pick up a little bit.
Oh, definitely. First thing when you get on the beach is check the conditions and suss out what's going on. But yeah, I just think I've done that good and just trying to execute every race perfect.
Of course, back in the water after being involved in the national team's competition as well. Congratulations for your success there. How good was that to be a part of?
Oh, definitely. It was something that I'd always remember, and it was so good to be a part of, like, with all my mates in the team. And yeah, it was definitely really good experience.
It's obviously tough to back up, but does it give you a lift to be involved in something like that?
Oh, definitely. I'm definitely pumped up to go again in the 2 times today and tomorrow, so I can't wait.
Looking forward to seeing your race this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan, and thank you, Sam. And Sam, we might have to get you some higher shoes potentially. Being next to Ethan Callahan there, one of our youth competitors, very, very tall out there, making Sam look a little bit short. We know Sam's not short. So, yeah, I tell you what, they're certainly eating some Nutella or some baked beans or a lot of steak, I think. So we just look onto the screen right now. So there's our results. Obviously taking 16 through, Ethan Callahan coming through on that beautiful wave at the end there. And we've actually got, we have one of our international competitors, Archie Birch. I'll just try and have that last name. So he coming through for the second, very good. As we know, Riley Brennan, he is on fire at the moment. So he'll be one to watch for that final. And then we also move into Alex Walker from Currumbin, Riley from North Burleigh there, Joey Short from Maroochydore, Noah Maggs, we spoke about him before, very talented family, also younger sister Sadie, older brother Connor as well, Dylan Wilson, Sunshine Beach, and then we move into Currumbin, Northcliffe, Maroochydore, Harry Brew from Burleigh Headlands, Nicholas Carter from Alexandra Surf Lifesaving Club, Jules Locomer, not too far away, just over the border at Coogin Headland Surf Lifesaving Club, 2 more spots, and those 2 went to Noah Thomas from Burleigh Headlands, and then Sam Chaffer from Newport, rounding up top 16. So that is our first semi-final, Christy, and that was a hot one to get started, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was, and I believe we might actually even have semi-final number 2 in the water at the moment. We can see the youth women there on the line. So I'm just looking at some of the results coming through from the semi-final number 2 for the men's. We had Henry Simpson from the Alexandra Headlands Club, Braden Woodford, who we saw took out one of our quarterfinals, Byron Oliphant from Alex there in 3rd. We had Metropolitan Flounder, Alex, Maroochydore, Terrigal. So we can see the results of those are still just coming through. So they're in the water at the moment, the semi-final number 2. As we can still see there, the women looking as though they're just about to get a start.
Yes, the women up next. We saw a few little nervous faces on the beach just before. So we've actually got semi-final number 1 out there at the moment, and we'll just go through our start list. This is going to be for semi-final number 2. So we've actually got the local girl, Philot from Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club. She will know these waters better than anyone else. Boma from Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club. Claire Cameron from Sunshine, obviously there with Wes Berg on the Sunshine Coast. And then we move into Kinnera from New Zealand Surf Lifesaving, obviously from New Zealand. Wakarima from Surf Lifesaving Club. Madison Jones from Currumbin Beach. We have Tiki Kassler, watch out for her, Tugun Surf Lifesaving Club. Santa Greveling, also Sunshine Beach. So definitely got a few of those competitors going very, very well. And we move in, got another competitor, international from Germany, Olivia Dobby, watch out for her from Trig. Ruby Williams, Maroochydore, Caitlin Reese from Swansea Belmont. Look out for her. She had an incredible Australian titles earlier on this year. Gemma Holt, also representing Australia from Morty Alex Surf Lifesaving Club. Charlotte Hart, as I said, she represented Great Britain. So this is a really hot one. And as we move on to Pickling, Newton, Yanka Raywood, we know she'll be up there as well. Sutherland, Clark, Barber, Carter, Mill, Waller, Shorter from BMD Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club. Clues from Newport. We've seen Olivia Clues, also very strong on the ski as well. Mead from Ocean Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. Newton from BMD Northcliffe. Savannah Bush, we saw her runner-up in that 2-kilometre beach sprint yesterday morning, so we'll see her legs back up for this swim. Van Herner from South Africa, from Clifton, as we saw them do very well yesterday on the sand. Becca Smythe, the local Coffs Harbour Surf Lifesaving Club, and also Skinder from Pacific Swim Academy, which is in Canada. So that is our semi-final number 2 for this youth women's swim, and we will take 16 through to that final. And through to that final, you have the opportunity to become a world champion.
Yeah, they've got one more step to get through when they can put their foot on the line to try and take out the World Championships. And it's a pretty nice title to be able to give yourself, being the world champion in this youth surf race. So we'll see those finals take place a little bit later on this afternoon. As we can see the women in semi-final number 2 just taking those jackets off. They must be getting a little bit closer to a start, and as you mentioned, the officials doing a fantastic job getting through these early rounds this morning. We expect that wind to perhaps pick up a little bit throughout the day, and also the surf pick up a little bit as well as we see that tide dropping. So the women now just getting their final instructions. Goggles are going on, and they're all making their way right down to the southern end of that start line, because they're going to turn and face south and run a little bit further than where our start line is set up, just to allow for that sweep that we've seen pick up probably a little bit more throughout the morning.
It's definitely no secret where a lot of the athletes are going to run at the moment. There's no hiding that, but you've got the likes of our local competitor there, Annalie Philot from Kurrawa. She is right on that northern side, so she knows that she's going to have to run down from watching the races beforehand and also being a part of that quarterfinal. But we are set for semi-final number 2 for the youth women's surf race, and the girls, most of them wearing the goggles. I think every competitor out there wearing goggles, and they are off for a start. And as we see, Christy, as you just said before, all of them will be running off to the south, and they surely are.
Yeah, some choosing to run a little bit further. As we mentioned, this wind is picking up slightly, which will probably increase the strength of that current somewhat. So some of our competitors just hitting their dolphin dives now, the ones who have chosen to run a little bit further, but it might pay off as they make their way through the break. But all athletes swimming through that shore break now. They'll get to that back bank where we see some more of those heavier sets hitting our athletes, but a fairly even start, no real breakaway. We can you can see there as we pan across the field, spread out probably by about 30 or 40 metres, but no clear winner at the moment.
We saw in that men's semi-final number 1, just those top 4, how much they spread out, and we're seeing that actually at the moment. We'll just pick up that cap in a moment, but she is swimming incredibly well at the moment. It could be actually Jodie Mead from Ocean Beach Surf Lifesaving Club. I'll just recheck that in a moment. But the girl, she is out in front and looking very good. And actually, we have the Kurrawa local potentially out on that southern side as well. So that could be Annalie Philot potentially over on the southern side, and she's come all the way from the north side. So she's made herself, obviously had to do a lot more work than everyone else and move over to that south side. She has done very, very well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, local knowledge, so we would expect her to probably know this break better than anyone else. She would train here every day, so she's allowed for the sweep probably a little bit more than some of the other competitors who are really, really bunched up there on the top of our screen, and she's in nice, clear blue water at the moment. And as you mentioned, it might be our competitor, Jodie Mead from Ocean Beach Surf Lifesaving Club, leading that pack at the moment and tucked in tightly on her feet. It looks like maybe a competitor from Wanda and also Northcliffe coming in there with equal second.
Absolutely. These girls are a lot tighter than what we saw in the men's. Different water arena. As you just see on the inside there, it looks like it could be Bianca Raywood. We're usually seeing her up a little bit further, so she's trying to make her move just on the inside there. But the girls are really spread out. And what happens in a swim race when you see it happen like this, when there's all different lines, and you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on that third line, it gets really, really bunched up, and it's going to cause for a lot of chaos going into that first can on that second string. But at the moment, Jodie Mead is leading the way very, very well. She's really set the pace, and we've got Charlotte Bomer from Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club just on her outside, but Jodie's still leading, but potentially it might be Bianca Raywood has made her way up on the inside just from this shot right now. And obviously with the sun, as we saw from that shot there, that just shows just how tricky it is at the moment. But we spoke about Jodie Mead leading. She might have actually got drifted, I think, too far north at the moment.
Yeah, and from this aerial shot, it's a little bit difficult to see. You can see a big swell just went underneath the competitors there, but a huge gap from that first set of cans out to this second set of black and white cans. And I could see some of our competitors just getting a little bit lost, kept changing directions as they popped up over those swells, trying to navigate the course as they're looking directly into the sun, heading out to sea. So our lead competitors are around that second string of 4. As you mentioned, that backpack of sort of 10th to 15th is not where you want to be sitting. A really, really tightly congested field in this. Look at that shot there. That just shows you how tightly congested this second semi-final of the women's youth surf race is. So anyone is still a chance at that top 16 spot at the moment.
If I came in and wasn't sure what we were up to right now, I would have thought this was a final. The pace is really, really on, and Jodie Mead has done very well to get herself around nicely, and she's still out in front there as we have our Wanda competitor not too far away, which is Charlotte out there. So from Sydney, I also saw Caitlin Reese. Now, she's just creeped up into spot number 3, so she's done very nicely to make herself around, that second string. Olivia Clues is also in the middle there on that second row, and we just see Bianca Raywood on the middle there. So some great girls, great competition. Definitely a hotly contested semi-final number 2.
Yeah, good job picking up all of those competitors there, Courtney. You can see just how difficult it is with the glare on the water. They'll make their way back. As I mentioned, a huge gap between that second set of can. They're just making their way now back past the first set of swim cans. So they have to round all of the cans on this course. See some of them just almost getting a little bit stuck on the inside there, making sure they go around the right side of that green and gold can. That's probably our top 16 almost on screen now. So all it's going to take is one wave to come through from these back competitors, and they'll know that they're certainly not out of this. This is going for a spot in the final, and we can see some bumps on the horizon.
Well, if you are tuning into our live stream at the moment, this is the semi-final number 2 for the youth women's surf swim, and we are into the nervous times right now. As Christy Munro just spoke before, we're coming into that break zone, and you can already see almost 16 bodies on screen at the moment. 16 are only going through to that World Championship title, which will be in our live package from 1 o'clock this afternoon. But just on the side here, we've had a Northcliffe competitor just come down the south, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It looks like Caitlin Reese is on there. She potentially could maybe the only one that's held it. So she's milked that as far as she can. Olivia Clues has done very well as well. So you really want to make sure you're on these waves now, or you get into that danger zone.
Yeah, we saw that go straight past our lead two competitors who have done such an enormous amount of work, but I think they've picked up that second broken wave they have. There they are. So that looks to be our top 6 competitors coming through there. So really nothing separating this field in semi-final number 2.
That was very, very tight, wasn't it? And nervous times for the girls. So we have there Caitlin Reese going through. She's from Swansea Belmont Surf Lifesaving Club, and a beautiful girl, beautiful family, and is really not only a star of the future, but a star right now. So, make sure you watch that name. She doesn't actually have a weakness. The Australian titles won the board and the Iron Woman there, and obviously very good in the swim. We just see Olivia Clues with Burley Heads going through there. So we want to count the numbers. Unfortunately, it is only top 16. So from 17 onwards, you unfortunately are out, but plenty more racing later on the day. We just see Savannah Bush. She raced yesterday. Our local girl, Karawa, coming through there. We see Tiki from Tugun coming through as well. So, I felt like that really was a finals pace out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a hot semi-final. I mean, once you get down to semi-finals, they're always hard to get through, but very exciting to see those competitors line up again in the final. As you mentioned, Caitlin Rees from Swansea Belmont taking out that semi-final ahead of Charlie Barber from Newport, Charlotte Bromer from Wanda. We had Tara Schotter from Northcliffe, Bianca Raywood from Burley Heads, Lani Waller from Redhead, Gemma Holt from Morty Alec, Leah Pilkington from Alex, Jodie Mead, one of our really early leaders coming through there in 9th, so she'll still qualify for the final. Olivia Dotty from Trig Island, they're our top 10. We'll wait for those next results to come through. So Olivia Clues, one of the competitors you called earlier, coming through for 11th. Charlotte Hart, our competitor from Burleigh, who also raced for Great Britain. We had Abigail Skinder from Canada, Pacific Swim Academy, making it through to the final. Amy Newton from Northcliffe was our 14th competitor, and one more spot up for grabs as we'll wait for those results to update. We can see here, this is the replay of that wave that came through and just went straight past our leaders. So when we see our leaders really trying to put in those extra meters out and around the cans, that's exactly the reason why. You're always expecting a wave to come, or you need to be prepared for a wave to come over the top as we watch that replay there on screen. But we'll throw down to Sam, who's on the beach.
Yeah, thank you guys. The second semi-final of the youth female surf race, Caitlin Rees taking that one out, Katie. It's all about getting through to the final, but how much confidence do you take out of winning it?
Oh yeah, 100% gives you a bit of confidence to know that you're sort of up there with the girls and you're on the pace, but the final will be a whole different race, so it's good to see and give it another crack.
What were the conditions like out there? We're starting to see it change across the morning, and that was a pretty long swim.
Yeah, it's a really long swim today. It's a bit of a sweep as well, so you sort of just have to navigate your way out. And I couldn't find the can, so it was a bit tricky, but yeah, it would be it's a long, tough, grinding race.
Of course, the program compressed into the next 2 days as well after the decision to postpone yesterday's events. That's a lot on the program. How do you go about recovering between races now, because you are through to the surf final?
Yeah, I think it's just definitely important to go for swim downs when you sort of need to. I don't have any team members here this time, so I have a bit of a lighter program for me, but it's still definitely going to be full on now that it's compressed into 2 days.
Okay, we'll let you go and recover. Congratulations on the win.
Thanks, Sam. See ya.
Thank you so much, Sam, and thank you, Katie Rees, for that lovely interview, and congratulations on taking out that semi-final. Semi-final number 1 was Eleanor Flowers. That's a great name, isn't it? I like that one. From Trig Island over there in WA. So she actually took out the first semi-final. Chelsea Wood wrapping up there, number 2. And we saw Zoe Woods take out that first quarterfinal. She was 3rd in that first semi-final. So there we have it. The youth women's surf race is now run and done to make it into that final. So we won't see them do that swim until we get to that, that 1 p.m. package this afternoon. But congratulations, girls. And it was really interesting hearing Katie speak there. She's got a lighter program. That could be maybe potentially the smart way to go, because they have already done 2 ginormous swims before that final later on at 1 o'clock.
Yes, we talk about Kurrawa being a fantastic venue to hold these really, really big events, but one of the things that we love, but we also find it so challenging here at Kurrawa is it is a long break, which makes the races so long. So we'll get used to hearing our competitors talk about that throughout the day, just how long these races are and how taxing it is, because we've got not only the surf to contend with, but the sweep as well. So we might look for a great performance for Katie in that final. As she mentioned, she has a slightly lighter program from some of her competitors, which might make her a little bit fresher come finals time this afternoon.
Absolutely. And I was just having a look at 17 degrees out there. So that's definitely dropped a lot from what we've seen over the last week. So it's also a time where the athletes really have to be quite careful going from hot, sweaty conditions to now it's a little bit chillier. So they've really got to be careful with that change of conditions there. So the athletes will now have a little seat, and moving on to our program, we might go into rescue tube. We've also got board rescues, board races. So there's still a lot to go in that. Ocean man relay and ocean woman relay looks like we might be going through to a straight final at 1 o'clock, but we'll also check in with that. But at the moment, it looks like we are going to move on to the rescue tube. So it'll take a little bit of time just to get the athletes moving and getting themselves down there ready to rumble and go. But again, it is a very quick changeover.
Yes, we could see there the men getting ready for their rescue tube events, the women getting ready for their board rescue events. They're side by side but in different arenas. So a slight adjustment of the course. That will give our competitors a much needed rest just as they prepare themselves to line up again. We would imagine we will see a lot of the same competitors in these events, still heavy swimming based races with the board rescues and the tube rescues. So not a lot of rest, but they'll take any time that they can as our officials just readjust the course.
Absolutely. And we're just looking through to the quarterfinals. Be 1, 2, 3. And remember the athletes, we will actually have not only our A final, but we'll also have a B final as well. So top 18 teams, 9 will be in the B final, another 9 will be in that A final. So that'll be in our package at 1 o'clock later on today. So make sure you stay tuned. So just seeing some athletes on screen at the moment. Look, if you look good, you feel good. So they're making their little, I guess, going to war, little blue across their faces. I absolutely love that. I love that about the youth. They've got so much energy, and I love to have little ribbons in their hair. They do some fun things, some fun team outfits. It's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got a lot of club pride. All of our competitors down there on the beach this morning, and it's fun. It's fun to have a little bit of, I guess, creativity with your zinc, being sun smart as well. You mentioned it's only 17 degrees, but all of our competitors here from Australia know that you can never go to the beach without having a full face of zinc and sunscreen, which we can see our competitors not only topping up with their fuel in between races, but topping up with their sunscreen and zinc. You can see just the results flashing through on the screen there now from the semi-final of the women's surf race that we've just witnessed. So all of those competitors will be happy that they've got themselves at least one of our finals for this afternoon. I think we'll be heading down to the men's tube rescue, as we can see 4 in a team. So you'll see our teams just lining up there as they maybe talk tactics. The team from Newport on the screen.
When you raced this, what was your main spot?
I was the swimmer with the fins, unfortunately. It's the most painful position to be in. But I don't know, I loved swimming with the big fiberglass fins, and really loved this event. It's so different to a lot of the events that we are normally contesting, and it's not an event that we get to do a lot. Usually it is maybe just at our Queensland, at our Nationals and at our World Championships. So not an event that competitors will have a huge amount of practice in, but I certainly loved the challenge of it. And it's a team event, but I suppose a lot of the pressure does go on to the swimmer with those big fiberglass fins. You'll see as this race unfolds, we'll have a patient swim out just as they would in a board rescue, and the rescuer will follow with the tube and the big rescue fins, and then they'll tow that patient back into the beach. So you don't really feel the burn until you're about halfway back in with your swimmer. Is this an event that you've contested a lot? Were you usually the patient, or were you the swimmer with the fins?
I was never, I guess, they never trusted me with the fins. So I was always just the easier part. I was just the patient the time that I did it. So yes, I contested this when I was probably a little bit younger. So yeah, I think they maybe wanted a younger swimmer to go out there and hopefully not eat my breakfast beforehand, maybe a little bit lighter, but no, they didn't trust me with the fins. So no, so I was more than happy to do that because I did a lot of board rescue and I always did the swim. So I kind of felt that was my little comfy place to be, and then I just kick as hard as I could coming in. But being you are the more dominant, I guess, what should I say, competitor in this team. Obviously, when I say that dominant, saying you have to do the most. What is the hardest part of, like, when does it hurt the most? Because it just looks like it stings and burns. Like, when's that main part where that pain really hits you?
Well, the rescuers who head out with the fins and the tube will consciously be saving a little bit of power in their legs on the way out, because with that clip up and that return back home is where you really have to put the power on, and you honestly feel it fairly well straight away. Obviously, the patients, as you mentioned, which is where you were experienced in this race, are kicking as hard as they can, but it does to an extent feel like you're towing a dead weight. So you do sometimes look around and be like, are you kicking? And yeah, so it does hit you as soon as you do that clip up and that turnaround, and you'll see our swimmers will be looking under their shoulder, looking for a little bit of a wave, any kind of assistance to help tow their competitor in. And they will catch waves in this event with their patient. So they'll sort of pull them down, strapped into the tube, and try and get a little bit of assistance from the whitewater. We haven't mentioned the final two competitors in this event are actually the draggers. So they'll meet them probably around that sort of waist depth water. The rescuer will swim up to the two draggers, who will then grab the wrists usually, or the arms of that patient, and run them across the line, which, if it's a long sweep, can also turn into quite a long run. So we say that's probably the easier part of this event, but it can be also the most stressful, because if it's a sprint finish and you're carrying your patient up the beach, it's certainly not an easy part of this team event. So a very, very challenging event, an exciting event that we're about to see unfold here.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, that was really great to hear your insight, because we were watching over the last few days in the championships, and it just looked so difficult. And you could see the patients kicking as hard as they possibly could just to try and help out. And there was a few athletes that you kind of saw behind, just having a check, are they kicking? But incredibly hard. I've been lucky not to be in that position, but so much respect for all the athletes doing that position. It's very, very tough. It's almost kind of like a ocean man or ocean woman, isn't it, out there? But we're going to go down to Sam. He's got a wave weather report down on the beach. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just listening to you speak about the nuances of the rescue tube rescue event, and I think that's going to be on show here in this pink arena as well, because we're standing on the start line now, and when you think about that sweep that we have seen throughout the day, it's certainly better to be at this end of the start line. However, another challenge that the competitors are going to face on the left-hand side of the line is that there's also a bit of a hole there as well, so there will be a decision to be made. Do you run to this right-hand side of the line, go further across that bank before getting the fins on, or do you charge straight into the hole, get them on straight away, and try and find a bit of the rhythm swimming?
Thank you so much, Sam, for that great insight. It's going to be, very challenging for the athletes. I think the athletes that have been out there for that quarterfinal and semi-final in the swimming, in that surf swim, should I say, will definitely have a little bit of an idea. But for everyone watching the live stream, it's very tricky because they are changing water areas. So and that is with our sport, isn't it? You're not always in the same water area. And Kurrawa, we all love racing here, but it's very, very tricky. You see a lot of the time there is a shore dump, there's a middle break, there's also even a back break a lot of the time. So, and not only that, there's a lot of water movement out there. And as Sam was saying, there's a hole, there's a bank, there's a lot going on out there. So this is really going to come down to who's going to take that right way out, be tactical about it, because we know with board rescue and rescue tube, there's only going to be 4 that's going to make it through to that next round.
Yeah, it's pretty cutthroat, these types of events. And as Sam mentioned, the conditions still playing a huge part in the tactics and the strategy. It'll be interesting to see just how much our competitors do run up to allow for the sweep in these races, because as we know with the tube rescues, similar with the board rescues, you are assigned a certain colour can that you have to swim to. So it's different to the surf races that we've just seen where the whole pack will go around the same course. These, as you can see, the sort of the coloured pegs there that the competitors will line up behind match the colour can that they'll have to swim out to. So they won't probably run as much as we've seen in those surf races, because you don't want to go too far out of your own lane, off your own course, to have to swim back to.
Absolutely. It's really going to come down to making a mistake-free race. And I feel like more so than the surf race, they really have to be on right from the start, because as we said, there's not too many that get through. And if you get put into a pretty hot and heavy quarterfinal, it's going to be very easy to miss out. So they really need to be on. There's not 16 making it through. There'll potentially only be, we'll check on how many's going through, but it's usually about 4, because we know there's not too many cans out there. So you can't have more teams than how many cans are out there, obviously, for obvious reasons. So it's going to be very, very tight as we see one of our international teams out there. It could be, I'm not too sure about the cap, but it could be one of our South African teams there, and it's just wonderful to see them here. They've travelled far and wide, and obviously 2 years' time, here we go. Oh, it's actually Pirates. It is from South Africa. The Pirates. It's a wonderful place there, and very, very cool place to be. And we've both been on that team, weren't we, for that one? So that was a lot of fun, and we were very welcomed to that Pirates Surf Lifesaving Club at Morocco. 2 years' time. That'll be really fun, interesting. Do you know what the surf and the conditions will be like there?
I don't. I haven't actually been to Morocco, so no, I don't imagine there'll be a huge amount of swell. So it'll be an interesting World Championships 2026. I'd say a lot of people will be excited to travel to that one. Looks like we're getting pretty close to a start here now in heat number 1 of the rescue tube. We've actually got 3 teams from Germany, and we know that they are such a strong club in these events. This is one of the events that they really specialise in, so I'd look for some strong performances from the teams here in lanes 3, 6 and 8. They're our German teams. You can see they're second from the bottom of our screen in that green and red quartered cap next to the cap that looks a little bit, there it is, a little bit like a lady beetle. That's one of our German competitors there as well. So yeah, this is one of their strengths, the rescue tube, something that they really specialise in. They're very, very strong in the international competition. They're away now, so a little bit of a run. We can see there our competitors, our swimmers. So these are our patients who'll be swimming out to signal to their rescuers who will swim out with the fins and the tube.
We are off and away for quarterfinal number 1 for the men's rescue tube rescue. So the first of that event for the men's and women's today. And as we can see, and we were speaking about before and listening to Sam on the beach, where was every athlete going to go? So it's a little bit different at the moment. They've all taken their own way. But remember also, they're not going for the same can. Everyone has their specialised can that they are going towards. So that's why they are all very stretched out at the moment. So we actually see potentially could be the Mermaid Surf Lifesaving Club member out there. They are actually on can number 1, so they kind of came across to more of the centre. So the reason for doing that is running's obviously quicker than swimming. You take that moment, take that time to run across so that you can drift back swimming. But we see there are some big waves before, and Christy, you mentioned there could actually be some body surfing happening in this race.
Yeah, there's a lot of skill involved to be able to time that with a patient who's wrapped up in a tube. We could see there the team from Tugun who are in position number 9. So they're in the southernmost position, just leading the way out there now. So probably a good spot to be in given this sweep, that southernmost end there. Tugun competitor probably in front, I would say. You can see there. Just trying to eye the coloured can. We can see the yellow one on screen. I'd say we'll be swimming here to that white can with the black stripes. So fairly well on target. A really good swim there from our Tugan team. He will signal in a moment for his rescuer. I'd imagine leaving that arm up for as long as he can, and he's spotted it. So here's our Tugan rescuer swimming down. You can see fins in hand, tube already on. He'll navigate the depth at which he decides to put on those fins, most choosing to put them on sooner rather than later because it's a little bit tricky to wade with those big fins tucked under your arm there. We can see one of our German competitors off and away there now, and I think that's the last of our swim competitors just getting himself, just slipping off there with the sweep. So all of our swimmers are out and our rescuers are off.
And we saw one of our competitors just before one of the patient swimmers actually stop for about 5-6 seconds to actually have a look where their can was. As we heard Katie Reese said before, it's very challenging to see where the can is. As you can see, as you said, Christy, just before, you've got to navigate when you need to put those flippers on. When is the right time to do it? So very challenging at the moment because also not only are they trying to put them on, which we know flippers are very difficult to do, they're getting bashed by some waves in their back, and they're also moving down with the current as well. So they're probably losing 5 to 10 metres if they did that. But we saw Tugan. They were the team out in front. They are the team to catch at the moment. The swimmer out there was Rory Randall. So he did a very strong swim out there. And we saw actually the Kurrawa. They're actually on the southern side as well. They went too far away. Mermaid Surf Lifesaving Club, not too far away either. And our German club, they were actually out there second. So very, very strong. And as you said, Christy, they really do like this event. They train it very hard, but very challenging at the moment. We just see at the top of the drone shot there, we saw a couple of athletes just get pushed back. And as you said, to lose any meters when you are the rescuer, that would just be really mentally breaking.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount of resistance having that tube drag along behind you, but as you need to dive down under a white water, it certainly pulls you back. So you do notice it there. You can see bottom of the screen, our Tugan competitor. They probably lost a little bit of their lead just with that run in to put the fins on, and I did see a lot of our competitors probably a little bit slow and hesitant just as they were navigating what is the correct depth and how far do I wade in before I put on my fins. I would predict we'll see that speed pick up a lot as we move through to the semi-finals and the finals of this event.
There's a lot of decisions, the athletes on screen as we see right now. We just see Tugan doing that flick around. How quick can they be? So they're just taking a little bit of time. As we just see our rescuer just had to pull his patient just to make sure he goes around that can. So we can see that's a great example of just how difficult that sweep is taking the athletes. So they've got to make sure they be on the right side of that can. Their left, our right coming in. But Tugan looking the goods coming in. And we can already see the patient, aren't they? They're just moving from that sweep from south to north. And as Sam on the beach said before, he said this sweep and this wind is only going to be getting worse and worse throughout the whole day. So Tugan looking the goods at the moment, one of our German clubs out there on screen at the moment. So they've got that nice, beautiful streamlined position. And as you said, Christy, the more you can kick, the more it helps.
Yeah, certainly. He'll be feeling the burn in the leg there, will be the rescuer. They're in a really advantageous spot here, our team from Tugan, because they're in position number 9. They've only got to finish within that finish line, so they can afford to get swept almost the entire length of the field. And as long as the draggers do cross the line, can be as far down as in position number 1. So they've probably got the best spot on the line. The guys who are in alley 1 can't really afford to get swept much at all because they do need to come up and finish within that finish line. So we can see that looks like our team coming into second place there. Tugan still have a nice handy lead. They'll be hitting that wave zone now. Hopefully we can see them. There they are, our Tugan competitors on screen, just hoping for a little bit of lift from anything in the ocean.
Oh, this would be that moment. We just see that. We've got a couple of our German competitors. They're just coming down and trying to body surf as best as they can. There's definitely a few techniques I've seen over the last couple of days where you can kind of pull your patient over the top of you and just try and get that second body down a wave as much as you can. And it's a little bit of a roly-poly situation happening there. And as we just see top of the left-hand screen there, we see our draggers quickly and desperately coming in to grab their patient. And this has also been one I've seen a few different. We see the competitors, the drag is actually dragging that tube string. So that's been one I've seen, but the officials have been quite kind. They've actually, I can see, pulled those flags in a little bit more towards the shallows just to be nice and kind. But as we see, that is our first team over the line.
Yes, not a huge run across the finish line there, which our draggers will be very, very thankful for. Here is Chugan, who are our early leaders, finishing just within the course. So you can see just how much they have been swept from position 9 all the way down there to alley number 1. So a lot of our competitors will just sneak through on that northern side of our finish line.
And we just see some of the competitors there with their hands up in the air, asking the patient and the rescuer to really try and line themselves up well. But there's definitely a bit of surf action, and you did make a great point, Christy, saying that the waves are definitely going to come into this rescue tube rescue. A lot of the times it won't, because it's obviously has to be quite strong waves to really push two bodies down the front of a wave. But at the moment, Curra is certainly putting on for us at the moment, and it's picking up. Not only we talked about that sweep and the wind picking up, but also the swell as well, as we just see one of our other competitors coming through. And we'll definitely have our results not too far away, but this is quarterfinal number 1 for the Youth Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. They are all fighting out to get that world title, which the final will be later on today, and they absolutely are absolutely exhausted, should I say. And you see some of the draggers, could be Mermaid, I think. There's Mermaid on screen right now. They ended up very, very north, so they've had to do a little bit of extra dragging, which I'm sure they would have loved.
Yeah, it's a very technical event, so we'll wait for those official results to come through. Our officials will be waiting for the judges who are out in the boats out to sea, just to make sure that everyone has done a clear signal from the patients and also a clear pickup. So, yes, we'll wait for those official results to come through, and hopefully there has been no DQs. It is a very, very technical event, as we've mentioned, and I think as we move through to the semi-finals and the finals, I think that alley position is going to really come into play. It's the luck of the draw, what alley you choose, but I think the teams that are sort of further down to the south are going to be in the best positions.
And we see that a lot with rescue tube rescue and also board rescue. Because you're all not going for that sole can, you've all got your own different can. It's really interesting when you get the draw on the line, isn't it? I can imagine a lot of the competitors being like, damn it, I got the north side. It'll depend when Sam was talking about there's a bank here, there's a hole here. So as we just see the replay on screen of the German team, that'll give them a lot of confidence coming over here and taking out that first win, that first quarterfinal. I think it's really great when you set up yourself in those quarters and those semi-finals to try and be up the front, and it gives you that little bit of confidence. What did you feel when you were going through quarterfinals and semis? Did you kind of relax a little bit more, or did you like to, kind of blow the cobwebs out?
I think because there's only 4 teams going through, you don't really want to leave it anything to chance. So you tend to burn a lot less energy when you are in the lead or maybe in those top 2 teams. So I'd say that's what a lot of our competitors were vying to do here. You don't want to sort of sit in 4th and then hope that nothing happens and you sneak through. So while they're kind of comfortably coming through in those first and second positions, I'd say that they'll be pushing for that lead just so that they're not leaving anything for chance.
Absolutely. No, you're spot on there. When there's only four teams going through, it's very, very tight. And we just see on screen, we've actually got the women's board rescue. So they are up and about. And again, we spoke about, look how challenging that is out at the moment. We see the board paddlers going out at the moment. And Curra is certainly putting on, look at the amount of the force of the power of the waves. And not only that, the water movement, as you can see, these great drone shots just showing us the sand in the water there. And that's really, really tricky, as we see out in the middle there. We'll grab the caps in a moment, but it's very, very tight. As we see our northern competitor there, she's doing very, very well and just slipped through. But you want to make sure you're really powerful and strong, because board rescue, it's over in a couple of minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, very short, sharp racing. Our swimmers are already out and behind the cans. You can see there the rescuers heading out to see them now. It's a hugely powerful dump that we just saw from that drone shot. And as we mentioned, Sam telling us a little earlier on in the day, the tide is going out, which is making that bank really shallow, and we'll see these waves stand up as our competitors make their way in and out through that break. It looks like a team from Maroochydore on that yellow board just doing the pickup there. Doing it not too badly. Getting across, you've got to do the pickup on the seaward side of that string that you can see there in the water. So that's what our IRB judging boat is looking for. You can get on the front or the back of the board, as long as you stay in touch with your board and finishing in touch with the board.
Absolutely, you're spot on. We saw so many different techniques in that. The back person can actually be up on their knees, but on screen right now is redhead Charlie Burns and Lani Waller. Lani Waller racing for the Australian youth team last week. She's had plenty of action happening for her, and they're paddling very well. They just come the back of that and just missed that, as we saw Maroochydore not too far away as well, potentially coming down now. We'll just grab that cap, but Lani Waller and Charlie Burns, very good team. That will be very, very tough to beat. And we just see Maroochydore. So we've got Jay O'Prey and Brittany Ackley coming in. I'm pretty sure Britt Ackley, she might have won that open female, Tiani Massey, earlier at the Australian Championship. So Maroochydore, they would absolutely love this surf. They would be so used to it. As well as Redhead as well. They've got some fantastic surf there. Maroochydore on screen at the moment. The girls doing that very easy, and they will also be very tough to beat. But certainly Maroochydore, I said it before, the swell can be very similar to Kurrawa when it's up nice and big. So they will be used to surf, and the girls from Redhead coming in very nicely at the end there. Lani obviously having a big, big week, so she'll be used to that racing. And as Christy was saying, having that nice recovery. And we just see the girls from Currumbin looking to potentially take out that third spot. We've also got the girls from Trig coming as well with that bright pink board. So there you go. You have your top four, and that is quarterfinal number 1 for the youth girls board rescue.
Yeah, great call there, Courtney. Trig Island, as you mentioned there, with the green, red and white quartered cap coming across the line there in third. So I think we can see here the team from City of Perth, Sky McCaffrey and Megan McCaffrey, just going to miss out on that qualifier, and another team there just coming unstuck in this shore break. It's really hard to pick up the size and the power of these swells when we're watching it from that drone angle, but it certainly is very, very powerful down there. So the women doing a fantastic job here in that quarterfinal number 1 of the women's board rescue. They'll be happy to be banking that spot, and we'll see them come up again very, very shortly in the semi-finals.
It's just a nice feeling when you just tick off the boxes. I think you put expectation on yourself to make it through the quarter, make it to the semi, but it's just all about the processes, as we just see that semi. Oh no, straight down the gurgler, isn't it? We've all done it, and it's so hard in board rescue. You've got 2 bodies on the board. It's a lot harder. I always used to, because I was always a swimmer, I'd always blame the board paddler for that happening. But no, it's a team effort out there, and we've got Clifton's Beach out there as well from South Africa. So it's just some of the internationals. They said, we don't get this type of swell. So for them being out there, it's experience. They're learning, they're working on their skills, and they're having a great time while they're doing it as well. Some fantastic interviews. And one of the German teams, and we just see Kurrawa, it's just getting very shallow in there, and you can just see how powerful that is. And so much respect to all these youth athletes. And remember, these youth athletes, a lot of them are only 14, 15 years old, so they're very young. They're taking time off school to be here. So I think I think when athletes are in sport, you kind of get confused with age, and because some of them jump up to the opens and everything like that, but they are only babies, 14, 15-year-olds, so they're doing incredibly well.
They are, and as you mentioned, some of our international competitors, not having ever really seen surf like this before, they might have waves on some of their beaches, but the swell that actually kicks up here at Kurrawa, it's a really unique ocean, it can be a very, very challenging and strong, powerful wave that our competitors are having to contend with, which is difficult enough when there's just one competitor on a board, but when you're doing board rescue, it's a whole another dynamic. And we saw one of our board paddlers there just losing those back straps, and as you mentioned, it's a brave position being the swimmer, because you really have no choice but to go down the front of some of those really, really dumpy waves. And some of our competitors coming a little bit unstuck here on the very unforgiving Kurrawa shore break.
It is very unforgiving, isn't it? And it is renowned for its swell and its power, and every athlete certainly wants to race here. When you hear the name Kurrawa, everyone thinks, great surf straight away. So it's Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club, of fantastic surf club, and have really, really been, I guess, wonderful at the organisation over these 2 weeks of, the officials and obviously the festival zone. Make sure you get up there and get something to eat and have a look at all the shops up there. And we just see that replay where they're in the crunch zone. We see Trig Island in there as well, Maroochydore, and we just saw Lani Waller out there from Redhead just sneak around that north side, and it really got really crunchy in there. And we see the girls from Redhead out in front. Not in 5th gear yet. They're just in 1st gear. Just getting it done. They've the 3 top teams there. Great distance ahead, and they looked really good. They just dropped off the back of this one, but they did very well to milk as much as they could. And then we saw, obviously, the Maroochydore girls come into the end there. Both competitors have to be holding onto that board, and this was one of our German competitors coming down, and it just shows how easy it is to nosedive and how strong it is.
Yeah. Very, very steep waves in the shore break, and I think come the finals time, picking your wave in is going to become a huge part of that strategy. Even our most skilled teams in this board rescue event will find holding the pitch on some of those shore breaks very, very difficult. So we might see some competitors opt to maybe let a wave go out of strategy. So I'm excited to see what that bank is like come the semi-finals and the finals, and just see how our better teams navigate that.
And only 8 teams, the best 8 teams in the world, will be going through to that youth championships for both the men and the women. So we'll see that at 1 o'clock today. But we're just going through a couple of the round ones there. We saw this was the men's, should I say. She rescued Dicky Beach. There we have one of our German teams as well in 4th. And then Mermaid Beach just missing out on that one and coming in for 5th. And we just saw a couple of DQs in there. As Christy was saying, it is incredibly easy to get disqualified in that one because it is incredibly technical, and the amount of little intricate skills that you need in that one, it can go south very, very quickly. So all the athletes doing very well. And if you're just tuning in now to the live stream, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful week so far. I'm Courtney Hancock, and sitting alongside Christy Munro. I'm very lucky to be here beside Christy for the day, and Sandra Jordan down on the beach as well. He's our eyes and ears, so we'll be jumping in and getting all the insights from Sam, our beachside commentary. So very lucky to have him down there speaking to the athletes, having a look at the conditions, what's going on, and keeping us updated with all that, because we know how quickly surf and swell can change in a drop of the hat. So still only 18 degrees out there, jumped up a little bit from early this morning, only been 17. And thank you so much to our sponsors, Queensland Surf Lifesaving. And we thank you so much for Risk Intelligence, Kurrawa Surf Lifesaving Club, Race 1, Ampol, and Eventco. And Christy, we move on to our next event in front of us.
Yes, we're back down here to the women's board rescue. I think we might be up to quarterfinal number 3 heading out to sea at the moment. So our patients just navigating that shore break, trying to align themselves up with the cans. So we have, the women's board rescue event happening at the same time as the men's rescue, tube rescue, a little bit further south. So we're on board here with, I believe it is, yes, heat number 2 here of the women's board rescue. Looks like the team there from could potentially be, I'm not sure if that's 3 stripes there or 2, if it's Alexandra Headlands or if it's the team from Newport. We'll try and bring that to you. I think it might actually be Zoe Woods there, the team from Alexandra Headlands. leading the way out there in alley number 1. Probably one of the more difficult alleys to be in given the sweep. We've spoken about that, but doing a great job here in this quarterfinal.
And also Zoe Woods being an Iron woman, she would be used to going back-to-back. So we do have alley number 1, Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson from Alexandra Headlands. Number 2, Cameron and Arthur from Sunshine. Then we have can number 3, Coffs Harbour of Lawler and O'Leary. Then we move to Burleigh Headlands, Hart and Raywood. Very strong club there. South Africa, Woodred. We've got, looks like the sisters, Harkus and Harkus out there. Tugan, Piazza and Corley. And then Dickey Beach, O'Shansey, McCorney. And then we go to the Viking Surf Life Saving team, and that is Bush and Watson. And then North Burleigh Surf Life Saving Club, Spence and Locke. So you just saw Spence and Locke, one of their swimmers out there at the moment, hands up in the air, but at the moment it is all out in front on the screen, and it is Alexandra Headlands, and they are going to be the ones to catch.
Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson. Millie on screen there at the moment. It seems to be probably one of the better alleys to get out in down there in alley number 1. We saw in that earlier heat just sneaking around that really heavy break on the bank there. But obviously if you don't get the waves on the way out, you're not going to have the waves on the way back in. So an advantage going out, but maybe a bit of a disadvantage going in. But Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson doing a fantastic job there. I believe that might also be the team there from Tugan that we can see on screen there. So Piazza and Corley from Tugan down a fair way down the beach, so in line there, but they're heading down to probably the 3rd last can.
Yeah, they're all really spread out at the moment, aren't they? And it's, as you can see, it's not consistent, the waves. They're left, they break right, so very hard to read and judge at the moment, but we just see Alexandra Headland. She'll do that turn and she'll grab Zoe Woods on there nice and quick and swiftly, and they will make their way in. Just a little bit of a look over the shoulder just to have a look at Cameron and Arthur from Sunshine Beach there. Sunshine Beach obviously loving the big swell as well. Great swell on that beach, but also Tugan not too far away. So Tugan, Piazza and Corey not too far away in 3rd spot. And then we have a little, it potentially is going to be a bit of a fight out there for 4th place, only 4 going through. We saw Burleigh Heads actually a little bit slow on the turn, North Burleigh on the front there at the moment. So they will be working very hard, but it looks like that 4th position is going to be about 3 competitors, and we just see Alexandra Headlands, just like Redhead, just dropping off the back of that front wave.
Yeah, it's a much, much tighter quarterfinal, this one, than the previous one. We can see here no one has really sewn up those top 3 spots there. We can see our lead 3 teams look to be on waves now, so a nice little wave to navigate here at Kurrawa. We can see the team there from Sunshine Beach, Alexandra Headlands. There was also a 3rd team. It might be the team there from Tugan as well. This is our chase pack. So these are the teams who are vying for that 4th position. Our top 3 there look to be fairly safe and comfortable. They'll jog up and across the line. Don't take it too easy, girls, because there is a chase pack coming.
You are spot on, Christy. You've got to keep going. Only 4 get through, so make sure you hold onto that board nice and tight. And here we go. Looks like North Burleigh have come through. Spence and Locke to steal that 4th position, and they just get there. That was definitely one of the closest races we've had so far. We see some of our South African clubs coming through there. Burleigh heads Mowbray Park. They were just a little bit slow on that turn, unfortunately, which set them back a little bit further than what they would have liked. But we've got our top 4, and they will join Maroochydore, Redhead, Trig, Currumbin to go into that semi-final, which will be coming up not too far away. As we've seen the programs, the officials running it very, very well, and not too much rest.
Yeah, these are some of our slower events to get through the board rescue and the rescue tube, because there is a little bit more set up and obviously a little bit longer in the race with having been a team event. So doing a great job to get through these early rounds. And as you mentioned, we'll go through to A finals and B finals of these events.
We do have top 8 will go to that A final, and then we will have the next from 9 to 16. They will go to that B final. So 16 spots up for grab, world title up for grab, medals up for grabs. I'll tell you what, all the athletes, they've worked hard already and will work extremely hard when they get to that 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's a full day of action all happening, and we just see the replay right now. We've just got Alexandra Headlands and Sunshine loving the swell out there, and the girls doing very, very well, making it look very, very easy. But we do actually have our man in the sand, and that is Sam, and he is down with the boys' youth for that rescue tube rescue.
Yeah, that's right. We're still working our way through these heats of the Youth Men's Rescue Tube Rescue. Northcliffe taking out this second quarter final. Guys, we saw how tricky it was in the individual swim. What's it like doing the Rescue Tube Rescue out there today?
It's definitely tough conditions, like especially with the fins and tube as well, because the tube can get easily grabbed when we're going under the waves. Like, you don't think about it, but when the wave gets it, it really makes it really tough. But MJ had a good swim out, put me in a good spot, and I just had to get the fins on and get out to him as quick as I could.
Yeah, that's right. And that's actually one of the big considerations coming in as well, is trying to make sure that you allow for the sweep. How tough is it to make sure you come in on the right spot?
Yeah, you got to kind of accommodate for that sweep. It's pretty strong today, but yeah, you just got to run up the beach and hope you hit the can on the right spot. Yeah.
We'll jump across to the other side as well, because the race is far from done when you do get back to the sand too. The drag is, I think we can say, as a fellow dragger myself a lot of the time, it's potentially the hardest part of the race if you don't come in on that right spot. How difficult is it with this sweep? And there's a bit of undulating surface on that bank as well to make sure you get the job done and across the line.
It was all right. We're pretty tall, so we're able to get far out the back. So we got a light fella to carry as well. So it's I found it pretty easy, I can't lie.
I like that, pretty easy. I don't think I've ever said that about a rescue tube rescue race. And let's just chat too about what it's like to race here at an Interclub World Championships as well, against teams from around the world. How enjoyable is that?
Oh, it's awesome. Getting to meet people from where and just chat about the home country is just really special.
Yeah, awesome. Well done, guys. We look forward to seeing you in the later rounds.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you so much,
Cheers,
Sam.
guys. Thanks for your time.
And Sam, if you're still there, I'd love to grab a question from you. If you're not too far away, I was just
right.
That's okay. Thank you so much. We love hearing you from being up here in the booth. We feel like we're down there with the action. But can you just tell me, do you feel like the youth at the moment, are they bigger and stronger and almost look like they're in opens more so than what the earlier years have been?
Gee, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it? I'm not that tall now. I know that you made that comment during my interview with Ethan Callahan earlier. I'm going to say that I was standing down the hill on the beach. But look, they're certainly big, strong guys. And, you need to be for an event like this as well, particularly for those draggers, because we've seen in some of those races today that if you don't come in on that right spot, it can certainly be a long run up the beach.
And do you feel at the moment, is the swell picking up? Because it certainly looks like it for Christy and I up here in the booth.
Yeah, look, we have seen that high tide now, so the tide is starting to go back out, and you can see that it is starting to cause a little bit of change in the conditions as well. We might actually just take a little walk or swing around as we look at these conditions here, because this right behind me is the spot where these rescue tube races are certainly coming down to the wire. All of these teams seem to be getting swept right to this point as well, but if you go an extra 10 metres down the beach as well, there's actually a little bit of a hole there, so that means you're going to have to come in further to the beach, and it's a longer drag up the sand as well. So it's really crucial that you do make sure you get your line right in these conditions in the rescue tube rescue more than any other event.
Thank you so much, Sam. It's so great to have you down there. So basically what Sam's saying, it's incredibly tough out there for these athletes, as we've seen, and we just look forward to, we've also got another quarterfinal here for that Youth Men's Rescue Tube Rescue out and about.
Yes, Courtney, this is quarterfinal number 3, the final one for the men's rescue tube rescue. Hitting the water, we've got a team from Maroochydore, Clifton, Alexandra Headlands, Redford District, Currumbin Beach Vikings, North Burleigh and Pirates. So a lot of international teams in this third and final quarterfinal. And trying to pick up those early leaders at the moment. I would expect it to be probably the team from North Burleigh. We've got them on screen here at the moment. Also Alexandra Headlands and Currumbin.
Yeah, North Burleigh, you're right. Spot on there, Chrissy. They're going to have a really strong team out there as well as Currumbin we saw in the middle there. They're looking the goods, just really fighting that surf very, very comfortably. And we might even have Alexandra Headlands. Just looks like they're just slipping in behind Currumbin at the moment. So it's they know there's only going to be 4 to make it through. And as we got all that great insight from Sam just before, he said that it is really, really challenging, and all the athletes are really being swept into that hole. So it's it's going to be really tough to make it through.
Yeah, and we've just had a bit of an update from Sam down on the beach. The men's quarterfinals for this rescue tube, we've only got 3 quarterfinals, so we actually have 6 go through to a semi, but from our semi we'll only have 4 going through to the A final and another 4 going through to the B final. So a little bit easier job here for our men. We've only got 1 team, I believe, dropping out of this semi-final, so really just got to get the job done for our teams out in front. We can see our lead team there, Alexandra Headlands reaching the can there, Currumbin also signalling to their rescuer. So you'll see the pace is still on. They've still got a job to do. They might sort of start to ease off on the way back in once they know that they're comfortable into qualifying.
Absolutely, and that was a great swim from Alexander Walker from the Currumbin Beach Vikings Surf Lifesaving Club, and Kyton Pickering. We've seen him certainly up the front, and we know that name very well from Alexandra Headlands. So now we have the next, just trying to look at that next cap coming through, but now we have the rescuers coming out there, and as we said, a really, really tough swim out there for them. They've not only got 1 or 2 waves to contend with, it's looking like there's 4 to 5, and a lot of energy out there, but I feel like the energy from all the interviews, it's been fantastic. Everyone looks really excited, really happy down there, and really just lapping up all the energy.
Yeah, it's a beautiful experience being able to race from against competitors from all around the world. As I mentioned, you only get to see these competitors every couple of years, and being in the youth championships, it'll be the first time a lot of our athletes will be coming up against our international competitors. So they'll be forming some really firm friendships that will hopefully last throughout their entire lifetime as they continue on into the open competition.
Absolutely. Yeah, friendships for life, isn't it? Definitely. They'll probably miss a few of their friends they've made because there's 2 more years, but you never know. It could be a way to travel the world. Stay with all your friends that you've met through these competitions. As we go and look onto that screen at the moment, we see the patients there just waiting for their rescuers to come out and rescue them. And I love this event because it's really showing what we do in surf lifesaving, and many surf lifesavers, nippers, right on through to the Masters competition, have done a rescue in real life. So this kind of is a reminder of, you know, this is what we do. We know. We just see one of the competitors, Alexandra Headlands, was just doing their clip up, and they just got struck by it could have been one of the teams from Great Britain, Redford, coming in and accidentally running into them. So could have been a little bit of drama there for Alexandra Headlands, but they weren't too worried about that. They look like they've done this 1,000 times before, and they certainly look like they're patient at the moment, which Kyton Pickering is kicking very, very well. And as you said, supporting his rescuer out there.
Yeah, rescuer Henry Simpson with the big fins on. He looks really, really strong. And we actually saw Henry's brother, Cody Simpson, Connor Simpson actually getting a gold medal in the Paralympics, I believe maybe just yesterday or the day before. So a very, very talented family.
Absolutely. And Cody Simpson doing the national anthem actually for welcoming this whole championships. I saw that on Instagram. So a lovely guy, very inspirational, obviously an absolute superstar and incredible swimmer as well. So, and a local boy as well from Northcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club as a nipper. So the Simpson name is very well known across surf lifesaving, definitely indeed. So as we see the competitors and the teams making their way through, having a little look back, trying to get on that body surfing wave, and I really feel this rescue tube rescue, those teams that are able to body surf as a team together are certainly going to be making a lot of meters, a lot of distance up. So at the moment, Henry Simpson just calling out, looking for his draggers. It's kind of that look of desperation, isn't it? He's gone a long, long way, and it's time for him to rest up and let the draggers take over.
Yeah, Henry doing a fantastic job there. And I do apologise, it's Callum Simpson, his brother, who is the Paralympic gold medalist. So very, very talented family. I know Callum's parents and Henry's parents were a little bit torn as to which event they go to watch. Do they go to Paris? Do they come here to Kurrawa? I think one has decided, one has gone to each one. So, yeah, we're very, very excited to have the Simpson family here representing Alexandra Headlands as they just come across there. We see the Maroochydore boys on screen. Alexandra Headlands will just come up here probably into second place for that quarterfinal, comfortably qualifying, and here are the Currumbin crew also coming across the line.
Very competitive teams coming through there. To see Currumbin having a little laugh together. Remember, there's 6 going through, so it won't be that 4. It'll be 6 for the quarterfinals, 4 through from the semi-finals, and then we will have that top 8 will go to that A final. 9 to 16th will be for that B final. So North Burleigh coming in the moment, having a little giggle as well. But Maroochydore and Alexandra Headlands taking out the top spots. Joey Short being the swimmer and Oscar Starr Jones being the rescuer, coming through and doing a very, very fine job. And I love the finish of the patients. They're kind of choking for a little bit of air, and they get a little bit of sand and water. They've got a few waves that wash over themselves, and as you can see, that could be Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club from South Africa. They have multiple competitors. They brought a really big team over to Australia, haven't they?
Yeah, very, very strong team. We saw some of their athletes taking out the beach relays yesterday and also doing really well in those 2K beach runs. Not to be outperformed here in the ocean either. So that's our third and final quarterfinal of the men's rescue tube having been run now. So they'll reset for their semis. And then hopefully through to the finals a little bit later on. The team from Alexandra Headlands, as we just watched some of these replays.
Yeah, the replays are fantastic, aren't they? And it's a great opportunity as well for the athletes and the coaches to have a look on the live stream and anything they need to pick up and improve on, because you can always improve. And for those teams that we just mentioned before, they will join semi-final number 1, which will be Northcliffe, Dickey Beach, Mermaid. And then we have Germany, and Germany have actually 2 clubs in that, Coogin Headland, and also another Great Britain team as well. So they're going to be, a couple of them from this quarterfinal will be joining that semi-final number 1, and the rest of the crew, 3 teams, will then go on and join this second semi-final, which will be Germany, and then also from Germany, Luke and Wales. And then we also move on to Newport and Tugun. So they will split and go on to either of those semi-finals coming up, not very far away. So a little bit of a rest for them, and they will continue on to get ready for that. And as you said, the Nutella sandwiches, a bit of Hydrolyte, all that sorts of stuff to get ready to give them that energy to move on to that semi-final, which, just a reminder, there will only be 4 that'll be taken from each semi to go to the A final. And then the back half of each of that semi to go to that B final, which will both be up later today, which I am very, very excited about. That finals package. We will be here, Christy and I, as well as Sam, will be here as well. So join us for the whole day. And yeah, it's been really exciting already. We've certainly watched the thrills and spills already.
Yeah, we can see there just the final 2 teams coming in to finish off that men's rescue tube rescue. It looks like the women's board rescue a little bit further north are also probably through their qualifying rounds, maybe resetting for their semi-finals as well. Our drone just zooming in down to that women's arena. We'll get a bit of an update with where they're at too, but I would predict that both arenas are through to those semi-final events now, where we'll see the pace start to pick up a little bit now that everyone's fighting for those spots in those A and B finals. A little bit more cutthroat, as we mentioned, just top 4 teams going through.
You are spot on, Christy. That is exactly right. When you get to a semi-final in the board rescue and also the tube rescue with only 4 going through, it's really not too many. And we've seen the waves coming through on the way out and on the way in. If there's one little slip up on a wave, it can really take it all out for you. And there's that opportunity of coming the world championship winner. So really got to be mistake free. They've really got to be focused, really got to be aware of everything happening around them and also in front of them as well. So very, very, very tricky. But the coverage is fantastic, and we're going to actually throw now to some morning highlights. And as I said before, Christy, it has been so exciting and so much happening already.
Yeah, having a look now at those opening surf race heats that we had for the youth men, and you can see just how much smoother the water was really early on. 8 o'clock, those races hitting the water there. So we had some fantastic results. No real upsets. A lot of the swimmers that we would expect to have made it through in the men's and the women's youth surf races. The women's now on screen there, just catching those beautiful Currawa swells coming through there. We'll expect a lot more of that action later on today. So we've had the surf race semi-finals for both the men's and the women's youth.
Absolutely. And we look at here, we see the start of the women's surf race. And just like we saw in the men's, all moving off to that south side, trying to get that best run out. And there's a lot of body surfing skills on offer. And we saw this one could have been Katie Reese coming through and just extending out and just holding that wave a little bit better than the other girls on that wave, which we know will really come down to later on the finals. And then we move on to the rescue tube rescue for the men's youth. There we have Chugan just taking his time in, making sure he's setting himself up, and one of our German competitors being absolutely hit in the back there. And Christy making a great point that as we see these highlights from this morning really getting choppier and choppier as the day goes on. At the moment, we've still got that south-southeast wind, 23 knots at the moment. This morning when we first started at 8 o'clock, it was only 18 knots, so it's definitely going up, and we should really only get to 20 knots. So we're not really going to go up too much further than this, so we're pretty much at the windiest it's going to be right now. And there we see the girls from Redhead just slipping up the back there, but they will certainly be a tough one to beat when we get to that semi-final.
Yes, the women's youth board rescue quarterfinals. Plenty of spills coming down that shore break or even that back break here at Currawa. You can see that tide's going out and the bank is getting shallower and shallower. The rescuer deciding to bail out on that one. So our poor swimmer absolutely going down the face of that wave. So that was our quarterfinals for our surf races, semi-finals as well there. Just up to the semi-finals now of our rescue tube and our board rescues. So we'll also bring you our beach sprints and our board races a little bit later on this morning before we head into our finals package starting at 1 o'clock today.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. I cannot wait. So we just look at some results on screen at the moment. That was that race we actually saw before we went to the highlights. Obviously had Maroochydore taking the top spot. Alexandra Headlands, Currumbin Beach Vikings coming for third. North Burleigh, Clifton and Pirates taking that top 6 position there, moving on to the semi-finals, which will then only cut it to 4. So great to see the Great Britain, South Africans all here having a wonderful time and really getting out there and mastering those surf conditions. It's fantastic to see, and we look at a few of those names on there, very well known also in the surf race that we saw earlier this morning. So there you have a look. Top 6 on this page, moving forward to that semi-final. The men will be getting ready, recovering up. A few little swim downs a couple of the athletes were saying when they had those interviews with Sam. Just a few swim offs just to make sure they get rid of that lactic acid before they can move on to the rest of the program. So beautiful spot, beautiful shot, should I say, right now, of just how big the swell is at the moment. You can really see how challenging it is and really the inconsistency along the whole section of the beach.
Yes, as I've mentioned, we've been so spoilt with those drone shots, but from the drone it's a bit tricky to pick up just how powerful the wind is and the size of those breakers as they're hitting our bank. It looks like we might have the women's semi-final of their board rescue just lined up and ready to go. You can see there just between those orange flags down there in the women's arena. So they are set and ready to go, and off they go. They're still really running to the south to allow for that sweep. That must be our first semi-final of the Ocean Women's Board Rescue.
And thank you so much, everyone, for whether you're just joining us now or you've been with us the whole morning. As Christy said, this is the Youth Board Rescue out and about, and we'll run through the teams. So can number 1 on that north side, we will have Dickey Beach. Then when we move on to Currumbin Beach Vikings, Chugan Surf Lifesaving Club, Maroochydore, that is O'Prey and Ackley, very, very competitive in that quarterfinal. Move on to the local girls from Currawa, City of Perth, we've got the two sisters there, McAfee, Sky and Megan. Redhead, Burns and Waller, very, very also strong in that quarterfinal as well. Alexandra Headlands, we've seen these two names all morning. Zoe Woods and Millie Peterson on the board. Trig Island of Eleanor Flowers and Olivia Dobby, also a very strong team as well there. But out at the moment, it is all about Zoe Woods leading that swim. She's done that every single swim, as we've seen all morning. So loves the surf, taking a very good lead at the moment. She's actually being chased by Trig Island of either Eleanor or Olivia swimming out there at the moment. So very, very tough. But you can just see on that drone shot that Zoe is just moving to that southern side. And then she'll also have Charlie Burns on her left side hunting her down.
They definitely got the best of the start, that southern end, as you've mentioned there. Trig Island, Alexandra Headlands, and probably the team from Redhead, which was so strong in those quarterfinals. It's a really stacked semi, this one. They probably all are by the time you get to the semifinals, but you can see there our teams taking no time at all to get out into those swim cans. Zoe Woods looks like she's heading there for that orange can. She signals now for our rescuer. Redhead also there. And our early leaders from Trig Island probably touching the can there in third. So that's our top three teams, only 4 going through to our A final.
So at the moment, it is all about the south end of the cans. 1 was Alexandra Headlands, 2 was Redhead, 3 was Trig Island, and in 4th there was the local girls of Kurrawa. As you see Millie Peterson out there at the moment, she will be trying to get out there as best as she can, navigating that swell. And on screen at the moment, we just see the swimmers just having a big breath. But Millie Peterson, we saw her in the quarterfinal. She did very, very well. She slipped out and really gave her partner, Zoe Woods, that opportunity to have that lead coming through. We know that Redhead won't be too far behind. That is Lani Waller. She is a 2-time Australian board champion, so we know that she can paddle. And not too far away, we'll see Olivia Dobby on that from that Trig Island, also a very competitive. So they're the 3 girls on screen at the moment. And remember, we are only looking for top 4. So 3 plus 1. It's not many, is it?
No, our top 3 teams getting through the break there. There was a few waves to hold them up, but not enough to change the lead as they head in towards their patience. We've still got Alexandra Headlands, Redhead and Trig Island. A very, very tight race between our top 3 teams there. Alex have done a fantastic pickup. Zoe choosing to get on the front of the board. They haven't had much of a look around yet. They'll be wanting to just get back into that wave zone. They've drawn a much better alley than they did in the quarterfinals, so they've got a little bit of wriggle room to be swept further down the beach, but not too much problems at all for our top 2 teams. Our teams from Trig slipping back a little bit there, opening the door for maybe our 5th team. So we can see Kurrawa have also turned with the pickup, and I think it might be the team perhaps down the other end. It might even be either Dicky Beach or Currumbin who are fighting for that 4th spot.
And it looks like Redhead are just getting a little bit of a wash from Alexandra Headlands, which did not last for very long because we have Peterson and Woods out in front. This time they got the wave. They just dropped back on that quarterfinal before. So these 2 girls, they almost, I would say, would have to be the favourites going into that final. Looking very good, really very relaxed. I don't think they've been out of first gear as of yet. We haven't seen them at their full form, as we just see Millie Pearson just slip off the back. It won't worry them. As long as they're both holding that board, they will finish and they will win semi-final number 1.
That's the way that you want to bank yourself a spot in the final, in the A final, no less. We have a bit of a race here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So we've got the team from Maroochydore. We've got Kurrawa. Can't quite see the team that are just out of screen, but you've got to cross the line together. So it looks like the team from Maroochydore may be just missing out because I think we've also missed Redhead have crossed the line. So I think that was for 3rd, 4th, and I think Maroochydore may have just crossed the line in 5th, which is a pretty massive upset for the team there from J.O. Prey and Britt Ackley. We've given them a massive wrap, so we'll wait for those official results. Of course, we can't quite see it from the angles that the officials can see it from, but that was a really, really tight finish in the end there.
The girls from Maroochydore would be devastated. Just came through at the end there, wasn't it? They just didn't have their second competitor holding that board, as we see City of Perth there just grabbing onto that handle. It's a really fine art to really just try and desperately grab that handle while you've got your swimmer out in front there. But very, very close. And as you said, Christy, we saw Redhead were in that second position just to the corner there. So Maroochydore might unfortunately have to settle for 5th. But as we look out here, it's all about Alexandra Headlands and Zoe Woods out there in front with Millie Peterson on screen at the moment, paddling very, very well. These girls have definitely been so strong. Christy, you'd obviously have seen them out there training a fair bit. And then we obviously have Redhead as well out there doing very well. So they're going to be 2 teams that are going to be very hard to beat. I like Trig Island also. They're from WA. They're used to wind as well, being from WA, being a Trig there. So I reckon they're going to be a bit of a dark horse, I reckon, coming into the final.
Yeah, we mentioned it was a really, really stacked semi. So very, very competent teams there making it through to the A final. We believe it might be the team from Alex, Redhead, Trig Island, and perhaps the team from Kurrawa sneaking through to the A final. The other teams, of course, will get another chance in our B final, which we think may be the teams from Maroochydore, Dickies, Currumbin, and also the team there from City of Perth.
Congratulations, girls, on making through to the World Championships A final and the B final. And now we look to the screen, semi-final number 2 for the Youth Board Rescue. And we'll go through the start list. So on the northern side there, lane number 1, we have North Burleigh of Spence and Locke. BMD, Northcliffe, McDonald and Shorter. Can number 3, we move to Canada, Pacific Swim Academy team of Skinder and Skinder, which are actually sisters there, Abigail and Anna Marie. Lane number 4 is Newport of Barber and Clues. Already seen Barber and Clues out there this morning in the swim. Coogin Headland of Tate and Sharp. Terrigal Surf Lifesaving Club, very, very strong in board rescue of Shearer and Green. Sunshine Beach, we've got Cameron and Arthur. We spoke about them, absolutely loving the surf. Lawler and O'Leary from Coffs Harbour. And then we have Clifton of Magusti and Hoggerson obviously from South Africa there, from Clifton in lane number 9. And the girls are off for a start for semi number 2. They've seen how competitive and how fast it was in that semi-final number 1. So the girls won't be mucking around here. And as you can see, they were into that dolphin diving. It looks like we have Sunshine out in front there, as well as Coffs Harbour off to the side. Sorry, should I say Sunshine off to the side as well. So the girls on that, as you said, in Coogin Headland, sorry, it actually was Coffs Harbour. As you said, Christy, out there, that southern side, it's definitely got a nice draw, a nice lane.
It seems to be the spot to be in for these semi-finals. We will see the conditions change constantly throughout the day. So what might have been a good alley for the semis might not necessarily be the good alley for the finals. But the girls in semi-final number 1, who are in this southern part of the arena, certainly made the best of it, which we can see there now. Coogin, Sunshine, back there too. It looks like the team from Sunshine Beach also in 3rd place. So some really, really strong teams in semi-final number 2. A little bit more spread out than we saw in semi-final number 1, but very early stages of this race.
And there we have the girls from Coogin Headland, Isabel Tate and Nia Sharp. I'm not too sure who's swimming or board paddling, but it wouldn't matter. These two are very, very strong competitors just over the border. Northern New South Wales, they train there with Scott McCartney and Brilliant Surf Club, and they're doing some wonderful things. And these two girls, they're really making their names known, and you can see that out there in front at the moment. Also Sunshine Beach, you mentioned, Christy, this team of Cameron and Arthur, very, very strong as well. So they're also looking the goods. I'm just trying to have a look at potentially, I would have thought maybe Newport would have been a little bit further up of Barbara and also Clues, but they are on that more middle to northern side. But it is all about Coogin Headland out in front in number 1. We there have Sunshine will put their hand up for number 2. We then look over to the north side of Northcliffe will be up in number 3, but this one is very, very tight.
Northcliffe in number 3, and I think it is there, the team from Newport, currently in 4th, but only very, very, very narrowly. All of our swimmers have made their way out to sea, and the rescuers are on their way. So as we saw in semi-final number 1, not too much separating these teams, and it may come down to a sprint finish yet again. So we can see the teams there on the southern end probably doing the best at the moment. We can see the split screen there. We're on board there with the team from Coogin, So just probably navigating the last of that break. It looks like she's in the green water now, which is a huge relief when you're the paddler.
It's an amazing feeling when you see that green water, when you're just being pounded by the whitewash. So Coogin Headland's out there in front looking very, very good on her tummy. And the reason you've seen the girls more so on their stomach, probably more than usual, is because of that very strong wind. So it's going to be very tight. Coogin Headland, they'd be very happy where they are at the moment. Their swimmers setting themselves up very well. Sunshine look like they're just holding on very, very tight. Northcliffe, look like they are the ones that are making that move at the moment, coming from fourth, looking into potentially maybe snatching that spot of second. But Coogin Headland have actually chosen to put their board paddler out in front. You are able to do that as well. Swimmer on the back, but they are off and away.
Wave coming now, so this might actually pick up some of our competitors if they can get that turnaround done. Probably our competitors on the northern end might get a little runoff of this, Northcliffe and also Sunshine Beach, but probably a race in 6 at the moment. I don't think anyone's out of it, and the girls know it. You can see the speed at which they are racing back towards the beach.
Christy, that is absolutely correct. No one is out of this race at the moment. Also, Newport look like they are looking very strong at the moment, making their move right towards the end of this race, but that's when you need to make the move. And we look over Sunshine, but Coogin Headland, 100% perfection. This semi-final number 2 has been spot on, and the girls can relax and have a smile because they are home and will take out this semi-final number 2. But it's more going to be what happens next. We saw that it was a race of 6. Coogins won. We've only got 3 more spots to give.
Yeah, we'll wait and see where the race is for these minor placing. That's our number 1 team, Coogin. They are certainly safe. They'll make it through to the A final. We'll look to pick up the other caps there. We've got Terrigal, we've got Northcliffe, we've got the team from North Burleigh and also Sunshine Beach. Or from that angle, we absolutely cannot pick it. I think it might come down between North Burleigh and also Sunshine, but we'll wait for those official results there. The team from Newport looks like they will have to settle for the B final.
5 certainly doesn't go into 4, does it? So unfortunately, one of those teams will miss out. Terrigal really coming through. They paddled so well as a team together, so they kind of came in right at the end there. But we'll have a look. We'll go back to the start, and we'll have a look at that. The girls really going. You see Clifton right on this south side. She went very far south. I think that actually cost her a few metres. Most of the girls stuck in that middle of that hole that Sam spoke about. But Coogin Headland swimmer, she set her board paddle up so well, giving her that nice lead, and she wasn't holding anything back. She knew that only top 4 get in, and then we saw Sunshine not too far away, but it was really the race was after here where we saw Terrigal, we saw obviously Sunshine were already in, we saw Newport, Northcliffe, North Burleigh. It was a very, very tough semi, this one.
Yeah, the big movers in the board probably came from Northcliffe and North Burleigh, as you mentioned, on the northern end of the beach. So very keen to see who actually snapped that 4th spot. Unlucky if it wasn't the team from North Burleigh. They did it tough all the way up there in the north, and we'll bring those final results to you when we can. We're just heading a little bit further south back to the men's arena now for their semi-finals.
Yeah, back into the semi-finals, and you just see the tempo lift in when it hits from, you go from quarterfinals and then you go into the semi-finals. So we've got 2 semi-finals, and we're looking to see, this will be our first semi-final now in the water at the moment. So we'll go through the list at the moment. So on can number 1, we have BMD Northcliffe. Dickey Beach will be on can number 2. Mermaid Beach will be number 3. Can number 4 will be North Burleigh. Can number 5 will be Alexandra Headlands. We saw them very strong before. Then we move into Canada. They will be on can number 6. Germany, we love that cap of the Lady Beetle Bugs. Fantastic. That's my favourite. And they'll be on can number 7. And then we move on to 8 and 9. Coogin Headlands, we just saw fantastic in the girls' board rescue. And then Germany will be in can number 9. So out of this, we will only be taking 4 that will be going to that B final. Sorry, we might actually be taking more than that. We'll wait and see, because we might actually be having that final of 9. So we'll check and see how many goes through, but be in top 4 and you'll certainly be safe.
Yes, I would imagine you'd be aiming for that top 4. There might actually be an option for a 9th, just in case there is a dead heat. But I would imagine it will be just 4 going through to the A final, 4 going through to the B final. We have our lead competitors there, the team from Northcliffe doing the best job at the moment. The Summa has got their rescuer to a handy lead. You can see there is a huge change in pace from those quarterfinals here to the semis. These guys mean business.
It is the business end of the coming to the business end of the day, isn't it? Because we talk about the finals package 1 o'clock this afternoon, but you have to be there. You have to get through to those semi-finals. And we see Northcliffe, they do not want to muck around. They want to get going. They know how special it would be to win that world titles, but come back to the process. Need to be there, need to be on the line to give yourself that opportunity, because if you miss out, you will not have that opportunity. But remember, we also do have the B final as well from 9th to 16th. So that's also very special to make that one as well. But out at the moment, the competitors, it's a tough ask. We spoke about that this morning. But once they get through this semi-final and whoever books their ticket to the final this afternoon, I think they will definitely be very happy campers.
Yes, Northcliffe still holding their lead out in front on that northernmost end there. We've got the Summa. It was Jonah who swam out, and I believe the rescuer might be Liam Campana, who is doing a fantastic job for his team, just making sure he's on course, having a little bit of a look over to see the lead that he has got. I think we'll have to span down possibly to the team maybe from Alexandra Headlands as well, doing a great job in this semi.
As we look to the screen now, that just shows how difficult it is. The IRB and all the water safety, thank you so much for being out here. You certainly give us your all. And as we just quickly run through, we actually have the results of that semi-final for the board rescue and the women's. There was obviously Coogin Headlands out there in number 1. Terrigal got that second spot. They had a great run home. Sunshine Beach number 3, and it was BMD Northcliffe who picked up that last spot for the final. And unfortunately, we say goodbye to North Burleigh, who lost in that sprint finish. So that they will add and join to the girls, for the example, for the likes of Alexandra Headlands for that final, which will be later on today.
And for these World Championships, we will also get to see the B finals, which is a great addition, because being so cutthroat, you could still be 9th or 10th in the world. So we'll get to go right down to 16th position when we combine the A and the B final results.
Absolutely. And as we move back to that men's rescue tube rescue, and it is still Northcliffe in front at the moment, doing very, very well. Wanting to, as we said before, they know what is on the line at the moment. Only 4 going through. So incredibly tough to get in to that final position. But they just made that look so easy. They set it up right from the start. And that's the way to do it. If you can pick a way to do a semi-final, get out in front, lead all the way, and come back in first, and you don't get into that danger zone.
No, and it's a much nicer position for those draggers to not have to absolutely sprint up the beach, save a little bit of energy for the final and for those final events coming on this afternoon. As you've seen there, the patient can't assist at all as the draggers run across the line, so that's why they're not helping run. They've got to keep their bodies as stiff as they can. They can't be seen to giving any assistance. So Northcliffe across the line there, they'll take the first spot in this A final. 4 to go through. The team there from Alexandra Headlands look also comfortable in second. Seen them strong in the quarterfinals, now in the semis, so they'll be a team to watch in the finals. Fairly spread out semi-final, this one, and the rescue tube rescue can often be an event that is rather spread out. It's a little bit of a slower event than the board rescue.
It certainly is at the moment. It just takes some time, and Alexandra Headlands, they've obviously got some few good coaches there, haven't they? Christy, you certainly being one yourself and being a life member there. Fantastic club, been so strong across the whole board today. And we just see could be potentially Mermaid just coming through, and might be one of our South African teams just on screen there. They will be absolutely or might be Dicky Beach actually, should I say. Coogin coming through there. They've also been very strong, but It's they all know what's on offer. They know that they need to be at their absolute best to get through this final. So Coogin Headlands just coming through there, and everyone's got a little bit of a different technique, don't they, with pulling their draggers in. I noticed the patience to trying to keep their bodies as stiff as possible to make it easy as they can for the draggers.
Yeah, Coogin, I think, just missing out. They'll have to settle for a spot in the B final. I think it was Dickie Beach, as you mentioned, taking that 4th position. That's one of our Canadian teams on screen there with the purple cap. We have a bit of a look back to our replay and our teams making their way out, the patients there making their way out to the cans, and the pace was really, really on, especially from that team with Coogin out in front relatively early. And there's our Northcliffe team up on that top end of the screen, and what a lead they gave their rescuers. And look, they'll be looking to set up their final in much similar fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the best way to do it, and we had a little bit of trouble out there as we see the IRB. So easy to tumble over on those IRBs there, but we need them out there, the duckies, to keep everyone nice and safe. But Northcliffe, they were just out on the edge there by themselves, and they almost actually clashed in, and you just saw another competitor coming on the way out. But here's the clip up, here's the tube, nice and quick, and just want to make sure on that right-hand side from our view over that can, just so there's no disqualification. And that's another thing with the competitors out there. They want to make sure, like the beach relay we saw yesterday, all those little intricate details just to make sure they're done nicely. But great body surfing as well. I thought they got about 5 metres out of that, so it all adds up into the end. And also a nice little rest for the draggers as well.
Yeah, it was great to see. You saw the rescuer just pull the swimmer up in a line with them, which is probably the best technique in terms of how you can pick up that white water in this event. Getting 5 or 10 metres is probably the most you'll get. You can't really catch a wave much further than that, but they'll be thankful for any little lift that they can get. So that was semi-final number 1, we believe, of the men's rescue, tube rescue. The women's semi-finals of those board rescues look like they might also be wrapped up a little bit further down the beach. So we are flying through these early rounds here, and very excited as we move closer and closer to this finals package. This may, in fact, be the second semi-final of, or the first quarterfinal of the women's rescue, tube rescue. So wasting no time at all getting into that next event up there in the women's arena.
Yes, the carnival and the officials, everywhere, it's running so smoothly at the moment. They know that after yesterday, they went for safety and had to postpone the water events yesterday, so they've had to jam-pack a few water events in today, but the athletes knew that going in today, so they knew it was going to be back-to-back, plenty of rest, big sleep overnight, plenty of carb loading, but we look forward to, quarterfinal number 1 for the youth women's rescue tube rescue. We have Great Britain over in can number 1, so that's Redford Surf Lifesaving Club. And then we also have Viking Surf Sports. Welcome back again. They've also been very strong on the beach as well. Currumbin Beach Vikings. So Vikings and Vikings, different countries, but similar name to each other, next to each other. Burleigh Headland, so they're going to be in the middle there on can at number 4. Morty Alec, very strong also on the beach and the water, number 5. Maroochydore, we all know Maroochydore Surf Lifesaving Club, number 6. We've got Germany in there as well. And number 8 to round it out, we also have Tugan Surf Lifesaving Club. But we'll head down to the beach in a moment. We might actually have Sam with a few competitors, and we look forward to seeing and hearing who Sam's got with us.
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. We're standing by with the competitors from Haas-Winkel Surf Lifesaving Club from Germany. They've just competed in the semi-final of the Rescue Tube Rescue. Firstly, welcome to Australia. How have you enjoyed the racing?
It was really good so far, so it's great.
How are you finding the conditions out there today? It's quite windy.
Yeah, it's a little bit cold, but it's a good time here.
A little bit cold. You've come out of your summer, but I know it gets quite cold for you in winter. How does this compare to home?
Yeah, the winter here is pretty much warmer than in the summer in Germany, but it's very good here.
And we're now competing at the Interclub Championships here. I think we've just got, the officials are interrupting at the moment the interview, but look, the Interclub Championships here at the World Championships on the Gold Coast, how much have you enjoyed being here in Australia?
Really, so it's better than Germany. The weather's warmer and yeah, it's more fun.
Well, we've certainly enjoyed watching you racing. You're required over there to get your wristband scanned, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And what a club cap they have on. And Sam, just for a moment, is it cold down there? Because I've seen a lot of the athletes there. Christy and I have seen the towels wrapping around each other, a little bit of shivering, the jackets are thrown on. Certainly looks different to the last couple of days. Okay, we might have just lost Sam there for a moment. That's okay. We will get that answer from him in a little while. As we look back to on screen at the moment, we just saw, Christy, the patience out there in the water. There actually looks like that swell is actually a lot further out now at the moment, because you actually saw a few white caps actually going over the patients' heads.
Yeah, you can see there the team from Burleigh Heads doing a fantastic job in this quarterfinal number 1 of the Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. That's the team of Bianca Raywood, Jasmine Raywood, Chelsea Wood and Charlotte Hart. So an incredibly strong team there, the team from Burleigh Heads. And I know the Raywood sisters are quite experienced in this event, known for their strength and power, particularly in these swimming events. So they have a fairly huge lead in this only first quarterfinal. So still a lot to go, and they might want to start to conserve a little bit of that energy. We can see the second team making their way up now. I believe that might actually be the team of Maroochydore coming into second position, but back on screen now with the girls from Burleigh Heads.
The two sisters arms in arms, and both representing Australia for the youth team last week. Jasmine being the captain of the youth Australian team. So they're all rounders, aren't they? They really do it all. And also Bianca Raywood being a very good runner as well, cross country on the track and the 2 kilometre beach too. So we know they'll be fast up the beach as well, should I say. And when we look on screen there, they've got a nice lead at the moment. They certainly have started this first quarterfinal and really kind of stamping authority that, hey, we want to win this World Championships and we're not here to muck around. They've had a big few days from racing in the Youth Championships, but when you're youth and when you're that fit, it's almost a better thing, isn't it? The more races, the better.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, if it is cold down the beach, you might as well keep racing, keep your body moving. The team from Burleigh just getting a bit of a lift off that white water, doing a fantastic job as they're just about to get another one right on the head. So I would imagine there'll be no trouble for our team from Burleigh Heads qualifying through. That's the team there from Maroochydore, Samantha McGrath being the swimmer and Jo Prey the rescuer. They're probably taken a little bit of ground off our leaders, closed that gap a little bit, but we'll also expect them to be comfortably through to our next round.
Absolutely. All the girls look like they know exactly what they're doing out there. Some great body surfing by Burleigh out in front there at the moment. Their team obviously got the Raywood sisters, Wood and Hart. Charlotte Hart obviously having also a big week of racing for Great Britain. Very, very strong. So the girls get in there, a little smile on their face. The girls at Burleigh all having a good time out there. And they're really setting themselves up. And Maroochydore also looking very, very strong. They got a nice little body wave as well. McGrath being the swimmer there, and Barlow being a dragger. Prey obviously being the rescuer, and two Barlow sisters out there. Love the sisterhood happening at the moment. You'll definitely see probably some extra fighting and some extra yelling out there. It all comes out of love. Bonnie and I used to do that in board rescue. You're just kind of a bit more honest, telling them what you think when it's your sister, but all definitely comes out of love. And as you can see, the girls from Tugun making their way up as well. Maroochydore having a laugh, and the reason they're walking at the moment, we're only in quarterfinal at the moment, so as Christy mentioned before, it's very taxing, this event. So as much as you can rest, getting yourself through obviously being the main achievement, but after that, if you can rest as much as you can to get to that semi, to get to that final, it's really, really going to help. And you also mentioned as well when you said that 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock today.
Yeah, that looks like it might be the team from Currumbin and also maybe Mordy Alec, who are sprinting across for that fourth position. We believe maybe only 4 going through to the semi-finals. So maybe the team there from Mordy Alec getting that 4th qualifier. Currumbin there crossing the line in 5th place.
Absolutely. And we see some of the other girls on screen there from Germany, actually just giving that signal of where to go, trying to help their team members out. It's been a big day already for them. So I'm sure all the youth are definitely going to sleep very well. I wonder if they have school the rest of the week, whether they might stay and race in the Opens, obviously. Mums and dads might need them to go back to school, but it's been a big day already so far, and all doing very, very well, and conditions picking up as we're watching on screen at the moment. And the conditions, the wind here on the Gold Coast, because we have such open beaches, unless you're tucked in at Burleigh Heads or Miami or North Burleigh, unless you're part of a point around there, it really gets really windy on those open beaches. And we look on screen for that replay, North Burleigh. I just see Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh out in front there, and she really took it to the rest of the the rest of the competitors out there, just to make sure she's looking after her dragger, her draggers, as well as her rescuer as well. Sorry, got a bit stumbled with words there. Rescuer and draggers out there. So it takes a team of 4 to make this happen, and it's all been great teamwork.
Yeah, I imagine she got some strict instructions from her sister. Make sure you get me a bit of a lead. And she did just that. So you can see them doing their clip up, taking a little bit of time, making sure they've done that correctly. You can see the IRB there, just making sure everyone is picking up on that ocean side. And it's a hard feeling when you're the rescuer, thinking you're going to get down one of those waves, and you get that whiplash pulled back because your patient's dragging you behind. But no problems at all there for our team from Burleigh Heads. A little bit of excitement for our 4th and 5th competitors, but our top 3 teams certainly making it through really comfortably.
Very comfortably indeed. And they can have a rest, not too long of a rest, because they know they've got to back it up and get ready to go through to that semi-final coming up not too far away. And as we see on screen, this is just how hard it is. All the athletes are obviously incredibly light, but as Chrissy mentioned, it's just dead weight trying to carry them. So very, very difficult, as we can see the patient trying to be as stiff as a board. And they got drifted a little bit down to the north, so it's going to be a little bit further of a carry for them. So just wanting to get over that line to make sure they get their spot. They will, unfortunately, miss out on going through to the next round. But certainly it's nice to finish it. Be proud of yourselves and get there over the finish. So that's it for quarterfinal number 1. We've still got a couple more to go, 2 more to go, so we can get our semi-finalists.
Yeah, they take a little bit of extra time to set up these events, as we haven't really had a shot yet of our rescuers setting up, but their fins and their tubes will be set up as they reset for quarterfinal number 2. We've got a team there from Germany, Alex Kujin, Dickie Beach, also a team from Canada and Germany. So a lot of internationals in our semi-final number 2. And as I mentioned in the men's, it seems to be an event that a lot of our international countries really focus on, the rescue tube rescue. It's a bit more of a blue ribbon event for them, as is sometimes our Ironman and Ironwoman event. The rescue tube rescues are a real focal point for a lot of our international teams. So that's why we see them, particularly the teams from Germany and Great Britain, doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely. You are absolutely spot on there, and they love it. They're very good at it. And here we go. Just got that drone shot panning away there. We can see the amount of competitors that are on the beach for the youth, and fantastic setup. Absolutely for spectators and fans looking on. And we've got a big program today. So we've already been into the surf races. We've also had the rescue tube rescues and also the board rescues, but we still have the beach sprint to come. Still got the board race as well. So we've still got a lot on offer that is not too far away for the youth, men's and women's. And then we'll look to our finals package. So finals package program looking like the male surf swim, female surf swim. We've got female board rescue. Remember A and B for that one. Rescue tube rescue for the men's A and B. Rescue tube also for the females. Board rescue for the males. And then we go into the individual board races for both female and male. So they'll be going for a World Championships And then the Ocean Woman Relay, Ocean Man Relay, they're definitely some of my favourites. Fantastic race for that one. So you get the best of the best from your surf club, mix them all into a blender, and that's what you've got. And then we finish off with the beach sprint, male and female. We'll also have an A and B final in that as well. And we've seen the beach sprinting. We spoke about the other day, I was speaking to Josh Minogue about it. You can run everywhere all over the world. Even though some of the internationals said we don't have the opportunity to be in surf, everyone has the opportunity to run and run on sand.
And it's a fantastic venue for the beach sprinters. You could just see in that previous drone shot that beautiful flat beach track that we get to have here at Kurrawa Beach. So of all of the beaches that you get to run on, you can see that a lot of them are really affected by the tides, but Kurrawa have that amazing prime position for their beach track right up next to the boardwalk, so they get a great crowd, and that's going to be a really exciting event to finish off our finals programs this afternoon.
Absolutely. Everyone gets around it, and it is beautiful, isn't it? The Kurrawa beach competitors, they're so blessed to have that area to train. It's fantastic area. Also volleyball, they do a lot of beach volleyball up there as well, so it's a beautiful strip of the beach, and I love how it's a little bit up on a hill so you can kind of look down to the water as well. But we move on back onto screen. So remember, we are live all day, which is just phenomenal. Fantastic. We can capture every single race, every single day, every single moment. We don't miss a beat. We've even got the split screen as well, drone from the top, drone from behind. So we've got it all to make sure you are up with all the action. And don't forget, if you can't watch it live, you can also watch it. You can replay it as well, YouTube. And then we also go to SBS on a few of the days as well for the finals packages. So we've got both all happening for you. So on screen right now, we move back to the women's rescue tube rescue. The patients online there, you see a little bit of jumping up and down, and that's why we were trying to get that a few questions answers from Sam before about, is it really freezing out there from when we're up here? It looks like it is, especially when they come out of the water.
Yeah, I would say it would be pretty chilly down there. You can see those flags really blowing in that very strong southerly breeze. And once you've been in and out of the water a few times, your body temperature certainly does drop. So as you mentioned here, it is quarterfinal number 2 for the women's rescue tube rescue, just in the starters' hands, waiting for everything to be set and ready to go. As we're waiting for that second semi-final to get underway, Sam, are we with you down on the beach?
Final call, male.
Thanks very much, guys. Sorry about that technical difficulties for just a moment. We are standing by on the beach with Zia and Carolyn, who have come all the way from Germany to compete at the Interclub World Championships as well. Firstly, how are you enjoying your time here?
It's really great here. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun surfing with the waves and just enjoying the ocean.
Yeah, and we've certainly enjoyed you guys racing in the board rescue as well. How have you found the conditions today?
So it's pretty hard because it's not normal in Germany. You just have the Ostsee and it's not that many waves, so it's pretty difficult. But it's pretty cool to get a wave and get through the beach again.
Yeah. Can you tell us about your club and whereabouts in Germany it is?
Well, it's in Bietigheim-Bissingen, so it's near Stuttgart. It's rather in the south of Germany. And yeah, it's mostly a pool competitions at our club, but we love to have an ocean competition as well in it.
Well, with that in mind, these conditions can be pretty tricky. Have you competed in conditions like this before?
Yeah, we had in Italy, in Riccione, at the EM, and in Belgium, and yeah.
So what events are you looking forward to for the rest of the program as well?
Well, I think basically the pool competitions, so I think Super Lifesaver will be a great event.
Well, this has been a great warm-up, no doubt, and we can't wait to see you in action again in the ocean throughout the competition. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sam, and thank you, girls, for that wonderful interview. On screen this there before, and not only do we have the ocean events all happening, and we spoke about the beach events, we've also got the pool events as well. So we've got Jenny Parry's been there all week doing a wonderful job down there, and we just see our first competitor. That looks like it potentially is Alexandra Headlands out there in front at the moment for quarterfinal number 2. Swimmer Sevie Gibson rescuer, Leah Pinkleton. So they've had a very big program, and also on screen we have their Kingscliff out there as well. Dickey Beach, not too far away. We've obviously heard these clubs time and time again this morning. So can number 1, we have Germany. Alexandra Headlands were number 2 out there first. Coogin Headlands, can number 3. Number 4, Dickey Beach, not too far away and definitely in the chase at the moment. And speaking of Dickey Beach, she did a phenomenal, as you said, transitioning, Christy, how hard it is to get those fins on. But Dickey Beach, that is Lily McCorkey. She did wonderful. That she was definitely the quickest, has gone straight past Alexandra Headlands at the moment. A club from Canada out there enjoying themselves, and Germany there to round up that second quarterfinal for the youth women's.
Dickey Beach, as you mentioned, taking the lead in this quarterfinal, number 2 ahead of Alexandra Headlands and Coogin there in third. Our top 3 teams on screen at the moment looking very, very strong as they head out towards their patients. Dickey Beach probably just pulling away a little bit, probably got a body length now on Alexandra Headlands, and then back to Coogin in third. So these rescuers doing a great job. We've spoken all morning about how taxing this is on your legs. The fins that they're swimming with aren't your regular swim fins that you see maybe during a swim squad at the pool. These are really large fiberglass swimming fins, and so the lactic acid buildup is really hard to explain. It's unlike anything I've ever felt, and something that a lot of our swimmers aren't overly used to. It is probably an event that they might only do once or twice a year. So, and they're probably grateful for that because it is a real burn.
Absolutely. I know when they put this in the program, it's very hard to slip in, as you said, Christy, because it is very taxing. And lactic acid, if you've done sport before, I'm sure you've experienced it, and it's very hard to get rid of and drain out in a very quick situation. So we see the girls from Dickey Beach. Lily, fantastic. Should I say actually Dickey Beach, that was Dakota Luke, actually the rescuer there. That was a fantastic, Dakota, you were fantastic with those fins. Phenomenal effort. Swimmer Taylor O'Shaughnessy, she was fantastic as well. So they're really out in front, and they really came in that second half of this race right now, really stretching out. Alexandra Headlands been so strong all day. Sevie Gibson, phenomenal swimmer, with Leah Pickleton being the rescuer. They've also had a really, really strong morning. Got Coogin Headlands out there as well, of Hutchison, George Campbell, and also Hutchison, Freya, and Layla. I know that family, and they're all girls, and they're a beautiful family just over the border here, so they'll be going very, very strong out there. Very great swimmers, also surfer as well. But we move to the screen. Dickey Beach just making it look too easy at the moment.
Yes, losing a little bit of their lead, just ever so slightly to the team there from Alexandra Headlands, as you mentioned, Sive Gibson and Leah Pilkington. Leah there, the rescuer, doing a great job, though. The girls from Dickey Beach trying to get a little bit of a run. You can see how shallow it is there. Our rescuers standing up there on that bank, although you can't wade with those big fins, so you've got to dive back down and swim towards those draggers. You can see the girls there just looking up every now and then to see how much further they have to go before they can meet their draggers and hand their patient over to those draggers. And it's a really long break here at Kurrawa, so we can see when we see those drone shots just how long these swim races are. The team there on the top of the screen, Alexandra Headlands, doing a great job. The Dickey Beach team just about to hand over to their draggers, so they'll be comfortably through there. Our top 2 teams, Dickey Beach and Alexandra Headlands, through in this quarterfinal number 2.
A wonderful performance, and they can tick the quarterfinal off, that they are done and dusted and can now focus on that semi-final. A great feeling for the girls to get one run and done on their bucket list of today, with those ticking off those goals throughout. So the girls just nice and easy, just trying to save that energy as much as they can. And we see Alexandra Headlands, they're kind of in a bit of
They're actually carrying their patients. I mean, Sive is only very light, so Sive Gibson getting carried across the line there by our 2 draggers. So that's a technique we haven't actually seen before, but an effective one nonetheless.
That was a lot of strength there by the Alex girls. The only time I've ever seen that was a couple of days ago, and it was Brian Murphy and his team from the USA, and they actually got their patient actually up on their shoulders. I think he was going for maybe a little bit of a,
like a fireman's
Mitch
carry,
Buchanan or the Hasselhoff, about Baywatch, Fireys. It was all happening there. It was very impressive. So it's maybe the girls saw the USA, doing that, and they thought this, but they did it very well and very effective. I mean, you take it away from. It's interesting to be what is the quickest technique, because obviously everyone's different. In different limbs, different weight, everything like that. But you've really got to make the most of it. But the girls from Alex there, they look like they did it very effectively.
Yeah, Sophie Wall and Sarah Cleverly, the draggers there, decided to pick up Sive Gibson, and it worked for them. It'll be interesting to see whether they thought it worked well enough to do that again in the semi-finals, and hopefully if they make it through into the finals, we can see just some of our back markers coming through here. That looks like our team from Canada coming across. We've seen a lot of those purple caps in these rescue tube rescues. Very, very strong in these events.
Very, very strong indeed. We've seen them out and about, having a good time. And this is where the girls need to get going and try and get that best possible position. Because, as you mentioned earlier, it is easy to get a DQ in this event, so they need to keep going, need to make sure they can get high up position as they possibly can. So the girls really making their way, charging towards the water's edge. Sorry, should I say coming from the water's edge, to try and get their patient's body across that line. It's the desperate run, isn't it? I think Canada might have just pipped the Germany team there to get that spot in.
Yeah, not a lot left from our teams there. It is really difficult to, as you mentioned, sprint while you are actually carrying your patient or dragging your patient up the beach. I think that's all of our teams across the line there now. So they'll just wait for the officials to give them the official results to let us know who has qualified through from that Heat 2 of these quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Heat number 2 is run and done. As we look back to that replay of the girls, looking very good. The patience out. It's a very long swim, and we saw that right from this morning. Even though the tide's been dropping and changing out there the whole time, it's been a long swim the whole time. And Kurrawa has that long break out there. So we see the girls, and we saw Dickie Beach, definitely the quickest at putting those fins on it, and it makes a lot of distance. But as we move and we've run and done that quarterfinal number 2, upcoming and not too far away is quarterfinal number 3. So quarterfinal number 3, we've got Sunshine Beach, so a very hotly contended Sunshine Coast beaches coming through and doing very, very well. BMD Northcliffe, another sister pair in there, the Newtons are a part of that BMD Northcliffe team. North Burleigh, they will be can number 3. Clifton back. Absolutely love this team from South Africa. So I'll quickly move forward because we'll be back to the board rescue with the men's, but we go to Canada and Germany, and then Germany as well to finish off. So that will be that rescue tube rescue quarterfinal number 3. We may actually miss that. They might be out in the water as we potentially may move across, and we have the men's board rescue. So the women's will be out there doing that rescue tube rescue. We'll come back with those details once it's finished for who will make up the numbers in the semi-final. But on screen right now, we move to the men's youth board rescue.
Yeah, we can see teams there just huddled in around our officials, just getting some of their final instructions. Obviously, these events could be run slightly different in different countries, so really important for all of our competitors to listen into that race briefing so that everyone understands the exact course and the rules of the course. Officials doing a great job, and it probably takes a little bit longer to brief our athletes on these events, obviously with a lot of the different languages that are here, and some of our athletes not having English as their first language, but doing a fantastic job to understand all of our official directions.
They are doing a fantastic job, and they've been able to do the interviews and understand, and it's been phenomenal. To listen to those interviews actually, and they speak fantastically, and their English is amazing. So It's wonderful to see them here, as we just see quarterfinal number 1 will be almost out and about to get started in that. So officials running through what they need to do, making sure they get their hand up nice and strong and doesn't want any disqualification. So we see Pirates from South Africa. They are going to be in that can number 1, draw number 1. So we saw that in the females. The southern side was better, but it's always forever changing. So you really have to make sure you're really looking out there constantly. And as Sam said, in this water area, there was that hole which potentially could be out in front there. If we look to the middle of the screen right now, that could be the spot that Sam was talking about. So we'll wait and see who gets that spot. But Canada are right in there in lane number 2. Dicky Beach have been very strong across the whole morning. Mermaid Beach as well. Look out for them. Chugan Surf Life Saving Club, they're going to be in the middle, number 5. They could have actually picked the lane that Sam was talking about this morning. They've also got Germany as well. Very close to Kudjin, actually, club, their cap there. Germany side by side. North Burleigh will be in there. Watch out for them. They've got a great team there. And Newport on the end with Noah Maggs, we know will be paddling very, very strong out there. So quarterfinal number 1 for the men's. They look all a little bit spread out, and I always love the start just to see what's going through the athletes' minds and where they're off to.
Yeah, 3 quarterfinals coming up here in the men's Interclub Board Rescue events. So interesting to see how our international competitors, we've mentioned how strong they are in the rescue tube rescues. We'll soon find out how much work they've been putting into these board rescue team events as well. Competitors just doing their final bit of warm-ups.
And we are now off for the start for quarterfinal number 1 for the youth men's board rescue. And this is the first time not the first time they're running into the water. They've certainly been doing that back-to-back, but the first time they'll be running in for the board rescue. And it looks like North Burleigh, we might have actually Riley out there in front. He's got long limbs out there, so he'll be making the most of that wading and also going under these waves at the moment, that porpoising. So out in front with a nice little lead in the centre of the screen, that is North Burleigh.
Yeah, and look at the difference from this southern end. I think they were able to, as you mentioned, that hole seems to be sitting a little bit in front of our northern alleys. So the teams on this southern end were able to run and porpoise a lot further out. And look at the lead that North Burleigh have already. That's probably 20 metres.
Yes, Riley, he's an incredible swimmer, trains with Raylene Ryan, sorry, Rails, got your name all mixed up there, from Miami Swim Club. So very good swimmer out there in front, but he really made the most of his running and also the porpoising, as you said, Christy, before, and one of the tallest competitors on the line, definitely. But he is looking all the goods. He's definitely putting on the meters. We see Newport just off to the left hand of the screen there. That'll be Thomas Shrivel. So he'll get up there, and Noah Maggs will be trying to make that distance. But North Burleigh, arm up and away, and Byron McParlin. He will be out, and Riley just gave him the best lead. And I tell you what, they can't sit back and relax, but they certainly set this up to take the win for today.
Yeah, it's a really nice position to be in as the rescuer, knowing that you've got a good maybe 20 metres on the rest of the field. So we can see there a lot of the other arms going up there. I think the team from Newport, we can see making a great start there, the rescuer. So they were also alongside North Burleigh on that southern end. I think the team also from Chugan were out pretty early as well. So they might be our top 3 teams.
But yes, at the moment, that southern end definitely looks like the draw. It's changing constantly, but we just see Mermaid out in front there. Kai Hurst being the coach of Mermaid Surf Life Saving Club there, doing wonderful things. But that southern end, it was quite a disadvantage when we look at the drone shot from the top. So Mermaid definitely have done very, very well. They were actually in the middle there, so they actually had a really good spot. But you look at the teams from Dicky Beach, Canada, and also Pirates, have just potentially had to work that little bit extra harder than the other athletes, just being more on that northern end.
Yeah, North Burleigh just doing the pickup there. Their lead has narrowed a little bit there from the team from Newport, doing a fantastic paddle to close that gap. You can see also there the team from Tugun and also the team from Mermaid. So that's our top 4 who we would expect to go through. I think actually Sam has sent through notification that 6 are actually going through from this first round through to the semis. So a little bit more breathing space for these men board rescue teams.
I think that all the men will be happy about that. 6 going through. When it goes to 4, you really have to get moving because 4 can easily be on a wave. But we just look to the bottom of the screen. Newport working very, very well together. And they're back and just offside was North Burleigh. We're just a little, probably maybe a metre behind and just got that a little bit softer. And the boys from Newport, they've got to get moving. As you said, Christy, 6 are going through, so they won't have to stress too much. But I saw they had a little bit of a giggle. I mean, it's good practice for them to do in the quarterfinal. Semi-final, they might be a little bit more stressed, but certainly they could have learnt from that and thought, okay, all right, it's a lot shallower than maybe what it looks from the beach.
Yes, they've done very well to regather, catch that second wave in there along with Tugun and the team from Mermaid. So North Burleigh, Newport, Tugun and Mermaid will be our top 4 teams. We'll look to see who will be the next 2 teams across the line to qualify through to the semi-finals. But Newport, until they came a little bit unstuck on that wave, did a fantastic job to draw back that lead from North Burleigh. And it is the team from Dicky Beach on screen who might pick up the 5th position. So a great job from them. As you mentioned, they didn't draw the best alley there at the northern end. So they've done quite well to still come through and keep themselves alive in these early rounds.
It's all about keeping alive. That's exactly right. And board rescue is about finding that perfect partner for you. Everyone can... It's really hard to find that person. It's really just trying to get that stroke rate together. And I noticed that, you know, the North Burleigh boys, they're both very, very tall. So they've got a lot of limbs on the board. So it's really trying to control that more so to, you know, Thomas seems like he's a little bit smaller there, obviously being with Noah, who's quite tall. So, you know, potentially they've got a little bit lesser weight than potentially the North Burleigh boys. So it might give them that little bit of extra coming in. And that's potentially what, you know, why Riley's like, okay, I really have to get a nice big lead. We're a bit taller, maybe a bit heavier than the rest of the crew. So it's, it's really tactical. But we look at the replay out there now and North Burleigh, really great lead, still with a really great lead at the moment. I noticed that Riley was maybe a little bit further out to this side because he was trying to help his board paddler out to not kind of get caught up to that can. But certainly Newport coming in there, as we just see, they just kind of shot in front a little bit, went back, and then we just had Thomas potentially grabbing onto those front handles, which maybe next time he might think maybe not to hold them because sometimes that can really drive the board down into the sand, can't it?
Yeah, I think it just stood up a lot quicker and a lot steeper than he was expecting. So it was good that it wasn't too costly for them in just this first quarterfinal. So there they are on screen there now, the team from Newport safely through. And we'll wait to bring you the lineup for the second quarterfinal of the Youth Men's Board Rescue. The officials will just be getting those official results through, and we'll be able to bring those to you very, very shortly.
Yes, not too far away. We've got 2 more quarters to go, so we're definitely absolutely steaming through this program. We see the North Burleigh boys I love the debriefs, and Sam would be getting all of that, listening to all the athletes going through the debriefs, especially when there's a bit of swell on. The debriefs are always one of my favourite parts of being out there, as we just see the teams just waiting for the officials to get the final results that they can clear off, no disqualifications. It's always a little bit of a nervous await till you get your ticket and move on into that final. So we've actually got Sam. He's down there on the beach, in the wind, on the sand, and close to the ocean. What have you got for us, Sam?
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting reflection of the way the conditions are just changing a little bit here in that opening quarterfinal of the Youth Men's Board Rescue, in that as that tide is now continuing to drop further and further out, we can see that little shore break start to stand up that little bit steeper as well. And I think it did catch out a couple of the teams in that opening quarter-final. I think the rest of the field that is sitting here watching and waiting for their turn to race certainly took notice as well. There is a clear difference in terms of being on the left-hand side versus the right-hand side of the line. Those teams that were on the right, which is the southern end of the side here at Coral Beach on the Gold Coast, did seem to be able to run out that little bit further as well. That southerly wind is still quite strong. In fact, it has picked up a little bit throughout the morning as well, so that's helping those teams blow their way back onto that right can. But it's really tight racing, and I think as we get to that semi and then those finals later this afternoon, it's going to be really tight margins for error as well.
Thank you so much, Sam. And do you feel like some of the athletes, they're just holding back, do you feel, for that first gear? Or do you feel, is there a big jump? I guess watching here from the drone, I feel like there's been a big jump from that quarterfinal to the semi-final.
That's right. And look, I think as well that some of those teams do have the luxury to be able to take things a little bit easier once they do get back into that break zone as well. But like you guys did point out during that heat, that there isn't quite the opportunity to sit back and take it easy on the way out, because we are still seeing sets break out the back too. That's beyond that string of 9. So even those teams that might be a little bit behind that top 6 or that top 4 later on when racing does get to those semi-finals, is that they are still in it. So we'll have the second quarter-final getting on the line now. It won't be too far away from the start.
Thank you so much, Sam, for all your insights. We're so lucky to have you down there. And as Sam just mentioned, we are on the line and getting ready for a start for that men's youth board rescue quarterfinal number 2. So they are set for a start, and they are off and away. We saw Northcliffe out in the middle there, very, very strong. As I will run it through the program, we saw Riley Brennan also a very top swimmer. So on can number 1, we are going to go Canada, Drayton Valley Lifesavers. So they will be number 1. And then we move on to Great Britain, number 3, Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club. Number 4, Alexandra Headlands. Number 5, Kurrawa Surf Life Saving Club. BMD Northcliffe, Coogin Headlands. We see that Clifton Beach where Sam and I had a look at that beach. Absolutely beautiful. And to round up the numbers on screen right now is Currumbin Vikings Surf Life Saving Club. And Riley Brennan out there leading the charge, and actually exciting stuff. He's actually got Jackson Brennan, his brother, who will be the board paddler. So the first brothers we've seen today, we've seen multiple sisters being in the tube rescue and also the board rescue together, but the first time we're seeing brothers. So Riley just making this second quarterfinal just looks so easy at the moment. He's actually being chased by Coogin Headlands out there. They're going to be in can number 7, so 2 away from Riley there. And on the inside, we've got Northcliffe trying to make up a few metres, but it's all about that man on screen, left side of the screen, and that is Riley Brennan. He'll put that long arm up in the air, and we'll watch his brother Jackson get on his board and go out and rescue. So as we heard from Sam, it is really, really challenging where you get your draw, and you have to really roll with it. But that southern end has really looked like it's been the quickest, both for the males and females, as we've got that phenomenal split screen at the moment. We see the athletes, and you see how challenging that is, why their patients are out the back waiting patiently for their board paddler to collect them. And a little bit of backstroke out there, a little bit of breath that we just saw on screen. You can see the white caps and just how challenging it is. Northcliffe competitor. Board goes up in the air, nice and strong, of Low and O'Rourke there, but it is all about the Brennan brothers out in front on that green board, and he does not look like he's slowing down. He's probably only in first or second gear. A lot more gears to go, but just out there inserting their dominance of they want a world title, and that's what is going to be up for grabs at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So it's all happening down here at Coral Beach, and we're off for a turn. Counting on that one, it was only about three and a half seconds. So well done, boys. You've done that very well. Obviously practice that a few times, and board rescue, to really nail those turns, you really want to practice it. So looks like potentially Northcliffe are going to turn for that second position. Coogin Surf Life Saving Club, not too far away of George and Preston. So Christy, we've got the Brennan brothers out in front, and they are looking, and we've also got a friend out there as well, a whale, but the boys won't be too concerned about that at the moment. They will be all focusing on that way home.
Don't they look great on that board? They've obviously had a fair few opportunities to practice just bringing that nose back around. They look so, so strong, and what a treat to have a whale out there as well. Hopefully some of our international competitors will also be able to enjoy those sights. We get a bit spoiled here at this time of the year just to see those whales passing through. Yes, it's always pretty nice when you sort of see one pop up alongside you when you're out there.
They're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? They're really majestic. That's the word I like to use for them. And there we have one just popping there now. And as you said, the internationals, I hope they're enjoying it because they come in very close. We're very spoiled. But the Brennan brothers, they will take out that quarterfinal number 1. I'd have to think, I'm calling it early, potentially for them to be the favourites. We see the local lads on screen there of Shepherd and also Mercer, that famous last name Mercer going through. And remember, we are taking 6 going through to this one. So 6 going through. They don't have to rush too much, but also in saying that, you want to be in that top 6 and you don't want it to come down to a sprint finish.
Yeah, Maroochydore just coming across the line there to pick up that 3rd position. We'll try to bring those other 3 caps, but that looks like probably our 6 through there across the line, maybe even 7. I think the Northcliffe crew snuck across the line a little bit further down to the south. So quite tight racing when it comes to those minor placings, but no trouble at all for our team from Currumbin. Going back to a replay here of the swim race. Might have been our team from Maroochydore. Was it out there in front early?
It's going to be very competitive when we move into that semi-final. We just saw Currumbin there out in front, Jackson Brennan. They just did it too easy. They look like they do it every single day. They really jumped on. It took them only about a couple of seconds to get on, and they really pulled this up. Nice recovery there. Could have been what the Newport competitors we saw in that first quarterfinal. So they've done that really, really well, and they look relaxed. They look like they didn't spend too many of their cookies in that first quarterfinal because they know that they have a big program ahead of them. So we'll just have a look. We don't have the official results at the moment, but definitely Currumbin taking that out. And we look back to the beautiful whales. It even might look like a little baby whale. I've actually had a little baby whale come up under my board, and we've just actually heard from our team here behind the scenes. They're doing a wonderful job. It looks like there's about 4 little baby whales out there. So, oh wow, look at that. It's definitely a moment to just take back and take that in. And as you said, Chrissy, we are so spoiled to see this right now.
Yeah, it's always a really lovely sight. Sometimes can be a little bit scary if you're out on a board or on a ski and they pop up and catch you by surprise. But they're such gentle creatures, so you could just stare at them all day long. And hopefully we're obviously spoilt with these drone shots, and hopefully some of our competitors on the beach are also enjoying the whales that have come to check out the Youth World Championships here at Kurrawa Beach. They're in the right spot, aren't they? They've got the best seat in the house.
Oh, absolutely. These shots are absolutely beautiful. They are the most magical animals. As you said, Chrissy, yes, they can definitely give you a little bit of a fright when they pop up underneath you, but I tell you what, when they do, they're very gentle and they just kind of cruise beside you, just have a little look, and they're the most beautiful creatures out there. So if you get the opportunity to maybe see them from the beach or see them on the live stream, have a look. But as we're talking about being gentle and calm and majestic, we look back on screen. We might have to change our words up from there because the boys, they want to make that semi-final. So we move on to quarterfinal number 3. Magic number is number 6. So they want to be top 6. And I'll quickly run through the start line for you so we know who's out there and about. So Burleigh Headlands, Ethan Callahan and Taj Andrews. That is a very, very good team. I can tell you that right now. Then we have New Zealand, Luke Jackson and Jack Hanford. Metropolitan Caloundra of Widemer and Ashworth. Then we move on to Canada Pacific Swim Academy team. They've been doing very well, Skinner and McDonald. Then we move on to Tatum Sands. So they're up north, Caution and Day. North Cronulla, we have Lucas and Lincoln Cooper there. Move on to Great Britain, O'Sullivan and Rich. Germany, McLeod and Brockmeyer. And then to round up our quarterfinal number 3 is Sunshine Beach of Duncanson and Wilson.
can see our teams there just making their way through the last of that broken water out into the deep water now. So you'll see our lead competitors just to start to extend their lead while some of our competitors are still navigating the break. The team from Sunshine Beach just doing a massive change of direction there. So I think he's probably run up a little bit too far to allow for that sweep and caught sight of his can. So he's adjusted his direction there pretty swiftly, and it won't take too long to swim back when you're swimming back with that sweep. Also, the team there of... just trying to pick that up. I think that might be the Met Caloundra team, that light blue cap with the red and white stripe, also putting in a really strong swim. So Sunshine Beach now have signalled and the rescuer is off on the board. So they've got a nice handy lead, the team from Sunshine Beach.
And we spoke about that southern side just being so quick. And Sunshine Beach, very, very strong team, but just it's nice to have that little, I guess, nice draw to the southern end at the moment. Just makes it a little bit easier. More so than we have Callaghan, Andrews. Might just have to go a little bit harder in this one, but they would have watched the quarterfinals before them, and seeing their draw, they would have thought, okay, we're going to have to put the pressure up a little bit. But as we see all the athletes actually gathering to the middle there, we see Sunshine. Also, we see Maroochydore, Met Caloundra, all just kind of mixing in there together. Tandem Sands just having actually to roll. So Tandem Sands obviously being generally flat from where they're from. So he did very well, the competitor from Tandem Sands, to actually do very well that roll. But Sunshine, potentially looks like Sunshine Beach have had to just rechange their course a little bit off to the south there. They will lose a few metres, unfortunately. So it looks like it could be, Tandem Sands are out in front and they turn first.
Yes, and just off the screen at the moment, the team that you picked early on, the team from Burleigh Heads, also doing really, really well. We can't see them, but I think the team from Burleigh Heads, we can see them now, top of screen, have done their pickup just ahead of the team from Tandem Sands, who are on screen with at the moment. So they've done a fantastic job back then to Sunshine Beach and also Met Caloundra. So they seem to be our top four, but... our team from Burleigh Heads doing a fantastic job. We've mentioned that's probably not the easiest alley, that northern end of the beach. So to be in front from up there, I think they're doing a fantastic job and probably a really strong showing for what they might be able to produce in the semi-final.
You're not going so bad if you've got the hardest alley and you are out in front and going to take this win on that third quarterfinal. So I know these two boys would hopefully, be hoping that for that semi-final they move a bit more towards away from that first can. But when you've got one of the best swimmers and one of the best board paddlers in a team, you're going to go okay. And we probably have to put them in that mix with the Brennan brothers of being one of the favourites in this board rescue because they're very, very good. Both can do the swim and the board, can do the ocean man as well. So they know how to sprint, finish and run. They're also long bodies on the board too, so they've managed to do that very, very well. And we just see Tandem Sands have just been taken over by North Cronulla and Metropolitan Caloundra coming through. They've had a good team here as well. They've certainly probably been a bit quieter with numbers, I feel, throughout the last kind of 10 years. But Metropolitan Caloundra are definitely gathering a very strong team together, and it's really nice to see.
They are, particularly in some of these team events, showing a real strength. So Met Caloundra will qualify through to the next round, as will Tandem Sands coming across the line there now. 6 going through from these quarterfinals in the youth men's board rescue. So these teams here may have just missed the cut. We'll have to wait for those official results. But yeah, some very, very exciting combinations coming through these quarterfinals, and be great to see who will get through these semis. I'm excited to see, as you mentioned, the team there from Currumbin and Burleigh Heads coming up against each other. Just having a look back to the replay as we saw the start of that swim, and that's where we saw the team from Sunshine Beach really change directions quite sharply. So we've spoken all day about how difficult it is to see those cans until you're obviously a lot closer up to them, or you can get yourself on the top of a little bump to try to see where they are.
Competitors did very, very well. It is so difficult to see. You've got to see past a few waves. Also, there's a lot of big runners out there jumping up and down. So you're bouncing up on top of the water. So when you bounce up, that's the time where you've got to try and pick your head up and try and look for that can. But everyone did very, very well. We've maybe had Sunshine Beach was maybe the team that had to readjust in both the swim and the board. And Tandem Sands did very, very well. They've really come together, doing extremely well in this swell as well. So the team that just dropped off the back, we've seen that multiple times today, so I'm sure a few of the teams will learn from that. North Cronulla always so strong, especially in the craft area, and Metropolitan Caloundra. Spoke about them before, doing very well, but the one who took the cookies, took the cake in that one was Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. So North Burleigh taking out that first quarterfinal, Currumbin taking out the second quarterfinal, and Burleigh Heads taking out that third quarterfinal. So you'd almost like to think they'd be the three favourites, but we move back into the women's arena and we see the women's tube rescue getting through. But before we head to that, we've actually got Sam on the beach with some info for us.
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. Normally we would be grabbing those winners from that last heat, but that's how quick the turnaround is at the moment. You can see that they're actually already briefing the first semi-final of this men's board rescue because they are going to try and fly through this program throughout the rest of the day. The officials actually making a couple of adjustments to the course as well. You can see that the start and finish line has been brought closer down to the water as well. In this last half an hour, we really have started to see this tide really rush out nice and quickly. So some long runs in those heats, a little bit shorter in these semis, but there's still plenty of work to do across the bank.
Oh, thank you so much, Sam, for your insight. It's certainly we feel like we're a part of all the action, don't we? Not only being here up in the booth watching from the drone, but certainly having Sam down there. We just have a looking at the cap. It potentially, we see Burleigh, so it could actually be Jasmine and Bianca Raywood. We'll get a little shot of that a little bit quicker, but they did very well with their body surfing skills.
Yeah, if that is the team from Burleigh, it would indeed be Bianca and Jasmine. We would expect them to be at that top end of these semi-finals, so a little bit more speed than we saw in those quarterfinals early on. It might also be North Burleigh as well, just trying to pick up that cap, or Maroochydore. We saw them have a great little battle as well, so it could also be Jay O'Prey and Samantha McGrath from Maroochydore. So that looks like to our 1 and 2 teams in this semi-final number 1. We would expect 4 to be going through to the A final, 4 to be going through to the B final. So Burleigh Heads on screen at the moment have done that job beautifully for their team, coming in here second and third place. Maroochydore, and that looks like the team from Currumbin.
And this is where the teams have to work incredibly hard, don't they? You see the draggers at the moment just trying to work hard because, as Christy said, there's only 4 spots to give. We've already had one team come in, so you can see a couple of the teams running desperately. We've got Currumbin, we've got Maroochydore in there. The reason they're picking it up, only 4 going through, and they've really got to make sure they get their patient across the line.
Dicky Beach coming through on the top of the screen there. Maroochydore coming across now for third. Looks like the Dicky Beach girls just making sure they've crossed the correct line. Sunshine Beach may, in fact, be in 5th position. So provided there's no DQs, they will take that first spot in the B final. Along with Tugun, I think, as well, have just crossed the line. So Tugun might be in 5th. Sunshine Beach may be in 6th place.
That looked like a tough finish, and this is where you spoke about the draggers. They do have a tough position when it gets to the semis and the finals. It's really a sprint, but sprinting with one arm and the other arm carrying a full human body.
Yeah, you can understand why they are absolutely screaming to their swimmers, because it's a very, very nerve-wracking position being a dragger and having that final result all come down to you. So they'll have learnt a little bit from their quarterfinals in terms of their dragging technique, what maybe worked, what they might like to try differently. So we'll expect to see a little bit more smooth in terms of that technique. You can see the team there from Canada just deciding to drag their swimmer in with their tube for as far as they can. And they've timed that really perfectly, actually, with the run-in of that water there. If you can keep that swimmer in a little bit of water, it certainly makes that drag a lot easier. But I'd say all of the teams on screen at the moment will go through to our B final, which is still a huge achievement at these World Championships.
It's a massive achievement. It's the best in the world we're looking at on TV right now. This is the future of our sport, and So we spoke about the Olympics, and we're all hoping and praying for that 2032 Brisbane Olympics, and potentially might be seeing a lot of the Olympians on screen right now if we get that bid. So that's coming up in the future, but that is run and done for semi-final number 1 for the women's rescue tube rescue. We'll have official results very soon. Live heats, obviously, setting the girls up into those draws for that B final and final. We've got semi-final number 2 coming up not too far away. I'll just quickly run through that list so everyone can know who they're watching, and make sure they tune in with their favourite club and their favourite athletes. Morty Alec, they're going to be can number 1. So they're going to have to work, as we spoke about, working a little bit harder from that side. Alexandra Headlands, we saw them they're definitely going to be one of the favourites in this event, but they do have to tick off one more little box before they get there. Got to tick off this semi-final. Then we have Germany coming in next. Canada doing very, very well. North Burleigh, they'll be out in the middle there, next to Germany, not too far away. South Africa, Clifton Beach is here in Australia. Clifton is South Africa. We've spoken about them a few times. Very, very strong. BMD Northcliffe, knowing this ocean and knowing these shores very well. You can actually see Northcliffe just past Jewel in the distance there. And then we actually have a DNS, the Coogin Headland. So I'll try and find a little bit more information on that, why we won't be having Coogin starting that next one. So that is going to be our semi-final number 2, which will be not too far away. And it's all happening, isn't it, Chrissy? There's a lot of excitement happening on the beach, in the booth, on the sand, wherever you are. There might even be I wouldn't be surprised if people are actually watching from their balcony as well, as we have a look at that shot. And also sandcastles, they're always fun.
Yeah, we're definitely getting to the exciting end of this competition. You can see our IRB crews doing a fantastic job, not only keeping the field safe, but also being the judges out there in the boats for some of these more technical events. So we've just seen there the semi-final number 1 being run for the Youth Women's Rescue Tube Rescue. We'll wait now for semi-final number 2 to get underway. As you've mentioned, the list of teams there are very, very strong. Semi-final number 2. So competitors now vying for a spot in those A and B finals. So a lot on offer, and we're going to see some world champions crowned a little bit later on this afternoon. So they still have to get through these early rounds, and getting through these rounds is so challenging. We're at a World Championship event, but it's not like our Olympians who can have heat swimmers. These athletes have to back up and back up and back up. So you don't just get to slot in the final all fresh and ready to go. You've been through quite a few rounds yourself. So our officials doing a great job getting the program moving along, but also giving our athletes a little bit of time to rest and recover. You can see there some of our beach competitors maybe getting ready for some of the beach events that we'll be seeing a little bit later on. We've got the sprint heats, quarter semi-finals, and of course finals coming up very shortly. So those athletes just getting their warm-ups done. We can see here is the start list for the next semi-final of the Youth Women's Rescue Tube Rescue, semi-final number 2. We've got Morty Alec, Coogin, Alexandra Headlands, the team there from Germany, another team from Canada, North Burleigh, and another team from Germany. We've spoken so often how strong Germany and Canada are in these rescue tube rescue events. So I would expect them to give our Aussie teams a little bit of a run for their money. Over the page there, we've got the Clifton Beach Club from South Africa, as well as Northcliffe. So 9 starters, it looks like, in this second semi-final. So all cans being utilised, which is great to see.
Absolutely, yes. We see Coogin Headlands. They are going to be off for a start, so fantastic to see them into this one. So not too sure what happened there. Might be a technical thing, but they will be there to start that second semi-final. And there's a great point you make about it is like the Olympics. They don't have the heat swimmers. They do every single quarter, every single semi. So they've got a really tough day. And as we look at the program, the men's, they've got their beach sprint. The women's, they've got their beach sprint. They've also got board races as well. So probably halfway through the quarters and semis at the moment. Still a long way to go. And then the business end happens. 1 o'clock. We start off with the surf races straight up. So they'll have a little break in between. So a lot of the ocean athletes only have a board race to go. And obviously the girls, they've still got that semi-final number 2 for the women's tube rescue. When they finish that, we'll see how we go. We might move into the beach sprints, and we know how many runs they have to do in that one. It's back to back to back. So there's still a lot happening, a lot on offer down here at Kurrawa Beach on the Gold Coast. So we see those flags and all those different colours out there. It is definitely a sight to see. So it's we've got the box seats here. We're very, very lucky, Christy and I, to be here watching on, and saw those whales before. That was definitely would have been a beautiful highlight for the athletes, especially the internationals, because they do come in very close. They're only just behind the Cairns, which is not a rare sight for us, but certainly rare for the internationals over here.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see there that second semi-final that we've been waiting to get underway. Looks like they're ready for a start there now. The second semi-final of the youth women's rescue tube rescue. So we've had semi-final number 1 completed, which was taken out by the team of Burleigh Heads, second to Dicky Beach, third to Maroochydore, and fourth to Currumbin. So it looks like the team there from Tugun will have to settle for that B final with Sunshine Beach, and also the teams from Canada and Germany. So lining up here, we have Morty Alex, Germany, Canada, North Burleigh, another German team. We've got a South African team, and also the team from Northcliffe. So they're eager to get underway. You can see just how chilly it is there in the wind. Just waiting for the officials to be happy with the course, and everyone's in position, and they'll be underway very, very soon. All looking like they're going to take a bit of a run down to the south.
You can definitely see when their body's a little bit turned, can't you? You know exactly where they go, but we're in for a start. The girls are set and ready to go. The officials with their hand up there, so just be waiting. Might be, so I see a few competitors looking around and just waiting for that start to be perfect. As we're waiting for that, we actually see the water coming up to more on that high tide, so the girls will basically have their feet starting in the water. So just waiting to see. Everything has to be perfect to get that start underline. So as the girls, as Christy mentioned, they'll all be running mostly off to the south there, and they are off in the way for this semi-final number 2 for the rescue tube rescue for the youth women's championship semi-final of the world. We're getting ready to, hopefully not too far away this afternoon, crowning that world champion. But before that, we need to get our top 8. 4 already through. We'll get our next 4, and then the back 4 will then go to that B final. So, Christy, it looks like it could be Northcliffe leading the way at the moment on this south end.
Yeah, southern end of the beach looks to be getting the better start. Northcliffe, indeed, the team of Amy Newton, Tara Newton, Ava Crillin and Zoe Nichols there. So they're doing a fantastic job. Just getting a little bit held up in that really heavy shorey is the team from Northcliffe. So they're almost out in that green water. Try and pick up some of these caps. There's the team from Northcliffe. I'm thinking that might be the team from Clifton, also doing a fantastic job alongside of them, that white cap with the black and yellow stripe there. So Clifton, the team from South Africa, probably with the best of the lead at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Clifton are out there in front, aren't they? Charging very strongly at the moment. So out in the middle on the screen there, looking like they really want to set their team up very, very well. So, and we see out on the other side, on that north side there, that could be Morty Alec, or I'm going to actually say it's going to be Sevie Gibson from Alexandra Headlands on that second can. We've seen her. She's been so strong, and might see Gibson. I think she's going to put her hand up first, and then we'll see Pickleton rescue her. So at Alexandra Headlands up first, Clifton will be in number 2, and we'll see Northcliffe might get there for 3rd, or they might actually be pipped by North Burleigh or Coogin Headlands for that 3rd position.
Yeah, fantastic swim there from Sive Gibson. She is the current Australian surf race champion, so we would expect her to be out in the lead there. So Leah Pilkington is her rescuer. She'll be out there with those big fins And as we've seen, the draggers, or the carriers as what they were, the Alex team deciding to carry Sive across the line. So I'll be keen to see whether they choose that technique again or whether they might go for something different.
Yeah, it'll be. It's definitely when we come to the final competition, that dragging and that technique that they use will be very, very important and really come into play. But we see the rescuers have actually put in their fins on a lot earlier as we see the tide getting closer to that high tide at Currawong Beach here on the Gold Coast. So they haven't had as much of a run out. And we just see Northcliffe on this side is doing very, very well. But
it's one of our German teams on the screen there as well, doing a good job with their transition. Fins are on and they're away. So most of our teams are almost into that green water there now. Clifton, who are our early leaders, have also been joined there, it looks like, by Morty Alec, and I'm trying to think that might be North Burleigh as well, who have done a great job. Alex maybe up there on the top of the screen. That might be Leah and Northcliffe at the bottom of the screen. So both ends of the field doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely. Leah, very strong. Sive and Leah, very strong together there. And obviously they're having their draggers of Sophie and Sarah. The two S's will drive them home. So she's going for that black can on the inside there of the red and yellow. And they'll be up there first and they'll be off and about trying to get the best of those runs coming through. And these two girls have had a very big morning so far, but both doing very, very well and very strong. And they would be up there for being one of the favourites for this final, but they've got to tick all the boxes off. They've got to get through this, but looking very good at the moment. And then we have Morty Alec beside them on that first can over in the north side. So they are out there doing very well as well. But Northcliffe as well on this side. As you said, one of the German teams as well, Christy. They have been just fantastic this whole championship.
Yeah, but look at that lead that the Alex team have created. And I think it might even be the team from Morty Alec up there in lane number 1 who have picked up in second place. So they have made up a huge amount of distance on our teams from the southern end. So Morty Alec on screen there at the moment, just sneaking their way into second position behind the team from Alexandra Headlands, who have swum away with a great lead. They'll almost be approaching the wave area there. They are there now, the team from Alexandra Headlands. Leah just having a bit of a look under the shoulder, hoping for something to help carry her and Sive back to. She just tries to pull her down. That little one gets a little lift, but not too much. She might get a lift off the next one. Hopefully, here it comes now. You'll see her pull the rope of that tube just to pull Sive down and get a little bit of a run. Beautifully done there by Leah Pilkington. She's head up and looking for her teammates. How much further do I have to swim? Her legs will be absolutely burning at this stage, and you can see the two draggers there. You don't want to get too excited and go too deep because you do have to be able to wade yourself out of that hole. You can see a little bit of a hole there that they're swimming their way into, but comfortably through. They've just got to get in the top 4 to make it through to that A final, and I would expect they'll do that with no problems from there.
Alexandra Headlands absolutely looking the goods for this semi-final. Number 2, 4 going through as we spoke about, and they've really led from start to finish on that northern end there. They were just out of shot for the first part of that swim, but looking very, very strong. Draggers doing a very great job. They all look like they're incredibly fresh, but they definitely wouldn't be. They've been doing race after race, back to back, and Morty Alec have been very impressive. They've also been on that northern side as well. They've just been potentially taken over from Clifton, who have been. They were actually our early leaders right from the start there until Sive came past. And there we see Northcliffe doing that carry that we spoke about a bit before. They're having a little bit of a giggle. So we'll go back and we'll pan through and see who's through. But I think with the giggles, you would think they're definitely through and just casually coming on in. So Alexandra Headlands, Clifton, Morty Alec and Northcliffe look like our top 4 at the moment going through to that World Championship final. There we see North Burleigh also having a little bit of a giggle. They will unfortunately come in 5th, but fortunately they will be in the B final. But I love the sportsmanship. They're having a great time out there. Their first youth championships for probably all of them when we think about it, because it's been many years since we've been able to have this competition. So for them to be out there and about their racing, I love it. It's fantastic, and it's really what it's all about.
Yeah, our team's coming through now to secure their spot in the B final. We can see a little bit of a sprint happening up and down the beach as they take a look at the replay. You can see the team from Northcliffe and Clifton got off to a fantastic start. Sive Gibson on the black can. She didn't get a great start, but gee, she did a fantastic swim to pull back that distance there. Clifton waving to their rescuer, Leah Pilkington, getting off the beach for Alexandra Headlands, and they really didn't lose their lead from there. So they'll be a really strong team to look to this final, I would suggest, along with the team from Burleigh Heads, who we've seen so strong in that earlier semi-final.
They are going to be really, really tough to beat. Certainly the other teams, if they want to beat them, are certainly going to have to be on their game. They will join Dickey Beach, Currumbin Beach Vikings, Team A. Burleigh Headlands, that we saw before, they took out the other semi. Bianca Raywood, Jasmine Raywood, Chelsea Wood, Charlotte Hart, and they will also join Maroochydore. They're a strong team as well, so we'll see that a little bit later on. But that one for the women's youth rescue tube rescue is run and done for the semi-finals. So it's only the B final and the finals to go later on. So that replays, I love seeing the replays. We get to live it all again. And as we look back on screen, we are just having a little look at the men's board rescue, just wrapping up there. So almost done with the ocean for the time being. And we won't be too far away from moving ourselves from that ocean up onto the beach that we spoke about before for the beach sprints.
Yes, we do still have those board race preliminary races to go through, but yes, as you mentioned, coming up on the program is our beach sprint quarterfinals and semi-finals, and really exciting one to come down and have a look at if you're in the area. Otherwise, thank you for joining us on the live stream. We're very excited to be bringing you these beach events this morning. As we saw yesterday, some of our 2K runners and also our relay championships were contested yesterday. So coming back today for the individual beach sprint races.
Yeah, absolutely. I love watching the beach events. It's incredible, and we get to see, like the ocean, the talent from all over the world, and they run so fast. And you were right down there with the action, Christy, when they were running into the southerly yesterday, and it was so tricky to see. But we move back, talking about the beach, back onto the ocean there, and it's the youth men's board rescue at the moment on screen. So we've completed the first semi-final, and we're just now into that second semi-final for the men's, and it looks like it's going to be, we've got Ethan Callahan out in front with Taj Andrews. We spoke about them being one of the favourites in the event, and they're definitely showing us why we are thinking that at the moment. So only 4 going through, and we just see Metropolitan Caloundra as well coming through, of Widemer and Ashworth. And we might actually have our full team here right now, which we see over the other side. We see Northcliffe, Newport.
I think Newport might be just coming across the line there in 5th position. I think Currumbin snuck in there for the top 4. So Newport will go through to our B final, along with the team there. It looks like the team from Tannum Sands. So great race from these competitors. That was a really tight semi.
It really came down to the final centimetres towards the end there, didn't it? And that semi-final number 2 for the youth men's, they will join Coogin Headlands, North Burleigh, Maroochydore, Tugun, North Cronulla. So looking at the positions on the start line, so by live heats, it's all randomly drawn, but everyone from that second semi-final will actually be drawn in lanes number 1, 2, 3. So we will have a lot of that second semi-final will actually be over on the north side. So all the athletes and competitors, they will have a look at where their draw is going to be, but we'll see most of that semi-final be over to that north side. Will they be happy or not about it? We're not too sure, because at 1 p.m. a lot changes in the water by then. So we'll wait and see, as we just see Clifton just rounding out the numbers there. come a long way to be here, and I hope they're having a lovely time. They've come from a very beautiful part of the world to another beautiful part of the world. Just a little bit colder for everyone as it was the last couple of days.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. Clifton Beach just coming across the line there. So that looks like the conclusion of the men's board rescue. We can see the beach area just getting set up. I think we're a little bit of away from a start. They're just in the marshalling area there now. You can see our competitors. We might see if Sam is down on the beach to give us a bit of an update on the sprint track and how everything's looking. We can see everyone's done their warm-ups and they're just down there in the marshalling area. Most choosing to sit down, just resting those legs because they've got some fast work to do coming up. Sam, are you down there on the sand?
Yeah, thanks, Chrissy. Well, we've seen plenty of running throughout the day so far across that bank into the water. This is about to take things to a whole other level. We are currently marshalling the youth men's beach sprint, where we will see the fastest beach runners in the world go head to head in what is going to be a pretty grueling program as well. We're going to have heats, quarters, semis, and then into the final later this afternoon. So we do have a number of water athletes who are making their way up here to the beach track in order to competing that. But we also have the sand specialists as well. We've been seeing them warming up throughout the morning at the back of the water arenas, and I think that having that freshness, we're going to be able to tell which ones are certainly jumping in to do that. It's going to be really grueling racing, as I mentioned, back-to-back like we did see throughout the day yesterday, heading into this afternoon's final.
Thanks, Samuel. I was just wondering whether we'd see much of a crossover from our water athletes up onto the beach, but you have seen a few coming out of those water arenas and are going to test themselves out on the beach?
Yeah, that's right, and that's certainly been the message from a number of the coaches as well, especially some of those international clubs that are here competing as well, who are jumping in the water and getting involved with everything too. For the men, we still do have those board races, as you mentioned, throughout the afternoon to try and get into before the finals. The females are currently actually doing their board heats. They're just making a start on that. Then they will come up to the beach track as well. So it was always going to be a big day of competition. We are seeing that at this stage. And then the finals this afternoon. We cannot wait for those. It's going to be such great, exhilarating racing.
And Sam, how have you seen our athletes pulling up from those early rounds or those qualifying rounds that we've seen down there in the ocean arenas? We've seen a lot of back-to-back racing, from those surf races to the rescue tubes to the board rescue, some of the most grueling events. Are they looking like they're pretty spent, or are they getting through those early rounds okay?
I think the consistent message is that it's been a shock to the system for all of the athletes, not just the Australian athletes who are coming out of their off-season, but also all of our Northern Hemisphere athletes as well, who have just enjoyed their summer too. This has been a really tough day of racing, but you know, this is something that everyone's embracing as well. This is what competing at the World Championships is all about too, in terms of just getting in and having a go at as many races as you can too. So there's certainly no complaints, but yeah, I think that it is a big benefit to those athletes who have been able to take things a little bit easier, particularly at the end of those races too, where there's not those sprint finishes in order to make their way into the next round. So I think we might see that little bit of an advantage later throughout the afternoon too.
And Sam, I know you were up here in the booth yesterday. I was down on the beach sprint track when those beach relays were happening, so you probably weren't experiencing some of that sand that was whipping along the beach track. But what's it like there at the moment? I can see those flags still blowing in the background. Is that wind still going to come into play? Obviously, the sprinters are starting down at that northern end, so they'll be running into the wind. Is it as strong as it was down there yesterday?
Look, thankfully not for the athletes, thankfully not for me. It's not as strong as yesterday down here at the beach track. But yeah, you're right. Like you mentioned, there is still that southerly blowing, and that is going to drop off throughout the afternoon. I think we actually already have seen it drop off anywhere up to 10 kilometres an hour since its peak earlier this morning too. Even throughout the water events, you can see that those white caps, that breaking swell hasn't been as much on the surface of the water too, and that's always your best indication. But look, I don't think that this wind that we're currently seeing will have too much of an effect on the beach sprinting. It's not holding the competitors up too much, but if anything, it is just going to provide a nice bit of a fan as they run down the course. There's no sand flying around like we did see yesterday. That was really tough conditions to run in. And Christy, tough conditions to commentate in as well down here for you.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I mean, I guess I had an easier job than the athletes. I really felt for them running into the headwind in the beach events, and we've heard some of the competitors happy that they were able to hold off some of their ocean racing until today. Just before I let you go, Courtney and I were talking about that dropping tide and predicting a little bit of maybe increase of swell as that sandbank gets a little bit shallower. What do you think we're going to be seeing as we move into those final packages a little bit later on down there in the water?
It's a really good point. As we were actually walking up here to the beach track, I turned and had a look over my shoulder and I saw a set breaking pretty consistently across that second bank out the back. I do believe that that low tide is around 3 p.m, so the tide actually still has a bit more to drop out before we do get to those finals. I think we're going to see, particularly in these board heats and then obviously our board final later this afternoon, that if a set times when competitors are coming across the bank, there's a big opportunity there to either A, extend the lead that those front runners do have, or B, if you're at the back of that pack, there's a real opportunity not just to catch that wave, but also to run it through that gutter as well. So, yeah, the racing is going to be going right down to the wire, guys.
Well, thank you, Sam. We'll be looking forward to catching up with you as we see some of these early rounds of the sprints get underway. We can see some of the competitors on screen at the moment just doing the final bits of their warm-up, having a bit of a chat amongst themselves, maybe eyeing up their competition to see who they're going to be lining up against. And it's an exciting time being in that marshalling area, just sort of seeing who you've got lining up against you in your particular heat, whether it's some familiar faces or probably, like it will be the case for most of these athletes, they won't necessarily have run against each other before, particularly against our international competitors. Courtney, we're just having a bit of a break in the program at the moment as we're waiting for these beach competitors to get through their marshalling. We're just having a bit of a chat with Sam. He's saying that the wind has dropped a lot since yesterday. Still a bit of a southerly for our competitors to run into, but nothing that they were having to contend with yesterday. So lots of smiles on the beach there as we can see our spectators getting themselves into position as well. It's an amazing sprint track to line the edges of. Everyone can get a pretty good vantage point as we'll see these competitors go through these preliminary rounds coming up for us very shortly.
I'm sure the competitors would be very happy about hearing that news that Sam's let us know about, that it is not as windy, which, especially being a little bit away from the ocean, they're maybe a little bit protected from that south as well. So I know they'll be happy about that, because yesterday you were right out there getting, the sand between your toes when it was very, very, I guess, should we say, aggressive yesterday, and actually made the runners who were running into the south actually look slow, even though they certainly weren't, but just saw the power of that wind. But you mentioned before, Christy, about everyone's checking each other out and looking, side to side, who's in their competition. I saw it in the athletics as well. It's kind of like trying to intimidate the other competition, aren't you? I really saw that from all the countries, and maybe Jamaica and USA, they're a little bit more puffed out chests than maybe some of the other countries, but I found it, it was really interesting, I think, with when you see explosive, sports, competition, obviously the flags and the sprints is a lot more explosive than when we're in our water competition. And do you feel they need a little bit more of that puffed out chest and a little bit more to get themselves really ramped up? Because flags, every round is, or should I say, every time they get a flag, it's over in a couple of seconds. Same with the sprint. They're, 10 to 12 kind of seconds out there. It's very, very fast. So do you feel they need a little bit of that, really, I guess, pump their ego up before they go?
Yeah, I reckon we'll see definitely a little bit more of that mind game come into play, probably more so in the flags, as you mentioned, but certainly as the sprints go through those early rounds. Maybe they'll be still pretty relaxed for the heats and maybe even the quarters, but I'd say come semis and finals, they'll be certainly trying to psych each other out as we're just waiting for those sprint competitors to be finished marshalling. We're taking a look back now at the youth women's board race quarterfinals. We can see here, just try and pick up which quarterfinal we've got in the water at the moment, but all competitors in this look to be out in that green water. Try and pick up that lead cap for you there. So the program down in the water, moving through very, very swiftly. The women's arena looks to be moving a little bit faster than the men's. I think they're just starting their board races at the moment. That might be...
it's Caitlin Reese.
It is, isn't it?
Front.
Ahead of, I think that's a Karawa cap there too, in second place. So we've seen Karawa there in a lot of our preliminary rounds. I'm not quite sure if that's Emily or I think we've got about seven heats of this youth women's board race. So we're just trying to pick up how far through this program we are, but our leaders have certainly broken away, a little pack of two there, just working together around these apex cans. Most of the competitors there you can see choosing to lie down as they turn these turning markers. It's a little bit easier in this wind, but it's also a little bit easier when you've got competitors on either side of you. These competitors don't make it look tippy, but these boards can be a bit tippy in the wind, and also if you get a little bit of a bump from your opposition.
Absolutely. You're spot on, Christy. It can be really tough out there. And as you said, Katie Reese is out there in front from Swansea Belmont Surf Lifesaving Club. She won the Australian titles on that board at the start of the year, and it was actually in conditions quite like this at Maroochydore. So she's really going from strength to strength. And we see actually the Karawa local competitor out in front, and that is Annalie Philpott. So she knows this swell very, very well, and she's not too far behind, but Katie Reese just got on that little nice runner there. And as Christy mentioned before, there's a lot of heats, and this is actually heat number 6 at the moment. So I just see Caitlin Reese on that beautiful rainbow board out in front. But out the back on screen, we see a wave coming through, and as Sam mentioned, that swell is picking up. We'll grab a few caps when they all come in, but this is where the quarterfinals, the semifinals, you really have to be on your A game, as we see Katie Reese just having to work a little bit harder than those competitors coming through. We see Chugan, it could be Morty Alec as well coming through. Jamie Flanagan from Morty Alec coming through there. And as I said, we've got Annalie Philpott, she's from Karawa. She's been right up the front in that second position for most of it. So Tenham Sands doing very, very well the whole time. Jamie Flanagan as well on there. And Caitlin Reese in the middle there, who let it out from start almost to finish.
She did well to pick up that wave as she was almost in dead water in the gutter. You can see that can be heartbreaking here at Karawa. Often those waves will go straight past athletes. So she did well to pick that up, comfortably qualifying through there to the next round. That's our top 5 competitors of Heat 6 of the youth women's board race. So we would expect probably 8 to be going through. Got a Chugan competitor, Morty Alec there coming up across the line. So that might be 7th and potentially 8. Yes, so we'll bring those results through to you as all of our competitors make their way across that finishing line, navigating that wave really well. It's a nice position to be in when you can be sitting back there in 3rd, 4th and 5th, as those girls were able to close in on our front 2 leaders with that big wave that came through out the back. And as Sam mentioned, I think we can expect the waves to have a big impact in our finals later on this afternoon as that tide continues to drop. Low tide around 3 o'clock this afternoon, so it'll be dropping right throughout that finals package.
Yeah, absolutely. You just saw in that heat number 6 that we just saw on screen before. They certainly got a nice wave out the back. We saw Katie Reese did all the hard work out in front. They came from about 20-25 metres away from there. So number 6 was that. We had Philpott from Tenham Sands, and actually Philpott as well. So both the same last name from Karawa. Also Reese led out the whole way, Swansea Belmont. You see Charlotte from Chugan in 4, Sutherland from Cooks Hill, Flanagan from Morty Alec in 6, Skinder from Pacific Swim Academy in Canada, and Piazza from Chugan will finish in the top 8, as Christy said. Looking at top 8 at this stage, it could go to 10, but make sure you're in that top 8 because there's only 16 that'll go through to that final, and the semi-finals will be 16, so 32 into the semi-finalists. So now we move on to the men's beach sprinting.
You can see how beautifully smooth that beach sprint track is for these first few heats to run through. largely part to that southerly wind that is just blowing the sand into all of those little footholes. So, yeah, it won't look as smooth as that after these first few heats, but a really, really nice track. Even track here for our runners at Kurrawa. The sand beach sprint track is nice and high right up near the boardwalk, right near the surf club. So great for our spectators to surround it and cheer on our beach sprinters, and a really beautiful track for our runners to line up on. Not quite the same as we've been talking about the different alleys down there on the beach and which one might have an advantage. I don't think you can really draw a bad lane here on the Kurrawa beach track. So got some nervous faces as we can see here. The first heats of the youth men's looks like they're in the starters' hands now.
Not too far away from a start, and we've got 10 heats for this men's youth beach sprint. So nervous times await. I really want to make sure they are ready to go. They look like Samuel Abold from Clifton. We know how strong they've been, and they are off for a start at the moment. And as we just mentioned Clifton before, he is out in front in the middle there. Not too far away. You might have Zach there from South Maroubra. They've also been very strong as well. So the men's coming in there at the moment and rounding that one up. Canada might be Elliot Gadar, just rounding that up at the end there. But it was all Samuel Bold from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club doing that very, very well. And he's know that he's booked his ticket not to quarterfinal, but to round number 2. As we just see that replay, Chrissy, he just started off so well from the start.
Yeah, and the Clifton Beach team taking out the men's beach relay yesterday. So we would expect him, as well as his teammates, to be really strong through these early rounds. And, yeah, he certainly looked like he did that fairly comfortably there. So all of our competitors waiting now for those official results, who will get through to that next round and who will finish their beach sprinting there for the day. Heat number 2 just lining up. All competitors obviously get a chance to re-dig their blocks. Everyone having a bit of a unique way that they start. So our officials allowing our competitors a short amount of time to get their blocks ready before they'll call them into the starters' hands.
Yeah, everyone's got their own little way of doing it, don't they? And we'll quickly just go through. So it was a Bold from Clifton out in front. Jed from South Maroubra there in Sydney. McNeil from Tacking Point Surf Lifesaving Club. That's near the beautiful Port Macquarie there. And Kath from Germany. So that'll round up the top 4. Northcliffe, unfortunately, getting that 5th spot there, as well as Metropolitan Caloundra, Kobe Clark. And then we had Canada finishing up that one. But here we have in live, got a couple of German clubs there. So off for a start. And they are off and away. So into that little headwind, as you spoke before. And out in front, we've got James Love could be in there. We've also got Dylan Kincaid from Foster Surf Lifesaving Club. So Foster Surf Lifesaving Club, the mid-north coast of New South Wales. We haven't seen anyone from Foster this whole time, but he certainly is making his way through to that round number 2.
Yeah, there was some real speed off the start there. You can see, as Sam mentioned, we've got a couple of athletes who are coming out of those water areas to come and try their time on the beach, but we've got some real beach sprint specialists, and we saw that. Look at that start. He's probably, by the time he's halfway down the track, maybe 3 or so metres ahead of the rest of the field, and has a bit of a look around there, knows that he's pretty comfortably through. So a little bit tight there for our 4th and 5th place getters. There's our top 4. 5 and 6 will unfortunately probably be ending their day there. So, yeah, some really exciting runners. And you did mention there was Dylan from Foster Surf Lifesaving Club taking out heat number 2 ahead of Noel Langer from one of our German clubs. Jacob Martin from Met Caloundra was in 3rd, and it was Simon Hosch from another German club there coming in 4th. So 2 of our German competitors making their way through to round number 2. Which is fantastic to see, just soaking up some love from the crowd.
They absolutely love it there in the beach events, and you experienced that yesterday. Got to get themselves ready. As we spoke about being an explosive athlete, getting all the energy. As we just look on screen for heat number 3, 1 and 2 have been run and done. making their way through and booking their ticket into that number 2 round. So Clifton, Huntington Ford, he's going to be in this heat. Kondilsko from South Maroubra. Again, South Maroubra being very, very strong. Ross from Pacific Surf Lifesaving Club here on the Gold Coast. So Finlay from BMD Northcliffe. Crocker, that's another German club. And also Tangani from Clifton. Gustus from Viking Surf Sports. Fortin from Canada. And then we go Chilvers from Great Britain. And they are off and away. And it looks like we've got Clifton and Clifton could be 1 and 3 at the moment. And then we also have South Maroubra, Christopher out there. So two of the clubs, should I say, that have been very strong in those beach relays that we saw.
Yeah, 2 of the teammates there from Clifton Beach looking like they were taking an easy couple of positions in those qualifying rounds there, just ahead of Christopher, as you mentioned, from South Maroubra. So they're our top 3 competitors through, and you can see there it was the competitor on the bottom lane there, closest to the bottom of the screen, just doing it so comfortably, switching off a little bit there as he has a look and sees that he's so comfortably through. Our top 4 pretty comfortably through, and 5th place there, I'm not quite sure of that club. It might be our Viking Surf Sports who might have been in 5th place. So another hotly contested heat. That was heat number 3. Heat number 4 now getting themselves ready. Another Clifton competitor who we would expect high things from based on what we've seen from his teammates there. Noosa head competitor and also Kudjin.
Yeah, they've got a big team both in the ocean and in the beach over here, and having a wonderful time. And they're just doing a little bit of a start before they get going, just to make sure their blocks are nice and strong, nice and powerful to explode off. And we'll just quickly run through the start line. So Eggleston from Alanto, Turner. Oh, in Australia. I'll have to see where that one is. I might put that on Google. That sounds very, very cool. Great cap as well. Gordon Michael from Germany as well. Dewberry from Noosa Surf Lifesaving Club. Hutton from Clifton. That's Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club there. Davies from Coogin Headland. Zimmerly from Tweed Heads. Coolangatta. And then we move on to Canada and also Point Lookout and Canada are well from Gabrielle to Roundup. So that's 9 athletes will be battling it out for that top 4 to make it through to round 2. So a lot of running today for those athletes that make the finals.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, we've got 10 heats of this men's youth beach sprint. So 10 heats to get through to qualify through to round 2 before we move on to quarters, semis and then finals. So a huge day of sprinting. And as we've mentioned, sprinting into, well, a bit more of a breeze and what was a gustful wind yesterday, but nonetheless it does take its toll, and really, really soft sand here at Korowa. So you can understand why some of the athletes have a bit of a look around and maybe switch off the pace just to conserve some energy, because they've got a lot of rounds to get through.
Absolutely, and they are off for a start again. So this is heat number 4. We're getting through the rounds at the moment. You might have Tweed Heads out in front there, as well as Samuel Davies. So, and Clifton, as Christy mentioned before, they are out and about as well. So that could be Jake Hutton from Clifton. I'm sure we saw in one of the beach relays. Again, looking super comfortable, and you can really tell the runners who are just really settling back in, not into that gear number 4, 5 at the moment. We're more in that 1 and 2, and just really comfortable. Also going into that southerly wind, they look good.
A lot of our international competitors making their presence felt here, which will be making some of the domestic athletes quite nervous, because we just don't get to see or to compare yourselves very, very often. So a really tight race in 3 there. We can see the competitor there in 3rd place from Clifton just switching off as he lunges across the line, and a bit of a dive and a stumble there from our winner, but he will be comfortably through there. It might have been Andy, I think, from Point Lookout, who did a stylish dive across the line. We had Tweed Heads coming in 2nd, Clifton in 3rd, and it was Zane from Altona Lifesaving Club, it's one of our Aussie beach clubs that we are not as familiar with, but great to see Zane through to that next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Altona. Yes, I haven't heard that one, so I'm going to have a look. And to everyone watching on, saying in top 4, very, very impressive. So we move on to that heat number 5. Again, we're after 4 runners, 9 to start, and we take away 4. So O'Sullivan from Great Britain there. Also Thomas Bagley from Great Britain as well. Clay Andrews. And they are off and about. I'll just cut myself off there from reading through, but out in the middle, it might be Thomas Rich as well as Metropolitan Caloundra.
Clay Andrews, yes.
Indigo Evans. Very, very strong.
Clay Andrews taking that one out. It looks like ahead of Thomas Rich from the Great Britain Club there, but on screen, Clay Andrews looked so strong, didn't he, in that heat number 5?
Right from the beginning, didn't he? I think he was the last one that I said as well when I was reading out the name, so it was definitely meant to be with that one there. And as we see before, in lane number 3, Clay Andrews.
He looks like he's only in about second gear.
Yeah, if that, isn't he? Looks like he did a little bit of a warm down just towards the end there. And Rafi O'Sullivan, number 1 there. It looks like he would have got in top 4 as well. So we're getting through, the officials getting through these heats very, very quickly. A lot of positions on offer, but also extremely easy to miss out.
Yeah, top 4 still fairly cutthroat going through these rounds. Half the field being eliminated, so only the top half heading back down towards that marshalling tent where they'll have a little bit of time to rest and recover before they'll go into those round 2s.
Heat number 6 coming up. Remember, we've got 10 heats. So 4 to go. So we look at the positions on the line at the moment. So Tom Habel, he's from Luckenwale from Germany. Deacon Wright from Shelley Beach. Beautiful spot there, Shelley Beach. And we've got Merci Tillot from France. Bailey Noy from Noosa. Beautiful spot also. Too far down the road, just on the Sunshine Coast. And Kennelly Flagger from Currumbin Beach Vikings. McDonald from Pacific Swim Academy, that is in Canada. And then Hoban from Germany, as well as Valentino Medila from Germany. And then Jameson Cox from Morty Alec. But we are off and we've got our first break for the day, Christy.
Yeah, a little bit of nerves. They would have seen, obviously we've had 5 heats run and done already. So the nerves might be building down there on the start line. As they know, only half the field from each race going through. So the starter will reset the field. I'll come back. We'll have a look here. Oh, hard to tell who that was. Almost the whole field. Maybe lane 2. I'm not really sure how to pick that break there. Or maybe lane 4. Yeah, just the slightest of breaks, but you can't have any movement at all. And it was Noosa. So
Balin Noy.
No second chances for a break.
Brutal. Yeah,
it is very brutal. It's a really, really tough lesson to learn. So only the slightest of movements. Here's that replay.
Number 4.
The red singlet in the middle. Yeah, you can just see really great spotting by our officials. Slightest of movements. So race is off and away now there. So looks
Deacon
like
Wright.
Top of the track and bottom of the track are going to take out those first and second positions there. So a little bit of a warning for our 7th, 8th and 9th heat that our officials mean business, and any movement in that set position will unfortunately result in a DQ.
Yeah, that was devastating from Balin Noy there, from Noosa Headsy. And we just see that replay there. It looked like Deacon Wright just on the closest to screen, but also Jameson Cox from Morty Alec over the other side. So they wouldn't have been able to eyeball each other because, as Christy said, either side of the lane there as well. So it was we want to have one of the French competitors as well coming through to make that top 4. So we'll have a look in a second, but absolutely devastating. Just that little wriggle, but the officials, if they let one go, they have to let everyone go. So they need to really be harsh from kind of that first run. So well done to Deacon Wright from Shelley Beach. So he gets the win for that one. So he'll move through nice and easily to heat number 2 as we move on to heat number 7 coming up.
Heat number 7 just getting their little practice start underway, filling in any of those bigger sand holes just so that they can give themselves the best chance at a clean start.
Start's so important, isn't it? Not only in the beach sprinting, but also the flags, just to really set up your race and not have to stress out and really come through at the end there. As we've seen, when an athlete kind of gets a little bit desperate, that's where you make mistakes. You can have that little trip, do things that you wouldn't usually do before. So really sets you up in a nice spot if you just get your block set up, nice explosive start, and then you can kind of enjoy your race a little bit more. So heat number 7, 9 athletes.
Tom Basford there from Maroochydore, just on screen, looking pretty focused, ready to go. We're looking at Prosper Blidinger there from Germany in lane 2, alongside Timmy Wang, also from Germany. Noah Lynch from Northcliffe there in lane 4, alongside Addison Ramez from Cronulla.
And the men, as you can just see at the back there, all getting ready to go. Nervous times. It's also very nervous having the first run of the day as well. You're not sure how you're going to feel. Some of them may have already raced the last couple of days as well, so might have a bit of lactic acid, or also just wanting to get yourselves up and about.
I would expect all of these men will have taken part in the beach relays yesterday, so there might be some tight muscles. Some may have even put themselves into those 2K beach runs as well, so may not be feeling quite as fresh. And
they are the youth.
So they're feeling fresher than us.
Yes. They can go back to back without complaining. Absolutely. So we've got 2 Northcliffe competitors in this one. No Clifton in this one this time. So Cronulla, there's a really strong area of Wanda, North Cronulla, all very, very good on the beach. We've seen, and also in the water from what we've seen. So that area, beautiful part of the world in that Cronulla Shire there. One of my favourite parts.
Just taking a little bit longer to get this heat underway. The officials there just making sure, I think everyone is in the correct lane. Just doing some double checks. We've only got those 3 more heats to go. Heat number 7 is on the line there and looks to be in the starters' hands.
It's a nervous wait as well when the officials make the athletes wait, a little bit longer than what you're used to. We both know what that's like, and just little sets of nerves, but we are ready for a start. This is heat number 7. 4 will go through to that round number 2. As we can see, they are off and racing, and Cronulla, lane number 3, is off very well. We also have Luke Norwick from South Maroubra. He's just having a look to the sides. Also Maroochydore, not too far away, but he managed to have enough time to kind of look side by side and thought, you know what, I've got the win here, so let's slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, he looked fantastic. Luke Newick from South Maroubra, just ahead there of Tom Basford from Maroochydore. Very, very quick and strong across that sand. You can see there the competitor from Northcliffe lane number 4. The only one to do a standing start, which was interesting. So may not be one of our specialist beach competitors, but certainly our top 2 really pulling away from the field there, and didn't Luke switch off early. He had a look about halfway down and decided, I think I'm safe, so I might just save some energy for those next couple of rounds.
And it's smart. It's something smart to do because, as you said, they had the beach relays yesterday, multiple runs, and also with that wind. So to be able to go through this and just switch off that last 10 metres, he knows what he's doing. He knew that he was through. He knows he's fit, and you really don't want to, I guess, unleash until they really hit that semi-final. So well done to Luke there, getting the win. Tom Basford from Maroochydore, not too far away. They look like they were good friends. had a little bit of a handshake, a little bit of a giggle at the end. Addison from Cronulla Surf Life Saving, not too far away from Maroochydore. And Noah Lynch, as Chrissy said, doing that. More of an ocean start, you would say, but definitely to get that 4th position. He's in and away, and obviously worked for him.
Mm-hmm. Yes, did very, very well there. So that's our 4 through from heat number 7. We're looking now at heat number 8, who are just getting called into their blocks. Lachlan Smith there from Noosa on screen in lane 4. Alongside him, Braden Forshaw from Bribie. Ooh, another false start, and it looks like it might have been Braden Forshaw from Bribie. The hands went straight to his head, so I think he knows it might have been him, and it was. Oh, such hard luck there.
Oh, devastating for
Hate
Braden.
to see it, yes. He knew instantly that he had just jumped the gun. Braden Forshaw from Bribie Island. Oh, just that instant devastation. We're devastated for you.
I know, and it's not just down the road as well.
No.
You know, Bribie Island is a fair bit of a trip here as well, even though he's here from Australia. But it is a trip he's made it. But we are often away, and the officials haven't wasted any time on that. And we actually might see Sam Caswell from Coffs Harbour in lane number 2 there. He's been chased down by Harrison from Morty Alec, who will take the 2nd place. But Sam from Coffs Harbour in 1st, and Harrison from Morty Alec, they will go 1 and 2.
May have also been his fellow competitor, Flynn Curry from Morty Alec, maybe even taking out that 3rd position. But it was certainly Sam Carswell from Coffs Harbour down in lane 2 who looked so strong in that heat number 8.
So strong and powerful. And again, all the athletes we're seeing that are really soaking up these, as we see the replay right now, and Coffs Harbour and Morty Alec, both the teammates, they're very strong. Coffs Harbour as well, just looking really powerful. And as you see them kind of wind down just a fraction just towards the end there, top 4 going through. And
Lachlan Smith from Noosa Heads sneaking through there for that 4th position, just ahead of our competitor from Canada, Great Britain, and unfortunately for Braden from Bribie, having to accept that DQ. So we're just moving on now to heat 9 of 10 heats. Second last heat. We can see there one of our competitors from the Indian Lifesaving and Lifesaving Sports Federation lining up there in lane number 1. Next to him, a competitor from Pirates, South Africa. A team from Germany, Canada. And then we've got our 2 Aussies, Harrison from Shelley Beach and Kobe from North Cronulla, up in our top 2 lanes.
Yeah, this one's going to be on again for heat number 9. Again, 4 going through. Love to see the Indian athletes. Travelled a long way to be here. Pirates again. So we'll see. And they are off and racing. The officials not wasting any time. We more see the top end of the screen as well as our Indian athlete as well, charging ahead there.
Yeah, I think that might look like Kobe Sorensen from North Cronulla. We do actually have a Maroochydore competitor up there in lane number 7. He's not on our list of live heats, so may have just been a late addition to heat number 9, but also qualifying through is the competitor from Maroochydore. So Maroochydore, North Cronulla, also our competitor there from Indian Lifesaving, safely making it through there. They were our top 3. We'll wait to see who our 4th qualifier was from that heat number 9.
It's a tight situation, isn't it? It's nice when the official points and you know you've got your spot. We saw India closest to screen there, off very fast. And there we have North Cronulla. That's Kobe Sorensen. So he represented Australia, doing very well. And as you said, we're just trying to figure out where that top... Oh, we might have 1, 2, 3. Might be number 4 coming in there. Might be Harrison Kingsley. We've actually got official results coming in there now. So we did have India, Kobe Sorensen from North Cronulla, Tom Johnson. It was Harrison Kingsley from Shelley Beach who wraps up number 4.
10th and final heat coming up now for the Youth Men's Beach Sprint Championship. So a long wait for these competitors in heat number 10, but they'll be excited to get their heat run and underway and hopefully booking themselves a spot in that next round.
That's it, heat number 10 coming up. So we'll wait and see who will make that top 4. Not too far away from here. So they look, and they are off and about. Got Cooper Bird in the middle there from Coogin Headland. Also over the other side, it looks like we have the Canadian athletes doing very, very well, Christy. They are taking this one out, and it looks like Coogin Headland will just wrap up that top 4 coming through.
Yeah, it might actually look like it might have even been one of our Noosa competitors, Balin Noy. The lane 8 singlet on. Looks like he might have just got that head dip on the line there. Smile says he's comfortably through. So lane 8 there coming across to get his official position. I think he's the winner of our final heat of the youth men's beach sprint. So you can see there, top of the screen, Noosa Heads Balin Noy doing a fantastic job ahead of Luke Drewson from Bruley Surf Lifesaving Club, Joseph Karam from Wanda, and Cooper Bird from Coogin were our top 4 in that heat number 10. So that is all of our heats now for the youth men's beach sprint completed. I would imagine it's a relatively short rest before our competitors make their way back down the track there for what will be round number 2. So we'll go through 5 heats, which will make up the round 2 before we move into our quarterfinals. So not a huge amount of recovery. As you've heard, these are random draw. So some of our competitors there from Heat 10 may actually be in some of our early rounds here for round 2. But our officials no doubt will make sure that all of our competitors have had a little bit of a chance for some recovery. Just explaining the process here for round 2 as our athletes make their way into position. They also have access to live heats, so our competitors will know almost as soon as they're finished running what heat they'll be lining up in for round 2. Sam, I'm not quite sure if you're still down there in our beach sprint arena and whether or not you could see who might have looked like the one to watch as we move through these early rounds. Not sure if we've got Sam down there with us at the moment. I know he's taking in all of the action. So we'll see if we can catch up with Sam as we're just watching our competitors waiting for those final instructions from the officials. I believe all of the board rounds have been completed now. So our water specialist athletes will be just waiting for that finals package to be starting with us shortly. Here's some of the highlights from our 10 rounds of the beach sprints that we've seen progress through. Didn't see any of our front runners have any huge amounts of difficulty as they qualified through, so we'll certainly expect these races to become a lot closer as they move through rounds 2, quarterfinals, and especially those semifinals. Our finishing judges have had probably a nice easy job in these earlier rounds, but they'll be a lot more challenged, and you would imagine sometimes the deciding results will take a little bit longer as those race gets closer and closer. Those top 4 all comfortably qualifying through. You can see the crowd there spread out right along this beach sprint track here at Kurrawa. So many great vantage points to take in these beach events. And yeah, it's certainly very, very loud. I was down alongside the beach track when the beach relays were happening yesterday, and huge amount of support being screamed at for all of these competitors by our spectators who are lining up. We can see there we had 2 devastating disqualifications in some of our qualifying rounds to Noosa Heads and to Bribie Island. We hate seeing that happen, but we do see that happen even at an Olympic level. So it's not surprising that it can happen with the nerves and the pressure. And of course, every starter has a slightly different length of time that they'll hold athletes for, which can be really, really difficult to train for. We can see there our second DQ in heat number 7. Almost through the highlights package of our beach sprints that have just taken place. We're just waiting for our athletes to have a short amount of rest before they'll head back down to line up for the finals. The highlights here of heat number 10, which were taken out by Bailey Noy from Noosa Heads. So that was the highlights from our 10 heats. Sprints round 2 are just being lined up from our officials. Back down in our water area, we have some of the rounds of the women's youth board race still lining up. Okay, we'll bring those sprints to you shortly. Officials are just trying to make sure they've got all of the correct competitors who are supposed to be down there. 4 quarterfinals, I believe, is where we're up to. I think it might also be quarterfinals that we're up to in the women's board arena. So the officials doing a fantastic job just making sure everyone who did qualify through is there on the line. Sometimes the instructions can get a little bit lost, particularly for competitors who aren't used to the marshalling process, just in terms of you do have to come straight back down to the marshalling area, or if you did finish outside that top 4, that unfortunately your sprint event is concluded for the competition. I don't think the competitors will mind too much having a little bit of an extra rest, but it's a fine balance between having a nice break and warming down too much. So they'll be thankful for a little bit of a rest, but won't be wanting to wait for too long so that they can keep their muscles nice and warm and ready to race. As Sam mentioned, the breeze has died down a little bit, so these athletes not looking quite as cold as our water athletes are. I haven't been down for a swim, but I believe the water temperature is still pretty chilly, or as chilly as it gets here in Queensland. So our water athletes will be happy to get through the last rounds of these boards for a short break before they are back down there again for our finals package, which is set to start at around 1 p.m. So we're closing in on that finals time, about another half an hour before we'll bring the finals package to you, which will start with the male and female surf race, followed by the board rescues, rescue tube rescues, board race, the ocean woman relay and the ocean man relay. And we will finish with the beach sprint finals to close out our finals package later this afternoon. So once our beach sprinters get through these quarterfinals and semifinals, they'll get to have a short rest before they come back to warm up again for the finals. So I imagine the finals package will fly by once we get to that. We do have some A and B finals for our events that are the board rescue and the rescue tube rescues, those events where we can only have those 8 competitors in an A final, and similar with the beach sprints, we'll also have an A and B final for the beach sprints as well. So that's an exciting addition to see, and still a huge achievement to make a B final at this Youth World Championships. Looks like our officials are getting pretty happy down there in the beach sprint arena. Athletes just putting on their lane singlets, which makes it a little bit easier for our position judges. Got Joshua Huntingford there from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club on screen in lane 4. Took out his heat, and as we've mentioned, also with his teammates took out the beach relay title yesterday. So we would imagine he would be one of the favourites to make it through this first heat of round 2. On screen there in lane 10 is Hudson McNeil from Tacking Point Surf Lifesaving Club. Alongside him, Noah Lynch from North Burleigh. Got our competitor there from Indian Lifesaving, Sandish. Lachlan Smith as well, who we saw take out his heat as well from the Noosa clubs. So pretty fast heat, this first heat of round 2. Looking pretty relaxed though. Our competitors all just having a bit of a chat amongst themselves, keeping their bodies as warm as they can. Got John Houghton there from the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy, which is a South African surf club license, but they're actually competitors from Dubai in lane 2. Lining up next to him, we see Dylan Kincaid from Foster, who we also saw take out his heat. So a lot of heat winners seem to have found their way into this heat 1. Noah Lynch on screen there from Northcliffe. See our officials standing on the beach track, just making sure that the competitors are in their right position. We just had a competitor from North Burleigh, it looks like, joining this heat in lane 1. Okay, so it looks like we have a full heat now ready. Competitors given a short amount of time to dig their blocks. It's like most athletes choosing for a crouch start, except for our competitors maybe in lane 1 and lane 9, who are opting for a standing start. We spoke about how soft this sand was yesterday, and it can make it really difficult to dig blocks that have actually got a little bit of support behind your foot. And that's the reason a lot of competitors will do a quick practice start just to make sure that the well that they have dug is deep enough and supportive enough to give them something to push off. Joseph Karam, also from the Wanda Surf Lifesaving Club in this heat number 1. We saw him have a really strong run in his qualifying rounds as well. So Zach Ford, I think, was the late addition to this heat from the North Burleigh Club down there in lane number 1. Competitors now ready for a start. Starter has got them away. Gosh, it looks very, very even from this angle at the moment. Not really too much difference. We expected that to be a very, very hot heat, and it was. I would not like to be sitting in those judges' chairs trying to pick a winner. It might have been Dylan Kincaid from Foster Beach there in lane 3 taking out that heat narrowly. We saw him have a very, very strong run in his earlier rounds. And you can see him there just having a bit of a look across, switching off, but getting the job done there. So Dylan Kincaid from Foster Surf Lifesaving taking out heat 1 of round number 2. Would have been an anxious wait for those competitors quite a while to get that first heat underway. Heat number 2, just getting prepared on the start line. We've got Tom Johnson from Maroochydore, Harrison Scurra from Mordialloc, Lucas Wonder from Germany in lane 3. We've got Gabrielle Lee Blakesy from the Pirates Surf Rescue Academy, South Africa in lane 4. Clay Andrews from Metropolitan Caloundra in lane 5. Balin Noy from Noosa in lane 6. Cooper Bird from Coogin in lane 7. Kai Toi Tui from Clifton Surf Lifesaving Club in lane 8. Noel Langer from Germany in lane 9. And Mercedes Tillot from Biarritz in France in lane 10. So that's our lineup for heat number 2 of round 2 of the men's youth beach sprint. Just got Sam joining me up here now in the booth. You've had a very big morning down there on the beach. Welcome up to the best seat in the house.
Thank you very much, Chrissy.
Get to see the screen. You've seen all the action down there.
Look, it's been a great morning down there on the beach. It's nice to be able to sit down for a little while. There's been lots of running around because there's been so many events on today, and we have been bringing you those across the morning, and it's all been building towards the finals package that we are going to see this afternoon. At this stage, that is down for a 1:30 start, which is, well, it's less than an hour's time now for our international audience who's currently tuning in to the 2024 World Championships from Kurrawa Beach on the beautiful Gold Coast. So we cannot wait for those finals to get underway. Currently, we are looking at the men's youth beach sprint down in the water. They are getting through a few more rounds of the board races to try and get those ideally up to the final for the finals package. And it's going to be really exciting racing.
Yes, been some fantastic qualifying rounds to watch on screen all morning. Courtney and I were predicting the finals package to kick off around 1 o'clock, but we might need to push that back half an hour. I think we know that there was a lot of events carried over from yesterday, so a huge program to get through this morning and not too far away for an exciting finals package coming up fairly soon, as we can just see here. Heat number 2 of round 2 of the men's youth beach sprint championships. A little bit more time in between races as we saw absolutely fly through our first 10 rounds. But understandably, just making sure everything is set and our competitors have a little bit of time in between races for round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's certainly going to work in the athletes' favour, except for the fact that they're currently sitting there getting a little bit nervous, no doubt. They're in their lanes, they're in their rash shirts, and they're ready to go. The racing that we have seen so far already on the beach track really points towards the fact that it's going to be tight. Those beach relays yesterday, weren't they exciting? So much talent spread right across the world, and everyone coming together to battle it out for the crown of being the world champion. So it's all about getting through the rounds to make sure you get there first. So you've got to give yourself that opportunity. Only 8 athletes will make that A final. Of course, we'll have a B final as well. 8 more athletes racing in that, where the battle for points is often just as competitive as the battle for medals.
Yeah, we saw how competitive even that first heat of this second round was. So I can only imagine how fast that final is going to be. And it's going to be a very lucky ticket if you can get one of those top 8 spots for our A final. We do also have a B final on offer, so we can give places right down to 16th place for this youth men's beach sprint. But the A final is the one that everyone wants to make, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And thankfully for all of our athletes too, as we're just waiting for a start in this second round, in this second heat rather, is that the weather's a bit nicer than yesterday for those who ran in the beach relays as well. Christy, you were down there on the sand. Thankfully, you and the rest of the athletes weren't blown north with that southerly wind that was coming through. I don't think I've really seen many days like that down on the beach.
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough day to be a beach sprinter, particularly if you had drawn that position in the relay where you were running into the wind. So we spoke about that a little bit earlier. There might be some tired legs amongst some of our athletes, not only those who did the beach relays, but especially those who did the 2K soft sand beach run that kicked off early yesterday morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So just waiting for a start in this next round. You can see one of our competitors from Clifton, it looks like, just surveying his lane. He's just done a practice start, a little bit of gardening in terms of making sure that surface is nice and flat. That's one thing that, certainly did catch a lot of athletes off guard yesterday. There was a section through the middle of the track where perhaps the sand density did change a little bit. We had a couple of tumbles yesterday, which is easier said than done to stay on your feet, particularly when you're running across a long stretch of sand like this. Little things like rain, wind, they can really kind of cause different undulation in the surface as well. So got to be switched on the whole time.
Yes, we haven't seen any troubles like that in our first round of beach sprinting this morning. A little bit of upset with 2 DQs, which is always very, very hard to watch. But in terms of the smoothness of the track, it looks like the athletes are having absolutely no problems at all with that. And perhaps, as you mentioned, with having a little bit less wind, may also be making that a little bit of a easier track to run down.
So still standing by for a start in heat number 2 of this second round. We will wait and see whether that means that these are quarterfinals or whether they are going to go further to another round of quarterfinals as well. Being the World Championships, officials just doing everything they can to try and make sure that the field, the racing, is as equitable as possible and everyone gets a nice even crack at getting through. But we are also looking at those finals that are coming our way. In about 45 minutes' time it is scheduled to start. So the officials doing all they can. Of course, those board races currently running at the moment. If you do want to see the results of those, head to liveheats.com, and you can follow along all of the results, all of the action online, and you can see where your favourite competitors have been drawn for the next round, what kind of rounds we are up to. It's got all the information you need. You can get those results as soon as we do. As soon as they're official, they go online. So liveheats.com. You can follow the prompts to get to the Lifesaving World Championships.
see our official there just making sure we've got not only the right clubs in the right lane, but the right competitor from those clubs lining up in the right rounds. I think they had a bit of a situation from those early heats where there was a couple of extra competitors turned up ready to race here in round number 2. So they just wanted to make sure where those extra 2 competitors came from, if they were actually given a position, or if there was perhaps some miscommunication.
I think we saw that yesterday in one of the beach relay semi-finals or heats as well, that there was a team in the wrong lane and there was a bit of a hold-up, only for them to realise, we're one head early.
Yeah.
We're actually in the next race, but we're a bit too eager. So it's always important to check. A full field in heat number 2 of the second round here in the youth men's beach sprint. In lane number 1, which is on the right-hand side of screen at the moment, we have Tom Johnston. In lane 2, Morty Alec. Lane 2, that is Harrison Scarrar. Lane 3 is Lucas Wunder from Luckenwald in Germany. In lane 4, Gabriel Lee Blakesley from Pirate Surf Rescue Academy in Dubai. Lane 5 is Clay Andrews from Metropolitan Caloundra. In 6, Balin Noy from Noosa Heads. 7 is Cooper Bird from Coogin Headland. 8 is Kaito Tui from Clifton in South Africa. 9 is Noel Langer from Langenberg in Germany. And lane 10, Mercedes Tilio from Biarritz, joining us from France here at the Lifesaving World Championships. So the officials are out of the lanes. We can't be too far away from the start now. Just some final checks and practices underway.
It's a little bit unusual for our competitors having such a long wait on the start line. I'm sure that's not helping with the nerves. You can see some athletes choosing to just stand there and chill. Others are choosing to have an extra start practice, maybe just to keep those nerves at bay a little bit.
What were you like in these situations, Chrissy? I can think back to a ski relay final at Aussies a couple of years ago on the Open Men's Ski Relay, and I was paddling first, and I think the hold up on the line, we had dropped the towels, the shirts. I think it was about 15-20 minutes, and it was some of the longest minutes of my life.
Yeah, I know. I think I was an athlete who was pretty relaxed. I think I was pretty good at keeping my nerves at bay, but sometimes with that weight going on for so long, you can become then too relaxed, and you need to then sort of psych yourself back up again. So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky fine line. You don't want to be too excited and too nervous and spend too much nervous energy, but at the same time, you don't want to switch off too much either, because within a matter of seconds, you'll be called into the starter's hands, and you've got to get yourself ready to go. So yeah, I think you can see the competitors there kind of keeping their muscles moving a little bit. Lane 4 and 5, though, just choosing to have a chat to each other, so that's how they're managing their nerves. I remember once trying to do that, having a chat to the girl I was lined up next to for a board race final, and she didn't talk back to me. And then after the race, she said, I'm so sorry, but my coach told me I've got to stay focused. But it was really off-putting, because I was trying to have a conversation, and she was just like, so focused, just staring out to sea. So yeah, everyone does have a little bit of a different way that they really get themselves in the zone.
That was a discussion we had yesterday in the booth with Courtney, that she was the kind of relaxed athlete who needed to pump up music. I feel like I'm the opposite. So look, we are still waiting for a start in heat number 2 of round 2 of the youth men's beach sprint. We are going to go down back to the water, because they are getting ready for the semi-finals of the youth women's board race. We do believe this is semi-final number 2. We will pick up that start list in just a moment for you, but we talk about nerves starting to climb. Well, this is what we're seeing now, because they've already gone through some rounds. Now it's time to race, and ideally race for a world championship in a little over an hour's time as well. Those finals are now starting to creep up very quickly.
Yeah, as we can see there's 3 competitors from Redhead that we can see, maybe even 4, in this semi-final number 2, we believe, alongside there with a competitor from Kurrawa. You can see on our split screen there that race finally getting underway.
So the race that we are seeing on screen at the moment is semi-final number 1 of the women's border race. We'll try and follow that one as long as we can for you. It is a little bit further down the beach as well. And then semi-final number 2 has gone to the southern female water area as well. They're going to run concurrently, so we will try and pick up what we can across the two of those. They're just about to fire up in those semi-finals.
Semi-final, so they're almost there, almost got themselves a spot in the final. These water athletes will be happy to get this event over and completed. They've been down on the beach, mostly in the water, since 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
Contesting all of these events and all of these rounds. So a huge effort to get themselves through to the semi-final of the Youth Women's Board Race World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. I'll quickly fly through the start list for you. In position number 1, which is the far side of screen, Britt Ackley from Maroochydore. 2 is Millie Peterson from Alexandra Headland. 3 is Madison Jones from Currumbin. 4 is Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. 5, Mika Locke from North Burleigh. 6, Charlotte Coffey from Tugun. In 7, Macy Waller from Redhead. 8, Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. 9 is Neem Sharp from Coogin Headland. 10, Charlie Barber from Newport. In position 11 is Luna Piazza from Tugun. 12 is Elizabeth Shearer from Terrigal. 13, Katie Nat from Karawa. In position number 14, Lani Waller from Redhead, alongside 2 of her clubmates as well. Bronte Bowker, also from Redhead, and so too Charlie Burns. So 4 Redhead competitors in the one semi-final here, and now they're in the starters' hands.
Starters' hands, a clean start there. As you mentioned, 4 competitors from Redhead, most of them down on this southern end, which, as we saw in those board rescues, was probably the better end to be on. So we'll see how that plays out as they make their way through this wave zone. Some competitors down on their belly, some choosing to be up on their knees. I'd expect them all to probably get to their knees as they get more into this shallower water.
And one of our competitors from what looks to be Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, I do believe that's Jasmine Raywood, looked to have dropped her board as she was running into the water there. So Jasmine, of course, so dominant in the national teams competition that we saw over the weekend. So she's done a really good job to get herself back up into the pack now, but that is not the way you want to start a semi-final, especially at a World Championships where the quality is so high. At the moment, it's those athletes on the northern end of the line, led by Britt Ackley on the right-hand side of screen, who has made a really good go of it too.
Yeah, Britt looking really strong up on her knees there. She's just going to come alongside and perhaps sit in to the wash of our lead competitor, who is also joining her up on her knees there. So, and you can see there the competitor from Burleigh Heads just choosing to go a long way wide. She's not even on screen yet, but you can see just to the left-hand side of screen, we do have another competitor choosing a completely different line out to these cans. So we won't know how that fares until they all come together in a pack. But we've got a clear leader at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park out in front, and she has clean water around her as well. That's Jasmine Raywood, who was on the left-hand side of screen. So after a bit of a stumble at the start of the race, look, she's made her way back into the pack now, but she is chasing her club mate in Charlotte, who's looking really strong too, not opting to sit back and wait as we see the IRB get thrown by a bit of a wave breaking over that back bank. No doubt all the athletes will be hoping for a wave like that on the way back in, because with this inconsistent wave over that bank, there's a real opportunity to get, well in front.
Yeah, we'll have to see where Jazzy is positioned as they come around the cans. Kind of a smart move, deciding to go wide just so she can actually get around the field. She's probably sitting there maybe in about 7th position. So she's done a really great job to probably pull herself up into a qualifying spot for this semi-final. Charlotte doing a fantastic job ahead of Britt there in 2nd place. I think we can see Millie Peterson from Alex in there in 3rd, just alongside a Coogin competitor. Quite tightly bunched as they head around that apex can. Jazzy looks to be in about 7th position at the moment.
Although our leaders are now starting to get away, the rest of the field is really tightly bunched together, and when it's all about racing for a position in the top 8, that could make for a very exciting finish. But at the moment, there's no dramas for Charlotte Hart from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. She is stretching out her lead with Britt Ackley chasing behind her as well from Maroochydore. And now the turns over the back start to come. They're looking for a wave to try and take them through. as we can see Coogin Headland break into the frame as well, and it looks as though there might be a couple of little waves starting to stand up.
Yeah, Charlotte is desperate for a wave. You can see her looking over her shoulder almost every second stroke. She can feel that water movement underneath her board. So she's like, I can sense something is coming, and she's just hoping that she can pick up something ahead of that chase pack. Just a little bit of a bump underneath her now. It's not going to turn into too much, but she's really, really extended her lead on the rest of the field. So hopefully, for all of that hard work, she might be rewarded with a wave on her own. There's a little bit of a bump just under that chase pack now that I think might pick up Charlotte.
Yeah, that's right. So Charlotte now putting her head down and doing everything she can to get onto this first wave. Most of the field having to paddle back through the break all on their own. But you can see some of these runs starting to stand up. There is plenty out there to chase, but none of it is a concern for Charlotte. She's going to sit back on her board, and Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park looks to be taking out this first semi-final of the Women's Youth Board Race, and there's another wave to bring more competitors through. It looks like it was Charlie Burns from Redhead who just didn't get down the front of it. But that wave behind may well catch up to these front runners as well. So it looks as though some of the field is going to come back together. It's all about finishing in that top 8 as well. So this is where the race is. We can see Maroochydore, Redhead, Newport, Coogin Headland. There was another Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Heads cap in there as well. Another Maroochydore. It's going to be really tight for those judges as to who finishes in that 8 as Terrigal hits that line quickly as well. We will leave that up to the judges to see that official confirmation, but as predicted, it was really tight racing, and I think that's what we're going to see throughout the afternoon as well, because that back bank isn't breaking up much.
Yeah, I think Terrigal may have just snuck in with that 8th position there. There was 6 on that chase wave, so our top 7 and only 1 from that following wave, which we'll have to wait for those official results, may have been our competitor there from Terrigal. You can see Redhead just coming up the beach on screen now. So as we would expect, a very, very tight semi-final. And there's the replay. You're right, Jazzy just went into a hole and then fell over and then decided to go a lot wider, which I think has paid off for her.
Yeah, look, it's tough racing, and it's very tight racing as well. Thankfully for Charlotte Hart, she managed to get out in front, and you can see the reward for that as well, being chased by Maroochydore too there. Charlotte having things all on her own terms as well. She got a nice little run across that back bank, and interesting to note for later on in the day as well that you can see that whitewash to the top left of screen too. That was a rogue set that just broke out of nowhere on that bank. So there are waves that are coming through, and that could really shake things up. But in this case, most of the field paddled all the way through. Charlotte Hart taking out the first semi-final. We will bring you what we can of the second semi-final in just a moment too. Looks as though that one is starting to head to a conclusion as well. And it's a Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park cap out in front. We will try and pick up those results when they do come across the line. But again, another example of just how tight these races are, because the wave behind looks to have at least 5 or 6 on at the moment. So this is the finish of semi-final number 2. We can see at least 7 competitors on screen there. For our leader from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, that isn't a concern at this point, but it's all about making sure you finish in that top 8, and there is a sprint on to get there.
Yes, I think we've got 2 that have come across the line. So this is for 3rd to 8th position. Leave that one to the judges there. Hugely tight races from semi-final number 1 and semi-final number 2. We'll be able to bring those finalist results to you as soon as we have them. But we're just watching the second semi-final coming across the line there. As you mentioned, run a little bit further north, almost at the same time as semi-final number 1. So that will probably be most of our water events finished for our morning session. All of our heats, quarters and semi-finals have been concluded in the water, so we'll be able to regroup and come back for the finals package, which you mentioned will be starting right on 1:30 this afternoon.
Right on 1:30, that is 32 minutes time, 31 minutes time now according to the clock. It's certainly getting closer. The live stream will be taking a short break for the next 30 minutes, and then we will join you for the finals here at the World Lifesaving Championships, the first day of ocean events of the Interclub titles, the second day on the sand as well, and more world titles will be won in just over 30 minutes time. We'll see you then.
Female youth
doing the bridge sprint. We know there's some that's on the beat tomorrow doing their board semis. Lucky has board semis.